Meg. I'm working. Oh, Meg.
So, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Hi, Augie.
Hi, Augie, how are you?
Oh,
Okay. Waiting for data. Yeah, that's all the data. Are you looking for him to explain? I thought he was going to discuss for whoever was here.
So we have
That's what you're gonna ask.
Chief Farney from the fire department, as well as some other representatives from the fire department. Let's talk about the MOSAP program. Let me just go to the website and pull up that one.
We also have a representative with us on Zoom from VFIS, the company provide us with information.
Would you like to talk and explain?
Oh, I'd like to first thank you for letting us
Thank you.
address this request again. It's very important to a lot of our members, to a lot of our older members that are still very active, to the younger members that can't afford to live here. This could potentially help them in 10 or 15 years. It will also help strengthen the numbers and attract more members because there is a benefit to it. But obviously, it's a little bit more appealing to some of our youth that need a little bit more encouragement to volunteer their time. I know that all the information that I did provide you was relatively hefty. So I put a slideshow together to summarize the key important facts. And then we also have Patrick Oleska from VFIS who can answer any technical or financial questions that you might have regarding the proposals. Again. All right, so I'm going to just read off some of the slides. These are some of the answers to some of the questions that the mayor had shared with us that she had. So we have a total membership of 195. All of our members can join at the age of 18. There was no maximum age for our members. Obviously, when they are unhealthy or unfit to perform duties, they remain as members on our rolls. But they don't drive or they don't, fight fires anymore, but they do help in administrative capacity. So just because it's 195 members, just because we do have 60, 70-year-old members doesn't mean that those members aren't doing anything for us or vice versa. Everybody has a role to play in the department. We went on 949 alarms this year, or last year, 2023. Our calls range from fire alarms to middle of the night carbon monoxide detectors to supporting Con Ed gas and electric. Basically, if you call Con Ed yourself from your house and you say, I smell gas or my power flickered, they can't get 20 minutes. They call us every single time. So we are responding to more and more gas and electric emergencies than we ever did before. It's important to understand 950 alarms for 2023 does not reflect this year's September flood event. So that was another approximately 130 alarms that were not dispatched by the county, but we received directly. We also performed 3,138 training hours as a department in 2023.
James.
Yeah.
In those training hours, on average, I realize it may be different. Approximately how many hours of training does each volunteer have to go through? Just give or take.
Well, you have your basic OSHA compliance, and we have the mandatory sexual harassment that every other village employee, workplace violence, those trainings. I think I want to say 50 hours per member, mandatory.
15 or 50?
50 mandatory hours. The remaining of our training hours is going to be from our drill nights, our specialty trainings, classes when people go all over New York State and sometimes further to specialty Hearst Tool or Jaws of Life courses, emergency management courses and things of that nature. So there's a lot of not mandatory training that's going on that keeps us at the peak of our performance and of our knowledge.
I'm sorry, but how, out of those, how many do you think is the ones who are actually going to those away trainings and, are
I
getting
mean,
those?
I can't give you a number.
Would you say like a maybe percentage, like 60% of the, in 195?
That's, sorry, I don't understand.
Are
Okay,
you
so,
trying to get to the active number, like how many?
no,
are
no, no,
active?
no, the one in terms of the trainings,
Yeah.
because I'm quite sure that not every single person on the roster is getting those trainings, but about maybe is it like 60% of the individuals who are total members?
I would say approximately 600 hours of that.
No.
number there is required training. The remainder of it,
For every
the
person.
remainder of that training is 600 hours, so 2,500 hours is classes that every member has decided to go and take on their own to better themselves.
Good job. Thank you.
So the purpose of a LoSAP program is for eligible volunteers. And I'll emphasize eligible because you're gonna see that a lot. To receive a pension-like payout when they reach an established entitlement age. Again, this will attract new recruits, retain some members that may or may not be having trouble staying here, and it rewards our volunteers who are giving up all of their free time, dedicating all of their, extra hours and the risk that they're taking on to the community. There's 58 fire departments in Westchester County. Of that, 20 of them are career or combination fire departments, meaning that at any given time, there is a career staff or professional firefighting department within that department. There's 38 volunteer departments. 29 of the Westchester departments participate in the LoSAP program. That means that we are one of the 10 that do not. So a member would achieve the award by accruing a minimum of 50 points. This would be annually, so you have to meet your 50 points annually. Attending fire alarms alone can only accrue up to 25 points. So that ensures that a member that is coming countless hours of calls is also participating in all of the other events and other things that we require of a member. So our trainings, our company meetings, making sure that they're still a part of the, the governing bodies of their companies and, still helping the youth that are coming into the companies to understand our rules and our bylaws. You can also get points for being at a standby during a storm. So there's it's very difficult to achieve the award if you're not making your 25 points by going to calls, but you need other things to also do that. So you can't just come to every call we have all year long and you're immediately qualified. That's not going to happen. There's other things that are required. All right, so again, so we have 195 members on the rolls. When we sent the roll call list to VFIS, we sent 183 names. Now, and so that's what will be reflected in the proposals that we have. It's important to understand that by law, you cannot disclude anybody from the final draft of the proposals. However, there is some area there where people that do not live here at all, and they're maybe 80-something years old and are never, ever, ever going to make theirs. That's why you're going to see that there's 12 titles, or 12 persons missing from that proposal. We also went through these numbers just so you understand, because we know that this is a very large proposal, and we know that the high number scares everybody. But we anticipate 29 members to right off the bat to not qualify for this award. And that's because they are much more senior members that participate in only an administrative capacity and don't make enough other events that they're ever really going to qualify for this award. We also have 28 other members of that participate in a lot of non-firematic events, but it will not offset the coming to the fire calls to approve cans. So approximately 55 persons, 57 persons, we're expecting out of that 183 to, after the second year, not make their qualification of their minimum 5 years, or of the previous 5-year payment. I also put on the slide to point out the number of members that would have made the 25 points in the last 5 years. The average was, I believe, somewhere around 64% or 64 members. So only 25 points can be accrued from calls, and only 64 members of that 130 that we're now down to would have made enough points to even start to qualify, right? Just from coming to their alarms.
I'm sorry, 2 questions. I just want to make sure I understand what I heard. So if I don't get the 25 points for making the calls, but I go and do every other
It would
thing,
be-
I could still
you would-
qualify?
you Would have to do
Like every single other thing.
everything else.
But I could qualify if I didn't do calls. I would just have to do a lot of other
Yes,
stuff.
You,
Okay.
a member could, it would just be very difficult.
Okay. And so if you have a estimated, let's just say 65 people who are making those calls today, and you want this as a, like a recruitment and retention tool, I would anticipate that number is going to go up. And then also you can't currently track the other activities on here. So there could be people who maybe, so do you think it would be over 100? Or you really have no idea?
We estimated the maximum amount of people that you would be, that would qualify after the first full year at the end of it would be, we are estimating it to be under 100 people.
Okay. And then when we talk about those volunteers who have put decades into this village, and maybe in the last few years, they were still going out to calls, but things change. And now they're either, they're doing more of the administrative work. So they're still involved. They're just not going to make these numbers. That 5-year, I forget, rollback does not matter because they have to do the next year, right?
They have to complete a full year
Okay.
before they are eligible to receive the 5-year previous.
But it's after it's approved and in process, they would then have to do a
Correct.
year. Okay.
Correct.
Thanks.
So another question I was asked is why VFIS? This is actually a process that started over 20 years ago. When I joined the department, I think it was about 6 months after the first time it was shot down. Were only a few companies that did this back then. It was a very new and early process. And then 5 years ago, Chief Primrose tried to get the ball rolling on this again. And after vetting the companies, VFIS was the company that we fell on. Where the process stopped was where we kind of are now with the final numbers, right? The cost was so high, didn't really want to follow through with it, so it fell off. So the vetting process of VFIS went on at least 5 years ago, if not 6 years ago. We also went with VFIS because Town of Mamaroneck Fire Department uses them. They're obviously one of our neighbors. They have nothing bad to say about us, so the contact with them is great. VFIS is also highly recommended with New York State Fire Association affiliations such as Firemen's Association in the state of New York, where we do get a lot of guidance from them when we're picking contractors and others and apparatus and things of that nature. And VFIS also offers some of our other insurances that the fire department uses, so like our injury insurance or things of that nature. So it's a company that we are familiar with.
So was this presented to the board 20 years ago, and then there was a 15-year gap, and then it was, or give or take, and then it was presented again, and it was shot down both times because of money?
So 5 years ago, or when Chief Primrose was first brought this up, it was not shot down. It just the frustrations ensued and it was kind of dropped.
It never really, it
Yeah,
didn't really come to the.
it didn't get to fruition. There was a lot of questions asked about, like a previous slide about why all 185 members are on there. At the time, I guess it was kind of difficult to understand that, because I guess maybe enough research wasn't put into it, but why we can't remove names from the rolls. It has to be the full amount. And, you know, when you're trying to explain that only X amount are going to make it, and we can almost, you know, not guarantee it, but it looks pretty promising on paper that only X amount of people are going to make something. Why do you have to do 190 members? It doesn't really make a lot of sense to people. So that was the main reason that it wasn't followed through with at that point. But 20 years ago, it was pretty close to going through, and then I don't know what the reasoning by it not going through was. I wasn't a member, so thanks for that.
Anybody in the audience was a member?
So with the proposals, obviously there's different election ages. And I know that I've heard some mention of, well, why don't we go with a 65-year, an age of 65 as the collection age? So I put some numbers on this slide just so people can understand that. I joined the fire department when I was 18 years old. So I'm going to be 38 in May, which means I'll have 20 years in the department. When I'm 55, okay, I'm going to have 37 years here. So you're talking about a profession where you immediately after doing this job for 10 years, you have a 10-year life expectancy than any other person on the planet. So 37 years might not seem like a long time to, you know, be in an office position or a gas station attendant, but fighting fires and having higher risks of cancer and heart disease than anybody else in the country, making someone wait till they have 47 years in the department doesn't seem very appealing or fair. You know, unfortunately, if we had approved this 20 years ago, I could probably give you a list of 35 members that aren't here today to collect it. So we want to go with the younger age of 55 so that the people that are giving their time now and giving all of their time will be alive and well to collect this reward. That's our goal. I want to just also point out on the last slide with the some of the cancer information. So we've been doing mandating fire department physicals. So you have to take your physical with our company, with our department. Can't go to your own doctor. You can't do any of that stuff. For 15 years, we've caught 8 members with early cancer in 15 years. So it just emphasizes that the life expectancy and the dangers that we're dealing with are a lot more extreme than a lot of people think. So the structure of the proposed LoSAP is the group annuity. So it'll be $30 per month per year per member. And actually, if Patrick's on here, it might be easier for him to explain some of the numbers, if he doesn't mind.
Sure. Can you guys all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to try to share my video. Doesn't look like it's letting me. Okay. I'll share my screen and let me know if this is coming up clearly. Can you guys all see that okay? Okay, so first off, thank you, Chief Barney. You spoke about LoSAP very well. It is really a tool to recruit and retain. That's what we see and why we offer the product. What we have here that we quoted, and I'll go with a particular column just so we have a column to talk about. This one, because Chief Barney had mentioned 55 is what he was proposing. There are two real, when we look down the column, really you want to look at two different numbers. So one is the bigger number and one is the smaller. The bigger number is if you wanted to invest here and kind of get caught up in 5 years. So it'd be a 5-year cost and then an after 5-year cost. So the 5-year cost would be about 1.5 million. And after 5 years, it would be 258,000 per year. So these are annual costs. Again, if you wanted to get caught up in 5 years, that would be per year for 5 years, and then 258 after that, continuing forward. Now, you don't have to catch up in 5 years. You could certainly take a 10-year. It's like any other, it's not a loan, but you can think of it that way. If you wanted to catch up in 10 years on this liability, it would be a little under $1 million a year for 10 years. And then again, that same 258 moving forward. Now, there are 2 ways or 3 ways really to actually keep the same benefits, but lower costs. And I think and Chief Barney really did a lot of background on this. I want to commend him for that. In order to not change benefits, but lower costs, the first big way is to, instead of just investing all of your money in our group annuity contract that guarantees 3% per year, what you could do is invest 40 or 50% of your assets into mutual funds. And with that market exposure, we assume that you're going to get bigger gains and therefore lower your annual costs. So that same structure, that same 55 entitlement age would look like 1.2 million or so for 5 years, and then 181,000 after that. Or again, in the 10-year plan, about 775,000 for 10 years, and then 181 after that. So that's the biggest way if you're looking for lower annual costs, that is that investment piece. So I have 2 other things for you, but I'm going to stop and ask you, see if you have any questions before I move on.
So once you enter the program and you choose whichever plan you're going to be in, are you able to change it at any point in the future, or it is that way forever?
Depends on what you mean by change it. So if you're talking about the investment piece,
Yeah, like the 3% versus the mutual funds.
yeah. So I don't believe that's something that you would have to go to referendum for. But if you wanted to change anything that would increase costs, you would have to go to referendum.
Okay.
So if you were to, and what we're quoting here is the maximum benefit allowed by New York. So plans that begin with like a $20 benefit who then want to increase it have to go to referendum again.
But it would be possible to enter at a lower number and then add to it later.
Yeah, so if your roster grows, things like that are just kind of expected. You go into referendum with an estimated cost, and let's be honest, if this works, right, if this does what it's intended to recruit and to retain, your cost should go up a little bit over time. There are a few other things that Chief had mentioned that I do want to touch upon, and one is the past service. So when we look at that 5-year look back, when we quoted this with the larger plan, right? So I believe we actually quoted 195 total members on the rolls, is what you're saying here. So if, and it looks like Chief had done a lot of homework here. So if you guys were able to say with certainty, let's look back over the past 5 years and actually identify exactly who would get those past years of credit, I'm going to guess that it's going to be a lot lower than what we had quoted. So if anyone was a member for at least 5 years, we just assume they're going to get a 5-year look back. So if you wanted to go and really just pinpoint exactly who would get however many years, for every person that's lower than 5, that your costs are going to come down. So that's one thing I would recommend to get a more accurate picture, is to provide us exactly how many past years of service. So that's one way that you'll definitely see these numbers come down. Another one is, Chief had mentioned, you probably have a good idea 2 years from now who is actually going to be here and active in the plan. So if you could say with pretty good certainty, look, we don't think these 30 members are even going to be here in 2 years. I'll leave this up to your legal counsel, but what we could do is remove them from the quote, and then you would have a more realistic picture of what your annual costs would be. What you're seeing here is the absolute maximum to begin with, because we're assuming 5-year look back, everyone here is going to earn. So if your roster is actually probably going to be 160 or something like that 2 years from now, when this thing really kicks off, those numbers certainly will come down. And like I said, we'll leave it to your legal counsel. You would then have a more realistic estimate, and then you would also have what you see here as the maximum estimate. And when you go to referendum, you could again ask your legal representation which number he would prefer that you use. But that's certainly another way that costs would be lower. And then over time, Chief had mentioned, if only 70 folks are earning years of service each year, that's certainly going to, over time, lower your costs. It's not going to lower your costs day one, but absolutely year after year after year, if you're only seeing about a third of your roster earn those 50 points, your annual costs will go down. It's hard to quantify that without knowing exactly what's going to happen, but that is certainly true.
Any questions? Questions? Okay, thank you.
I guess.
Oh, sorry.
Well, no, I'm just thinking when we go to referendum for this, I think it's important to have the most specific number. Or do you go, do you go with the maximum number, knowing that it might be less when it gets to actual fruition, or do you try to be more accurate so that it might be more palatable to a wider group?
I think it's just being honest.
Yeah.
It's just the honesty. We've already explained that the 195 is like, it could be lowered. It is not as, I don't think it's a clear definition that it will be that exact 195. But if we just give all the information, provide it to the residents when it goes to referendum, that we just provide all the information, just saying, this is what it is. It's 195 based upon the amount of points that can be given. It doesn't, not the whole 195 will be awarded.
So I think it's hard to try to estimate. Like, so I kept emphasizing estimate, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to tell you one thing and then it's not.
Yeah, so
I'd rather tell you something that's high and it be
Right.
half of that than tell you something half of it and it be double.
and just giving everything.
This program could, in essence, start a resurgence of 60-year-old
Oh,
members.
true.
Or, that want to give another 5 years to get their LoSAP program. So I could tell you 100 people are going to get this and that's it. But if 15 of our 60-year-old members say, hey, they finally got LoSAP approved after we tried for 20 years, I'm going to come around and give it my all for 5 or 6 years. I can't control that either, right? And now the number's higher and now I look like a fool.
And
So I'd rather give you the high number at the maximum rate, at the maximum, so that you know what you could be getting into, but it's probably not.
And it will not go over 195 because,
Well, it could if we all of a sudden
When it
get another
started
10 to 15 members.
right. So all the information, just give me the information. Like, what else are you gonna tell them?
I'll
Like,
be honest with you right now, all the information has changed probably 3 times
Yeah.
since we first put these numbers together in September. Because we've had a member pass away, we've gotten 2 new members started. Now, you got 2 new members who aren't eligible for a 5-year look back, and you lost a member that had 45 years, who definitely had the 5-year look back. So it changes every week. The numbers are gonna change based on, how the roll calls change.
so in essence, we don't know. But
Is there any more on your
Yeah, I
PowerPoint?
did have another slide.
damn, pull it back up.
You can go to the next one. That's part of what Patrick just talked about.
Next one.
So I just wanted to point out one other thing. 1.5 million at the max. Over 5 years. Larchmont's career fire department is a $2 million salary before overtime. Harrison, who has 4 to 5 career firemen at a time, and they're supplemented by volunteers. 1.5 million before overtime. City of Rye, 2.3 million before overtime. You're talking about 3 departments that touch our doors, don't ever have more than 8 people on salary, on staff at a time. And you're getting well more than 8 people at every single time that alarm goes off for us. So 1.5 million for 5 years and then 200 and something thousand is really not a big number when you look at those numbers. That's where I want to leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your research.
You're welcome.
Any questions, concerns, comments?
No, I just think you did a very good job presenting and really advocating for the fire department. I think you did an excellent job in just thanking every person who volunteers for our fire department. I can't even say like other than you did a really good job, presenting your case.
Yes, I mean, what we have here is underlined by the chief. It's pretty rare, and the pressure on our surrounding communities to get paid firefighters it costs a lot, and if we can attract volunteers, this is the way to go.
No, I think thank you for the presentation. Also, thank you for that. All of our department.
Yeah, I think that this is a very professional presentation and, you've been talking about it for a long time and it's to your credit that you have all pulled it together. And now I think we have to figure out how to try and implement it. Because it's a big ask from the community. And I think the community doesn't always realize what we have in our fire department.
As I'm learning, I don't know that everyone in our village even understands that it's a volunteer fire department and that if we didn't have the volunteers, we would have to go to a paid force. I do think one of the things I've learned is that education of the public before a vote, if there were to be a vote, is crucial. And I also want to make sure that we're balancing the needs of the fire department, because I do think it's a need, with the budget itself. I just think that's fair. I fully support, anybody in the fire department who's here and knows me, I completely support all of you. If there was just money sitting there in a pile, I would give it to you. I do think we need to do our due diligence. So what I would suggest, and I'll see what everybody thinks, is that we have a conversation on a different day with Bob about the things that he brought up about the numbers and the legality and all of that. So we know what we are doing. I also suggest, that we just have the budget committee take a look at this so that they can advise, because I am definitely not a financial expert. And I also would like to see how it fits in the budget. Obviously, it's not going to happen so fast that it would be in this year's budget, and it's not budgeted. So I would like to see it put in the budget for next year if we're going to do it, to make sure it's very smooth. And then you could have a vote and it goes to the referendum and then it's up to the voters. I'm not speaking for everyone. I just know we're all very grateful for your service. And if we can find a way to do this, it looks like we have the desire to do so. We just also have to represent the village.
I don't disagree with what you said.
You do or you don't?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
No,
Thank you.
I agree. The chief and I had discussions about the pressure
Mhm.
to professionalize these services.
Mhm.
Portchester, remember the conversation we had about Portchester? They did away with their professionals a while back, but they may have to bring some back. I mean, as density increases and these communities grow, it's going to be harder and harder to find volunteers, especially given the housing situation. So we need to do what we can to encourage the volunteers to hold that office as long as possible.
I know I'm going to see some of you at the fire council on Wednesday. So just to be clear, I realize this has been dropped multiple times. This is not us dropping it. This is us moving it along to see how viable it is and if it's something we can do. with a clear conscience. So do not think it's being dropped. We're just moving it to the next stage, which is probably further than you got before. So,
Did-
sorry,
Did
go
we
ahead.
say last time, and I don't remember, that it's typically a January 1st start date, or does that not matter? Does it have to start in a calendar
I
year?
think he
The
did,
proposals.
what's his name?
The proposals are based on a January first start date.
Okay.
But that's.
Patrick?
But that's probably pretty realistic with this still,
Yeah, no,
because,
yes,
yeah, I mean.
That's what we're thinking. We're trying to pace it out.
The proposals are based on that, and even when we were originally given the first raw data back in the end of August, it was a January first start date, so I'm assuming that's.
It's on time.
So
Yeah,
Patrick,
so- Yep, I'll just add to that. You're absolutely right. So the New York state law is the point system has to be a 1/1 to 12/31. So if this were to go into effect, if you voted in referendum, if it were passed in referendum anytime in 2024, then the point system would begin 1/1/2025. The first time a member could receive benefits would be 1/1/2026.
And that's okay.
And the one thing I didn't mention before is these costs probably will come down a little bit just based on time, because this was based on a 1/1/24 start. So everybody's 1 year older. So 1 year less year to earn when we project things out. So automatically, when we requote, if you were to go to referendum, this would come down a little bit.
okay, thank you.
Does the look back begin at the moment of people being able to take care of, get the benefits?
So like 1/1/25, is that when the look back starts?
1/1/25 or 1/1/26 when the look back begins for 5 years?
No, because you have to put in a year in, so it should be, I would think,
So
go back to
1/1/25.
2020.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions before we move on? Okay,
Thank you.
cool beat. All right, we still are on the fire department. Public safety item, flood protection and response equipment storage in a non-flood zone. Is it?
And you're on again.
So there's obviously a lot of preparation went into trying to spec this building into a very small space. And there's, as everybody knows in this village, there's no space left to build anything. But the fire department's out of space. We're being called upon every week to tackle some new task that we are either unprepared for that we pull off anyway, or we're preparing for, but we have to scramble to find our equipment that we need for that because it's stored all over the place. So this proposal is to build a steel storage structure on the side of Columbia Firehouse. It will house all of our swift water rescue equipment that was recently purchased. Obviously, a large need, unfortunately, in this village. And it will also be able to house our fireboat, which will get the motor and electronic components out of the elements. It's currently kept under a tarp all year long. That's not in the water. And we will also be able to move some other equipment that is stacked precariously in other firehouses and could potentially be a safety hazard into this building. So it will become a storage facility primarily for emergency response to swift water and water emergencies. But we are going to get more value out of it than just that.
So, looking at the location, is it gonna be stored on in the parking lot next to the firehouses? Like, because there's like a house being it's the firehouse and then there's like this back part of it and then there's that
It would
parking.
be, so if you're facing the firehouse doors, it would be to the left side of the building, all the way in the back, all the way to the back corner of the property,
Got
Side
it.
of the deck?
on the side of the deck space, yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So I don't know who to ask this question from, maybe Dan. What happened to the use of the firehouse on Monarch Avenue?
There's various other village departments using that for storage and everything else.
And that's been a discussion for many years as to what to do with that property. Back in, I'm gonna say 2008, 2009, when the new fire headquarters was constructed, the board at the time requested that the village sell the building off to help fund the construction costs. Boards after that have not pursued that option. It is right now it's basically cold storage. It's being used by Parks and Recreation for storage of equipment that they need during various times of the year. So winter equipment gets stored there during the summer, and summer equipment gets stored there during the winter. We've been using it for various other purposes as well. But it's all endemic of the lack of space.
And it's also, just to point out that that building has no running water, so there's no facilities or anything else. It's just the storage building at American Avenue. And obviously, the building that we're requesting or proposing at Columbia has no running facilities in it, but it's 10 feet away from the building with running water, toilets, heat, showers. It's not something that you have to, if you just put a boat back after doing calls and you're not jumping in your car all wet or cold or, anything like that. So.
Yeah, and not the most important thing, but we have since put parking in front of the building. And we'd lose maybe half a dozen public parking spaces if we were to use that building again, which, it's a concern, but not a major concern. But again, the building, in addition to having no running water, I'm not even sure if the boiler's still working.
Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shell for over, I think 13 years now. I think the department moved into Palmer Avenue around 2010. Yeah.
But it used to be a firehouse, so how does it have no water facilities?
That was turned off. Yeah, we shut the water service off because it wasn't needed for village use.
So we turn
The
back.
village doesn't have a great history of maintaining buildings. But they don't have an active use, is that?
You think?
I do.
Fantastic.
I do.
Yeah, I remember being here in 2007 for the flood, and it was a firehouse there.
Mhm. When I moved in, it was a firehouse.
All right, thanks, Chief. Thank
Well,
you.
yeah, before he sits down, any questions?
I'm good.
Well,
What's to this again?
1,036,000
It's just on
Thousand.
1.1.
so
estimated today,
1.03.
1.036 for now.
So I'm not in any way opposed to this, and I'm actually appalled that we're using the old firehouse for storage because it's a beautiful building.
It is.
And it's prime real estate on Mamaroneck Avenue, and it's not a great use. And I'm not suggesting that the fire department use it for storage either, because it's not really convenient. But I just want to say that later on tonight's agenda, we're having a report from our accountant, from our auditors. And this is sort of, I think, where I am about everything. Like we have a lot of decisions to make. And last year, at the end of the fiscal year, our long-term liabilities were 128 million roughly, and now they're 160 million. That's a lot of money. And our total net position is down about $3 million. So I think we have to really make tough choices about how we're going to spend money. And I'm not suggesting in any way that this is not an important reason to spend money, but I think we're entering into our budget season. And I think we have to really figure out, there's a proposal to embark on a huge village hall, an expensive village hall. I think we have to figure out what the budget's going to be. And, when we prioritize, the priorities are supposed to be mandates, things that court mandates, and safety. Those are the two. They're not wants, they're just requirements. And so I think this is very high up on the list. But for me personally, I want us to get our capital spending under control, because I feel like it's just out of control. And I don't, I've been here a while, and I feel like it's partly my responsibility too. And I just want to make sure that we are very mindful of our spending. And when we make a decision to buy something or to build something, that we do it in a way that we can sustain it, because it's not going to, if none of us can afford to live here because our taxes go up so much, no matter what we do to try to keep more firefighters, to incentivize firefighters to, to create housing for residents. If we're also creating a situation where people who are living here now can't afford to stay, we're not doing any of us any favors. So that's where I am. It's not about this building specifically, but it's about getting our financial ducks in order.
Obviously, because there is a flood emergency response aspect of this, it's got a high priority, chief. And we'll have to figure out a way to make it happen, or we'll make sure it happens soon.
Thank you.
I mean, it was a good point that Nora said that, in terms of the village having a hard time upkeeping its responsibilities, and that's just years of neglect and decades of neglect that technically I was kind of born into, just as you. And but it's not to say that these things are not important, because everything is important, especially when it comes down to our how we respond to the needs of our community in the emergency situations, whether it's the police department, the fire department, or EMS, which is another whole volunteer sector. So when we do talk about educating the community, we should put that in there too. But yeah, I'm agreeing that we have to prioritize, but again, at the top of the list, but there's a lot. There is a lot, and to neglect anything we're going back to the same type of regimen of not doing.
Right.
So, as a board, whoever's here whoever needs to really not just have these conversations on a every other week basis, but sit down during the week or on the weekends, whatever we need to do, and really map it out.
Yeah.
Because this every other week situation, or when people feel like they want to respond to things, is not helpful to the overall running of this village. So, and then we'll be here 10 years later talking about how that building was just there it's been there sitting there 23 years and nothing being done.
Okay.
That's just my opinion.
No, I would echo what Leilani said. I just think we really need kind of like an analysis of all our infrastructure. Because like I
Because we need a lot of work.
Talking.
Came in, we knew like the community counseling center, the building that we have, like the windows had to be replaced. And then this other building, the structure wasn't sound. It's like, I feel like like Leilani says, like every other week we have somebody coming with some piece of our infrastructure that's just deteriorating. And I think we need to like staff to really do an analysis on village-owned buildings to figure out, can we get this some type of cycle like we have when we get vehicles or any other equipment, of how, like, when can we start to really work on these things? So it's not like, okay, they're all coming to us at once and then we have to be like, well, sorry, we can't do that because this isn't as much as a priority and this costs this dollar amount, and we're just kicking the can down the road and we get 10 years, 20 years.
And then something else comes up.
Exactly, and then the building.
And then when it comes up as an emergency,
And
then we've lost control of the ability even to say no.
Figure out a way to kind of get in control of not allowing this to just keep happening, and find some type of cycle or some type of analysis on what we can do so we can know, okay, this building, like all of them, I think their term of life is probably gone, but we just really understand and try to come up with a priority similar to what Nora wants to do with our capital plan of, well, this is an emergency response. Like, to me, that's priority number one. Like, we need to make sure you guys can do the work you need to do and, have the equipment and have the storage or what was needed, because we take care of all our residents, especially like our volunteer fire department, EMS, like that's a top priority to the safety of our residents. So I think we really need to understand and come up with priorities and analyze every piece of infrastructure we have to know what's best to do for our community.
Okay.
Not to belabor, but I'll point out, okay.
Sorry. So just so you know, every time that we've had flooding here, we've had to call New York State for assistance. So they sent us water rescue teams from all over the state. Even with the preemptive potential flooding 2.5 weeks ago, it still took that team 3.5 hours after 2 days of notification, 3.5 hours to get to us from where they deployed from. So we now have our own boats. our own motors, and at the end of April, we will have between FD and PD, we will have over 15 members that can put our own crews together, our own teams. We don't have to wait that long. So it's not just about, you know, the building being important. It's about that split second, being able to do what we need to do and not being sitting on our hands waiting for somebody else.
And protecting that equipment that we bought.
Right,
Yeah.
and we now have to protect that investment.
And where is it sitting now?
Right
Where's it
now,
sitting?
the 2 of the 3 boats are inflated. One of them, I don't have the room to inflate the third one.
Right.
And they are currently stacked on top of each other, so they're not ready to be deployed the way they are. And they're stuck between a fire engine and gear racks where people are constantly getting dressed and trying to get on and off moving apparatus.
And being stacked on top of each other, does that hurt any of the
Not the way
longevity?
they have you set up.
Okay, okay,
And so,
But they can't stay like that forever because I can't put the motors on them the way they are.
right.
and
No,
I'll point out that, over a year ago, when I was first appointed, the very first thing, we spent almost that much money on this building just to make it habitable, because we had just ignored it for so long that there was an emergency and they just had to spend it. And the board couldn't even act on it because it was an emergency. The village manager just, you know, had to spend the money to make this building so it wasn't going to kill the people that were in it with mold.
So,
Chief, right?
so moving forward, let's schedule a date. Because at the end of the day, keep talking about it, we just schedule a date to meet.
So, you know, so it's penny wise, pound foolish. This seems like to be more
I
penny wise.
would ask,
This is a conversation.
yeah, there's
Yeah.
definitely a conversation, but it's a conversation that needs to be had.
So I have a question. This is already spec'd out. When is it that you started this project?
Well, I started trying to get prices immediately following Ida.
Okay.
And the project for the climate, the building climate with availability of materials was pretty much, I was told by, there's only one company that does soup to nuts steel structures like this, and that's Blue Scope. It's a Butler style building like the DPW building. They're the only company that does everything, and they're on source law contracts, so you know, the bid process is not needed, all that stuff. But they didn't want it, nobody wanted to take on this project because it was too small for them. With the availability of materials, nobody wanted to be bothered. And it basically took a year and a half to even get the first guy to come out and do the drawings once the climate had settled down. And now here we are.
So at that time, when you started trying to get this moving, what was the plan to pay for it? Was it FEMA money? Was it a conversation with the board? Like, where was this money coming from?
That I don't know. I just was told to try to get someone there to give us an idea and pricing. Jerry, by the minute.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
We are getting into budget season anyway, and we are going to have the budget committee working on a capital budget. And so we'll make sure that this is part of the conversation and we'll have to discuss it with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Okay. Planning department items. Director of Planning to attend is.
Greg on
is
Zoom?
Yeah, Greg's here.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, so we have the proposed local law to amend requirements for subdivision plat filing.
I think if Bob is here, he kind of took the lead on that.
Okay.
Do we have a microphone?
Take care.
Good night.
It's over by Gino.
Oh, look at God.
What?
We haven't had a microphone in weeks, months. Now look at us. We upgraded ourselves. Did we even have to budget that?
Apparently they're on order, Leilani.
But we-
Mr. Swolzy.
Okay, so Mayor, member of the board, this is part of our continuing effort to update the code and reorganize it. We started last year with the entire building code enforcement and administration structure.
Mhm.
Then we did the notice piece with regard to a unified notice for the land use boards.
Mhm.
Now we're doing subdivisions, presenting to you subdivisions, should you choose to do it. The problem with, well, the subdivision laws, there are three different chapters of the code that deal with subdivisions. They are old. They were last updated before the changes that were made to the state law regarding subdivisions. They don't, right now, they don't correlate with state law. So what this attempts to do is to organize those three chapters into one chapter to deal with subdivision, because the concept that we started last year is that we're going to take all the relating to use of land and consolidate it all as various chapters of part 3 of the code, so that it's easier for people to find, easier for the building department to find, rather than sort of searching around the code to find pieces of things that were added over years. This brings that all together in one chapter regarding subdivision. Now you'll notice that the law amends 2 different chapters. The first is chapter 58, which deals with the planning board. And what I'm doing with this is that the first part of the code, part 1, is all administrative legislation, things that set up boards and agencies, things that govern how the village works. Part 2 is going to be this general legislation. Part 3 is going to be land use. So we left the planning board section in part 1, as chapter 58. But we've taken out of it the substantive regulation of subdivisions, and that's now mixed in. The code used to have a distinction, the code currently has a distinction between the requirements for subdivisions with new roads and subdivisions without new roads. That apparently was a thing at the time, in the 50s or whatever, but it's not really relevant anymore. We deal with that other ways now. So that there's one set of standards for subdivisions set forth in this proposed law, and one set of processes, rather than having 2 different processes depending on whether the subdivision has a new road or not. The substantive provisions, and by substantive provisions, I mean the non-administrative provisions, what have to do with how subdivisions occur, whether it's substantive standards or process, so forth. For the most part, do not change the substance of what's in the law now. There are a couple of technical things and minor things that are changes, like, you know, how you physically make the subdivision plat at the end, whether it's on, I think the old code requires vellum.
Ellen, right?
Right, yeah, nobody does that anymore. It's called Mylar now, or actually in the computer. The other part, as I said, has to do with coordinating with state law. Then there are some things, for example, the subdivision chapters in the current code have all sorts of standards regarding stormwater requirements. So those requirements are duplicative of what's now in the stormwater chapter of the code. So the last thing we want to do is have multiple different standards applying to a thing like stormwater. And we are working on a revision of the stormwater chapter. That was started, I think, by the planning board years ago. We worked on it and then sort of it's lapsed. And that's one of the things I need to get to the village engineer, because that's going to take a lot of his time to review that and update that. But I have to get a draft to him. But anyway, this is one more of these updates that we're talking about. As I said, there are no major substantive changes in the standards here for how a subdivision is operating or how a subdivision can be made. My suggestion is that rather than try to plow through this tonight, board trustees meeting initially, that you ship it off to the land use boards, let them unofficially comment on it now. I'm sure there are going to be changes. They deal with this stuff every month or every week, every other week. And there are going to be things they're going to want to see in this. So let's let them comment, and we'll come back to you with a new draft that incorporates those comments. And then if you're satisfied with that, you can start the public hearing process.
Yeah,
I'm comfortable with that.
yeah, I mean, I read it. I think I understand it. But yes, I'd like that input.
If you're, just to clarify, would it be sent to HCZMC as a referral at this point, or I suppose you have to wait until there's a draft local law for the advisory consistency review?
I'm suggesting that it be sent simply for comment, now
For
not
comment.
formal referral.
For advice.
For advice.
Just confirming that, thank you.
That's at least close. Then you can initiate the process, formally send it for the HCZMC process, send it for the referral to the planning board, et cetera. As you have a real draft. And this is a draft local law, and it's a proposed local law, it's in the form of a proposed local law. But I'm sure there are gonna be changes. And my guess is the last thing the board wants to do is have multiple public hearings over this.
So everybody's okay with that?
Yeah, there was this,
Okay.
no, am I mistaken? There was a section in there about animals and children.
What's the second?
Oh, it's the second.
That's the next item.
That's the next.
I have,
Subdividing?
I have two specific questions. One is, in the proposed new subdivision code, a waiver is introduced, and there is no waiver. You can amend the current code, but there was the subdivision regulations as like, I try, you can't compare, it's a new code. So there's not like the cross off and the new language. But I was sort of surprised that we're giving the planning board authority to waiver, because we had conversations about that during the moratorium law.
So
So-
my recollection more is that there isn't, and I could be wrong, I could be mistaken, or it's authority that's given in state law.
In state law, I think it's not in our code. We allow them to amend in our current code, but it might be a state law thing, and I didn't look at state code. And the other one was the 342.11D. I didn't think that the changes to that were any more clear than what 342.11D says, and I'm trying to find where that is. It's
What is it in the new law?
so in the new, and I don't know, I'm just like throwing it out there. It says that it's subdivision of a lot, and we're getting rid of where a lot is formed hereafter from part of a lot already occupied by a building. Such separation shall be effected in such manner as to not impair conformity with any of the requirements of this chapter with respect to the existing building and all yards and other required spaces therewith. And the building, and no permit shall be issued for the establishment of a land use or the erection of a building on the new lot thus created, unless all the requirements of the chapter are complied with. And it's changed to basically the building inspector is not permitted to issue a permit for the establishment of a principal land use or the erection of a principal building on a portion of a lot already occupied by a principal land use or a principal building, unless that portion has been subdivided from the lot in which the existing building is located in accordance with chapter 382. So chapter 382 is the planning subdivisions, but 382 currently, 382.11D, 342.11D refers to zoning provisions. So I just want to make sure that we're not, like, that's a zoning code. And I don't know why we're referring, Greg, does that make sense? Does my question make sense?
Yeah, I think I understand your question. I think what the building inspector and certainly what I would advise the building inspector to do is make sure that any subdivision is zoning compliant. So, I think it's kind of self-explanatory, the language that Bob has deleted, because if you're subdividing a property and you're reducing a side yard setback and it's not compliant anymore as a result of that subdivision, then it's not zoning compliant.
Mhm.
It's just on its face not zoning compliant. So we wouldn't be able to approve that subdivision with or without that language. You
Well,
understand?
you could with the variance.
Yeah,
Would have-
exactly.
So I guess my question is, I'm not sure why we're changing the zoning code to the zone. This provision of the zoning code relates to making sure that the parcels are zoning compliant. I'm not sure why we're changing a reference in 342, the zoning code, to relate to the subdivision regulations.
So I'll have to take another look at that.
Okay.
And the whole point is, the old lot has to, if you're gonna take a property for simplicity that has is gonna be subdivided into two lots.
Mhm.
The old lot has to remain compliant, the new lot has to be compliant with the zoning.
Mhm.
Maybe it's just that simple.
Yeah.
For us.
Yeah.
I think the
Yeah.
two of you should have a really good conversation about this and get it together for us. Thank you.
From the rest of the group.
No, just, you know,
We'll
you
talk
seem
about
to
it.
speak each other's language and you should,
Offline as they say.
yes, offline, you
We'll
should
talk about revisions
the
to
two of you.
law, so
Yeah, oh, good, oh, good.
have fun. Okay.
Okay.
So it's gonna go to the land use boards for review.
Need a resolution. Just a simple resolution that refers it to land use boards for comment.
So we do that for 2 weeks, right? Do that for the next, for the
Or,
meeting.
or do you need it, you need it tonight?
You want to do it, you want to stick
Can we
to
just do it? I mean,
process, you can do it. You're not,
And we're just
you're not taking any real action, you're just referring. It's not saying you can do it.
For clarity, which land use boards? All of them? BAR as well.
Mhm. And zoning. and
I don't know, would VAR care about this?
If they don't, they'll send it back.
right.
Okay.
Can't hurt.
So
All right,
do we have a motion
Later.
I have a motion that we, refer this,
to the land use boards.
these, the proposed law as presented to the land use boards for comment and suggestion.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then Greg can just send it, right? We don't need to.
Thank
Yep.
you.
I will send it.
Thanks, Greg.
You're
Thanks.
welcome.
Okay, Greg, are you going to be talking about C1?
Yes.
Okay.
So we provided a memo that kind of outlines the rationale for allowing additional uses in the C1, including childcare, pet daycare, and animal hospitals. We've gone through and looked at parking requirements in other municipalities, and we've prepared some draft, sorry about the dog, if I don't know if you can hear that on your end. We've prepared some draft conceptual language for your consideration. The pet daycare language actually came from a proposal for the M1 district that was part of the maker zone. So I kind of just copied that over and put it in here. Open to comments, suggestions, concerns, questions.
That was a question. I thought he was, no,
About,
about what he was just explaining.
Yeah, it's just to allow those uses.
I mean,
Special permit for I think I put a special permit for all of them, but the animal hospital.
Do you have questions?
no, I don't have a question. I think it's a great idea. I mean, yes.
Do you have any questions? Nora, do you have questions?
I do. Of course I do.
There is this, sorry.
Yeah, so section 1, I'm just looking at the specific proposed law. Section 1, temporarily boarded. This is the dog pet daycare facility. If we say temporarily boarded for, would that be construed to mean overnight? Like is pet daycare overnight or just daycare?
Typically in my research, I've found that pet daycares do typically have overnight boarding.
Okay.
And that's why as part of the special permit criteria, I actually changed the time that dogs could be outside from the M1 zone draft legislation, which suggested that they could be outside till 8 p.m. to 5 p.m. because the C1 does abut residential neighborhoods.
So then I think we can't really call it a pet daycare facility. That's all, because if we're allowing people to board, it's not just daycare. I don't know. That's just.
But isn't,
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know any daycare, dog daycare doesn't board overnight.
well, no, I don't think the one in right here on Palmer doesn't. But it does say, animal hospitals, I think it's under the auspices of animal hospitals, dog daycare, childcare, like.
Well, anyway, that was just, if it seems like if it's at night, it's not daycare, but that's, I mean, that may just be me quibbling. The other question I had is, do we want to make sure that pet care facilities, we're now moving them from the C2 to the C1 where they haven't been permitted before. There is one in the C1 now still. There was one that's closed. It's now an antique store. But we want to make, the C1 is so narrow. I know it's a special permit, but I think we need to make sure that it's not going to impact surrounding residents if there's, barking or meowing animals nearby. And that, so should there be a buffer from residential zones? That's section 4. Those are my two basic.
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
So just basically.
Just the last sentence, I was.
A buffer.
Okay,
A buffer
okay.
between that and
Got it,
residential.
got it, got it.
We're moving it to the commercial zones that abut residential zones.
Greg, this was done by your department, right?
Correct.
And was there any sort of research studies, whatever you want to call them, into how this would affect things like parking? You know, what's the cycling in and out on these types of places? I would assume that in a daycare, for example, there are going to be times when you're going to have a crowd of people dropping off and a crowd of people picking up.
Yep, that's exactly true. So that's actually why the parking requirements that we're suggesting, let me just pull them up, are related to kind of that flow of traffic. So it's 1 space per staff member plus 1.5 spaces for each classroom. Because it's mostly drop off and pick up.
Okay, but C1, unless I'm getting this right, C1 also includes Mamaroneck Avenue. No, that's C2.
Most of Mamaroneck Avenues, well, commercial business, like.
I mean, everything
Avenue up to-
North of the train is C1. Everything south of the train station is C2.
And you're only looking at C1, but I'm asking because my knowledge and experience of Mamaroneck Avenue in all places is traffic.
Mhm.
And let me give you an example. So on Tuesdays, 3 Tuesdays a month, we have the food pantry, which is a wonderful, wonderful thing. And it also creates traffic on Mamaroneck Avenue in both directions. And if at the same time, between 3 and 6, you're also adding these other things, it's not necessarily just that they have enough spaces, it's a traffic issue. So was that taken under consideration when you wrote this?
So I mean, we really look at what other allowed uses are presently allowed within the general commercial district, that have, and you know, a lot of them have like, they mostly have different kinds of demand peaks. But we didn't do a traffic study. I mean, my department doesn't have traffic engineers. What would normally happen is through the special permit process or site plan process, when someone makes an application, they would then have to demonstrate that there would be no impact on traffic circulation. And that's really why we have the special permit.
But the reality is that if it's in that area, we already, I mean, it's a known thing. And I think it's where that pantry is located. I don't know
That's
if
just
there
an
was.
example. I mean,
No, but
there's other things
I
there
mean,
that-
but the school is like a specific time. That's a very like, they're pretty much in and out. When they're done, they're done.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we looked at, and it's in the memo, is there could be a requirement for requiring an off-street drop-off area. That's actually Town of Harrison does have that requirement for daycare centers. They do require a drop-off area.
Well, I have 2 dogs. I would love to have it this close. I just have concerns about things like traffic and parking in the residential zones.
We got a letter from former Mayor Noto, who tells us that there's a number of vacant buildings that can be reoccupied immediately if we make this change. And I am frankly tired of looking at some of these vacant buildings. I fell on the ice outside one on Friday. So, you know, I just would like to see some activity return to some of these you know, empty buildings.
I agree with you. I'm just asking questions to make sure it's the right decision.
Yeah.
It's not that I think it's a bad idea. I want to know that we've done our due diligence to not have a negative impact while we're trying to help a landlord fill a space.
Yeah.
I mean, I would benefit from some of this. That doesn't mean it's the right thing to do.
Yeah. Well, I think it's we just got to fill some of these empty buildings.
Well, I think he was just giving his opinion.
Yeah, you know, I think I just want to kind of put out there that as part of the local law process, should you decide to move forward, we would be preparing a seeker review for the board, which could include a narrative and additional analysis related to your questions.
And I think that's good.
Which I think is.
It is.
All right, so
Thoughts? I'm good with it.
Yeah, I'm absolutely good with it. Yes.
Same, likewise.
Nora?
Yeah, I think we should proceed and just make sure we anticipate the seeker review.
So we're just planning to put it in for public hearing in 2 weeks?
Well,
Or,
are there any changes that we're
That's
gonna
the
make?
next step. We have not
Yeah, I think,
done a great job drafting this, but we haven't formally
Yeah,
reviewed it.
Bob hasn't looked at it, and also, I think it would make sense before you schedule any hearings on this to also, I would echo Bob before sending it to the land use boards for their opinions.
All right, so this will be, what are we doing with it?
so you're suggesting we send it to the land use boards as we did the other item?
Bob looks like he wants to tweak
Yeah.
it. He's got that look.
I just want to say, let us, if you want, we can redraft something and just send it to the land use boards for their comment informally. We'll come back to you when we've gathered their comments, worked over them, and we're able to give you a draft.
Cool.
That makes sense to me.
Good job.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm tired of driving to Larchmont to drop my dog.
That's where I go too. Can I just finish from him? Where's that?
Oh, well, we have ethics board and the police here, right?
Yeah. Okay, C, we have the Listwick, Long Island Sound Watershed, Intermunicipal Council.
I think we're still holding it.
We are, but
Hold it.
I have a thought.
Oh,
Well, I'm asking why I said hold until, after, because some other municipalities, because they're not like us who, speed up our process, after elections, but they wait until after January to, what's it called? Swear the people in. I've spoken to some people, so I don't know, has anybody else done their due diligence? I have. To some extent, I've done some due diligence. So what I have seen so far is not necessarily a huge desire for Listwick to be resurrected. Thank you. However, I did speak, I've been contacting mayors and village managers, administrators to see how they're dealing with flooding, to see if there's something we could do differently. And one of the thoughts that I, have with another administrator is that some communities have addressed it differently. And they've already gone to the public, they've already started work, they've gotten grants. And that we could maybe do a mayor's summit, but that would be the mayor, the trustees, the village administrator, and pull them together, and then it could be viewed on Zoom. And it wouldn't be paying money into a fund. It wouldn't be a contractual thing, anything like that. But we could get presentations from some of the municipalities that have started to address it and have gotten grants to see what we could take from them in order to move us along a little faster. Yeah. So I thought that might be something we can consider, and that's something we could be informal about, and maybe look at February or early March to do.
Sort of hopefully flooding summit, is that what you're saying?
Sort of, yeah.
Not just a flooding summit from what I'm hearing.
It was really neat,
Yeah.
but it could be other things later.
No, I think it's a great idea, because I definitely have spoken to the New Rochelle mayor, the newly elected New Rochelle mayor. And she said she would be on board with anything. We did talk briefly about the about some of the things that they have done. And I've also spoken to Dan about the different municipalities of how they have, if they have strengthened their stormwater management policies, and the ones that did or didn't. And I think a summit would be good because it is a starter conversation that the public can then, and the different publics can then see the collaboration. I know that Senator Mayer's office is really trying to build a department because I spoke to her. She's really trying to build a department just for stormwater management, and on top of the coordinator position or planner position, whatever that the county's trying to do that they haven't really solidified yet. But there's a lot of things moving, but I don't want it to fall by the wayside. So if we can start with the summit, if we can start with the ones, even and it can be not just a one-time thing, but it can be maybe a quarterly thing. And really get the buy-in, because if we're not gonna get a buy-in from every person that is listed on the LISWIC, but at least if we do at least three, I
Start
mean,
somewhere.
we start somewhere. So I'm agreeing
We
with
could talk
that.
about that separately, but we could set up a summit that we could host and then we
Or-
could maybe take turns hosting.
Or maybe sending out a letter, or drafting a letter to the municipality saying that this is something that we're trying to establish, and give them a date. Say, would you like to
Yeah.
join? Because if we don't give them a date, you know, it's not gonna go
I
anywhere.
mean,
I'll start working on it and I'll share it with everyone for review and then we'll move on. That way I could take accountability for it.
I'm good.
I've always felt that we would have more luck with bilateral or trilateral discussions than with a huge bureaucracy.
The next item is tenant protection. Are we holding that?
Yeah,
Yes, Christine?
that
Okay.
is held.
Okay.
I think that was being held. Yes.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Budget adjustment for police department stipends to manage and maintain accreditation.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So thanks for indulging us. I've asked Lieutenant Galvin to put together just a brief presentation about the accreditation program. So as you know, this was something that was spoken about as part of police reform back in 2020. So we weren't sure when that was going to finally be accomplished, so there wasn't any kind of money put in the budget that time because we had no idea of when we would actually achieve accreditation. So I'd like Lieutenant to go ahead and give a presentation. I believe Dave.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, trustees.
Good evening.
Like the chief mentioned, we were here about a month ago, giving you a little brief synopsis of what we just went through for the last 18 months. Gonna dive a little deeper into brief overview still of what the accreditation program is in your state, what it looks like. So for most people, they don't know that your state was the first state in the country to develop an accreditation program. So it's been in operation since 1989. The program obviously over time has evolved where they've revised standards, they've added standards, they've taken away standards to kind of adjust to the times and climate. Yeah, next slide, please. So what is the New York State Law Enforcement Accreditation Program? It's founded on 4 basic principles. It's to increase the effectiveness and the efficiency of law enforcement agencies, utilizing the existing personnel, equipment, and facilities to the extent we can possible, to promote increased cooperation and coordination among law enforcement agencies and other agencies of the criminal justice system, to ensure the appropriate training of law enforcement personnel, and to promote public confidence in law enforcement, which was one of the main goals of the Police Reform and Prevention Committee. Next slide. Okay, so what are the benefits of being accredited? A lot of us ask us this question while we're going through the process. It's to independently confirm that the policies comply with our professional standards, to ensure that we have a fair recruitment, selection, and promotion process, to diminish our village from civil lawsuits and costly settlements, to enhance the understanding of agency personnel and agency policies and procedures, to greatly increase our administrative and operational effectiveness, and to once again promote confidence in the agency. So, next slide there. What's the process? Really brief overview of the process. There's an application that we submitted about 2 years ago. The last 18 months was our program development phase, where we developed our program and how we provided proof that we were in compliance with the accreditation standards. The last step, well, not the last step, I'm sorry, there's the third step, which is an on-site assessment where assessors from New York State come to visit our department for 3 days, and they stay with us for 3 full days and review our policies, our facilities, interview our personnel. Fourth step is, which we received last month, which was actually being accredited. And the fifth step, which is probably the most important now, is the program maintenance. So that was our initial assessment, which we received accreditation for. The next time we're up for accreditation assessment is 5 years from now. So that's 5 years of doing what we did for the last year and a half, which is every quarter of every year, providing proof that we're meeting the standards of New York State. Some may be added, some may be deleted. We have to modify to meet those standards. So this is basically the same thing. We conduct a thorough analysis through our program development phase, determine how our existing operations can be adapted to meet the established standards. Once again, this culminates with the decision by New York State law enforcement accreditation that our agency is worthy of accreditation. So the accreditation program, what is it? It's 111 standards, broken down to 3 different categories: administration, training, operations. So those numbers next to each category is the standards associated with that category. There's 51 administration standards, 12 training standards, and 48 operational standards. Next slide. So administration. These standards encompass areas such as general management, personnel, relationships with other agencies. They also address organizational issues such as the agency's mission, the delineation of responsibility, and the delegation of authority. Next slide. Training. These standards incorporate many requirements that have already been established by the New York State Municipal Police Training Council. These standards are divided into 4 subcategories. There's basic training, there's continued in-service training, there's supervisory annual service training, and then there's the records, accurate records that maintain and reflect that we're actually conducting the training we say we're training to reflect that. The last category is operations. These standards impact the ways in which agencies conduct the bulk of their crime fighting responsibilities, which major topics include our patrol, obviously, traffic enforcement, criminal investigations, and unusual occurrences, which we've had a lot of experience with, unfortunately. So out of those 111 standards, there's 22 that are identified as critical standards. These are the standards that have a historically highest degree of liability for law enforcement. For example, use of force policies, safeguard of cash, training and training records, safeguard of agency weapons, and our hiring standards. Some policies that have also been problematic in terms of being implemented properly have been evidence in non-agency property management, performance evaluations, records management systems, and disaster plans. So some of you may be asking yourself, what composes a standard? A standard is broken up into 3 portions. There's the standard itself, which required us to meet every component of each standard to be considered in compliance. There's the commentary part of the standard, which gives background information, clarifies the intent of the standard, and gives us guidance on how to implement that standard. Next slide, Dan. Then there's the compliance verification strategies. This provides us and the assessors with examples of what can be done to provide that we're in compliance with that standard. Next slide. So this is just an example of one of 111 that we got to complete, which is a standard compliance report. This is, can't really see it up there, but this is a completed one where, as the program manager, I would identify the methods in which we would comply to the standard. I would identify how we meet that standard. And then the bottom part would be where the assessors would make their remarks on what they found during the review. Next slide, Dan. This is an example of over the last 18 months of what I did with each 111 standard. On the left is the standard that's provided to us by New York State, and on the right is our policy. So if we had a policy, I would go through that policy and I would color code the portion of the policy to the standard, substandard matching that would meet that standard. If there was no policy, we would draft a policy or, put that into effect. This is an example of a standard that was that same standard, standard 7.3, which basically talks about, this is one of the critical standards, which talks about property and evidence. This example specifically required us to do a property and evidence inventory of all our property and evidence, which was a huge overtaking. Next slide, Dan. So how do we achieve this? Like I said, the department assigned a sergeant to be the accreditation program manager. Last year and a half, I gathered documentation, proofs of compliance. We demonstrated that we met these 111 standards. Like I said, these processes included writing new policies, revising old policies, conducting full evidence property room inventories, demonstrating and creating the proofs of compliance that we were established by the law, that we followed the best practices guidelines by New York State Law Enforcement Council. Next slide, Dan. So just some final thoughts, just to leave you with this. Only 30% of New York State law enforcement agencies actually receive accreditation. So this was something that we have been trying to do for the last 20 years on and off. And we finally were able to achieve that last month. So that was a great accomplishment for us. Although that's only the beginning, like I mentioned before, this is a 5-year accreditation cycle. So it's going to be something that we have to maintain our commitment and dedication to maintaining. Next slide, Andy. And that's us with our certificates, receiving our awards and ball meeting. And so I'll leave it with that. If you guys have any questions for us, we'd be happy to answer them.
I'll start this side. Manny, questions, comments?
One, thank you for putting all the hours in to get the accreditation. Like when I got on the board, I think you guys had just gotten it, and I just know it probably took a tremendous amount of time for you to put this all together. So I thank you for putting in those hours.
And now you get to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. They keep you on your toes, so it's keeps it interesting.
Nor questions, concerns?
Which one of our immediate neighbors are not accredited?
The town of Mamaroneck is not accredited yet. They are actively seeking accreditation. The same as for Larchmont, they are not accredited. They are attempting to seek accreditation right now.
And do they know that they have to, do they know what's in store after they get their accreditation?
Yes.
Now they do, yeah, that's
They
right.
do.
Okay.
So is there any state, I mean, obviously this is it was worth pursuing and it's worth doing. Is there any, does the state reward anybody other than the certificates? Do they provide any funding to help you keep the accreditation?
They do, with being accredited, it does open you up to more state funding, which is one of the requirements of some of the grant applications to be accredited. So that does allow us to have an avenue of financial resources there.
Okay. Lou? Leilani? Okay. How many senior officers are there that were included in this group? Because I just see a bulk number.
Yep, so one has since retired, so let's see. In total, it was 6.
Including you?
Excluding me.
Okay.
We have to see the count now,
Moving forward, do you think you'll still need the same amount of man force or women force to
yes.
person for force?
So what the plan is now, since this time, Tim Galvin has been promoted to lieutenant, so we are in the process of, we're going to be making a new sergeant who is going to be in charge of accreditation. So he's going to be working on that, as well as revising some of our older policies. And then the lieutenant is still going to oversee and manage, because like I said, a lot of people say that the easier part is actually getting accredited. It's maintaining the accreditation that's more challenging.
Wow.
Because now every quarter you have to look at those standards and put proofs of compliance in those electronic folders, because when they come back here 5 years from now, they're going to want to see what we did in 2024, 2025. So you have to have all those things in place. So it's better to continue and doing it each year, each quarter. This way, you're not trying to, last minute trying to put everything together.
So I just will add, the only one thing that is a benefit of going through this process with everyone is that they're all familiar with what they're looking for, which will make that part easier, but it's still gonna be a project.
Yeah, so what are some of the extra workload that you did not have before, other than I understand the electronic tracking, but what other things have changed that would add responsibilities?
So basically, again, so as part of this process, so we never had to, we had the information there, but we never had to have these proofs of compliance in place, or look for these items, or prep the staff, things like that. So now, as part of this, again, it's going to be always, now, like we said, the officers know, like if I had something of the policy that was a standard of compliance, that officer would tell the lieutenant, oh, I just had this is one of the measures that we need to be in compliance with, can you put this in the folder? Those types of things. So it's not only, so now it's going to be him overseeing the sergeant who now has to put all those things in place, and as well as constantly reviewing our policies to make sure that they're germane to what's currently going on. If there needs to be an update that needs to be done because of this standard, we have to go now and review that. And the process is, it's not, just me going in and making that change. It's my command staff that have to review the policy. Everyone gives their input based on their different experiences. We come together as a group, we make the decision about how we're going to change the policy. Sometimes we need input from legal counsel, depending on what the policy is.
What was one of the biggest changes you had to make in order to comply?
Well, I would say from the beginning of the process, say 15 years ago, when we had our property evidence upstairs in the attic, which at that time was one of the reasons why it got moved to a more secure location in the building, it would not have met compliance today. So that over time was one of the things that had to be resolved to even get to the step where we got that filing our application. So this is something that's been going on for a long time, like I said. During the immediate program development phase, I would just say just the man hours and the time that was spent into physically inspecting all the evidence and property that we have, that unfortunately, with the degree of the standard in which you need to be accountable for that stuff, we just wasn't there. So that's where a lot of our man hours went into.
Okay, and the senior officers, none of them are union, correct? Or they are? Anyway.
Part of the PBA.
They are part of the
Part
PBA.
of the PBA,
Yeah,
So,
except for myself.
so this is something that would be outside the union contract.
Correct. So I know the team was about, the money is being in the budget, so budget season is coming, so. Yep. As part of that budget planning, we put in the budget, I know there was a concern about taking things that weren't necessarily in the budget. I would have to confer with Laura, but I believe that there is currently some cost savings in my current budget due to some retirements, things that money could be reallocated should you decide to issue that.
Okay.
And it's basically being accredited keeps the department more professional. I mean, and it's meant to sort of, reassure the public about how professional you are.
Yes, it's about, the transparency with the Department of Community Relations, building that trust. And part of it too, the officers understand how important it is because we have been trying to achieve this, I don't know, for over 20 years. But then also they were just caught off guard by an assessor who would ask them, can you tell me what this policy is or how do you comply with this? So they even understand how important it is because they had to know those policies and have the answers.
Dan, when was the last contract signed?
the last PBA contract. I think have to go into the third year of a current contract.
I believe it ends in 25, so I believe it was 21.
It was late.
I'm sorry.
It was late. We did
Yes,
it late.
yes, it was the retroactive fact, but it was 20.
I'll confirm the current status and get back to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
So do you want to put it on for 2 weeks?
I want to talk about, sport time agreement, trustee Rawlings?
So this is on because it's coming around the time where I think our sports summer agreement currently ends in
August.
August. And I just feel like this is another moment where we should have been talking about this probably a year ago, where we can kind of have wiggle room to kind of negotiate and come up with something different. But I think it's at the moment where we don't have enough time to kind of figure that out. So I just wanted to bring a discussion of what next steps we need to kind of give with Bob and with Jerry of like how we're going to go negotiate and what the process is going to be. Are we going to renew for another 2 years or we're going to renew for another year of what to kind of give a board consensus? But I don't know if this is something we talk about in our work session or is this something we should talk about in executive. I just wanted to get this on the agenda because we need to start figuring out what we're going to do with their agreement.
How do we usually handle it? Work session, executive session?
We're gonna talk about negotiating the license agreement, we talk about an executive session.
So we will move that to executive session.
But,
Next meeting?
but I also, sure,
Or
I
this-
also think,
I think we have plenty of time. I think
That-
everything will be fine.
and Manny was
That would
involved
keep
with
moving.
this, we had a year-round,
Ad hoc, like,
an ad hoc, an ad hoc committee.
it was like for year-round recreation.
Yeah.
It wasn't about tennis or specific, it was about year-round recreation. And I remember at that moment, there
And
were lots of conversations about what if we don't renew, if we can kind of take that piece of property and create something else. And I just think from having conversation, I don't think that's very possible. And with talking with BB and liaison of the Parks and Rec Committee, they're, you know, a little disappointed that we are at the scenario again where it's too late. We don't really know what we're gonna probably move towards renewing, but I can't speak for everybody here. So I just think we really need to figure out a longer term solution, whether this is renewed for a certain amount of time.
And that committee kind of stopped meeting during the pandemic.
Yeah, the
So-
pandemic happened and we met probably one time over COVID outside in the summer, and then it never met.
So
again.
maybe it needs to be resurrected.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Maybe
we'll have this
that's-
conversation in executive session.
Well, no, that would not be an executive session topic. It's a policy. So I think if we wanted to reform that.
If we want,
If we wanted to reform, if we wanted to reactivate that,
I think we,
that
I
would
think
be,
there's a lot of.
that might be
interest
something to
about
put on the agenda for a couple of weeks from now.
I agree. I think that's what we should.
I think it's separate from the sport time contract, but it's
More
something,
about our recreation department and kind of creating something year round. Because I think we do need some more things in the fall and winter. I know like space is always a limiting factor to be able to do anything recreation wise, but I think there are options and we should be looking at how we can engage our community outside of the kind of normal months of spring and summer, where everybody can be outside with a ton of field space.
Okay, so we will move that to another meeting. Proposed amendment to chapter 21 of the Village Code, Code of Ethics, trustee Lucas.
so I want to invite, there are two members of the current ethics committee here, Chair Dan Carson and Maria DeRose, who's in disguise. And Dan was the chair of the ad hoc committee that worked tirelessly to revise the ethics code. The ethics committee ethics board has been working on it, and Bob has rewritten the code. So I'm very familiar with it because I hosted the Zoom meetings. But I think it would be great if Dan could explain a little bit, or Bob, or the two of you could sort of talk about the highlights.
Highlights.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Daniel Carson, Chair of the Ethics Board, and I was Chair of the Ad hoc Committee for the revision of the Code of Ethics. I appeared before the Board of Trustees, I think more than a year ago, and I provided a report, this final report of the Ad hoc Committee on the changes that were proposed by the Ad hoc Committee for the Code of Ethics. And I earlier today provided, sent a copy of the final report, which I believe was distributed to the members of the Board of Trustees. The committee began its work in October 2020 and submitted its final report on December 17th, 2021. All of the ad hoc committee meetings took place on Zoom due to COVID. I would like to mention the names of the people who worked on that committee, who worked very hard on that committee. It was Jocelyn Donat, Ellen Haltman, who was here earlier this evening, John Hofstetter, Brian Kerr, and Michael Copey. And a liaison with the Board of Trustees was Mary Lucas, and we received tremendous administrative support from Sally Roberts. The original drafters of the Code of Ethics did a very good job of defining ethical conduct by elected and appointed officials and the committee members. But every set of rules and regulations and laws requires some revision over time after the laws have been in practice for a while and times and conditions have changed. And so that was the reason I believe that the board asked the committee to take another look at the Code of Ethics. And that's the job that the committee took on. I won't go into detail now on all of the ad hoc committee's works. These are outlined in 11 bullet points on page 2 of the committee's final report. Very generally, major revisions were made to clarify definitions of terms, which over time have become either misinterpreted, not interpreted, and required more clear definition. And so the definition section was increased from 9 definitions in the current code to 22, providing specific definitions for concepts such as business entity, confidential information, covered person, which is an umbrella term that applies to all who are covered by the Code of Ethics, customer, client, designated person as it relates to the filing of annual disclosure statements, the concept of interest as it relates to pecuniary interest and conflict of interest, and also definitions applied to terms like transaction and relatives. So it's clear it is covered by the code, and where conflicts of interest arise with respect to our relatives, there could be conflicts of interest. We also, the ad hoc committee also attempted to clarify or eliminate legal ambiguities, to require clear rules for recusals, and to make clear that only official opinions of the ethics board have full force and effect. The current draft that you have now has been further revised. The major revision comes from a review and edit carried out by Village and Ethics Board Counsel, Mr. Spolzino. Mr. Spolzino did not alter or change in substance the work of the ad hoc committee. Rather, he brought his skills as a lawyer and a former appellate division judge to make the language of the draft more logical and concise and address some provisions which required conformity with New York state law and case law. In short, Mr. Spolzino, in my opinion, improved upon the committee's draft. In addition, the current ethics board added more detail and definition to the section of the code that govern the conduct of ethics board members themselves, specifically regarding what constitutes permissible and impermissible political activity on the part of board members. The section, as it is now written, is too vague to interpret fairly. The ethics board also revised in part the section defining conflicts of interest, deleting an ambiguous phrase, specifically the term, quote, other interests, unquote, and could be used to apply to otherwise lawful conduct. The major revisions, as I indicated, concern definitions, gifts and solicitations, which now copies the municipal law, the general municipal law, rules regarding strict recusal, so that when one is required to recuse, notice must be provided to the actual board, committee, or body for which that recusal is relevant, rather than declaring the recusal and the other hand not knowing what is going on. So there, if one has must declare an interest of one kind and it relates to a board or a committee, that conflict must be declared, or potential conflict must be declared not only to the board of trustees but to the relevant committee. Other major changes, including distribution and posting of the Code of Ethics and the general municipal law. I will tell you that in the year that I have served on the ethics board, this is probably one of the greatest needs that the village has, and that is educating employees, board members, everyone who's covered by the code, that there is a code and what the code, the provisions of the code contains. Also, disclosure of interests in legislation and transactions, as I mentioned, being filed with the appropriate board and agency. Monetary fines for failing to file annual disclosure statements on time. And importantly, suspension if one does not file the annual disclosure statement on time, unless that person gets a waiver, If they do not file, they will be suspended from committee work for failing to file an annual disclosure statement. There's also a proposed provision requiring that the village manager attach the code of ethics to all RFPs, and contractors who are awarded contracts by the village must acknowledge receipt and understanding of the code of ethics. I'd like to also mention the names of my colleagues on the ethics board who worked very, very hard on considering the ad hoc committee's report and also in studying sections of the code of ethics. And that is Sherry Tobel Allison, Susan Burns-White, Rhea DeRose, and Lauren Curran Jones. I'm very privileged to work with extraordinarily qualified, dedicated members of this community. The members are, of course, all volunteers and take their responsibilities very seriously. The board at times meets and deliberates in public meetings, but also under law works in executive session, as do you. And this can be a very challenging balance. We welcome. The board has taken on in the last 12 months substantially more work in the form of complaints that have been received, advisory opinions, and inquiries, and we welcome that work. We're glad to do it. We only ask that the community recognize that we are 5 volunteers who must work through some very complicated legal issues, and therefore it takes us at times a good deal longer than most people would like, understandably, to resolve many of the issues, but nonetheless. That is an overview of the revised code. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Could you encapsulate what the key changes are from what we had before? In other words, there's nothing. I'm hearing it. There was nothing necessarily wrong with the old code. It just needed to be fine tuned a little bit.
Well, I wouldn't say, trustee, that it would require much more than fine tuning, because there were many undefined sections that I believe the ad hoc committee and the current has proposed in the form of changes. I think it was really not all that clear in some respects what was covered by the code, or certain provisions the code applied to, and I think that has been clarified. As I mentioned, the definition section went from 9 general definitions to 22.
I noticed that, yeah.
So that was a major change. I think the refining the definition of a conflict of interest, defining the terms of, I think the section was called immediate family member. It's now more specifically defined as to who is covered, where a conflict may arise. The annual disclosure statement provisions were in different sections of the code. I think that has been improved and clarified. When a conflict of interest must be declared, or potential conflict of interest must be declared, and to whom it must be declared, with a major change, and that has been clarified. There was, I think it's fair to say, some difficulty in getting annual disclosure statements to be filed on time. And the ad hoc committee, if one is suspended from duty on a committee for failing to file an annual disclosure statement, I think that's an incentive to get that person to get the statement. And it does not apply to board of trustees. The board of trustees elected officials, and the ad hoc committee, I don't think the code of ethics can make that change, but it does apply to the many boards and commissions.
Understood.
That so I think it provides some order to getting those compliance statements in. Getting the code of ethics and the state code of ethics posted both online and in the buildings is very, very important. We can't emphasize enough how important it is for people who are employed by the village and who work on boards and committees to understand what the code of ethics is that it applies to them, and to understand what a conflict of interest is and to be conscious of that fact. I think we get more questions regarding conflicts of interest than any other matter, more complaints regarding that. So very, very important, I think, to have the village managed. The other thing very important, which I hadn't mentioned, is that it transfers training from the ethics board, which doesn't have a budget, does not have the time or the organization to train village employees and village committees. That's been transferred to village management into the new code, which makes sense. It should be under HR, as it is in all governmental agencies and private industry.
Right.
I hope that answers your question.
Well, yeah, and well, I could just tell by looking at it, there was a tremendous amount of work, and we thank you for that. Thank you.
Lenny? No? Okay, thank you so much for all this hard work. We appreciate it.
Really.
Thank you, and we are available to come back and talk about, meet you in committee, anything you'd like to get this thing done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, excuse me, do you want to move it to the regular agenda? In 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
Yeah, I think
We said it moved. Yeah, I don't think we have any issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll put it on with a resolution schedule a public hearing.
Okay. Whatever that is.
Read it again and see if I can.
It's 3 weeks. We meet in 3 weeks, so February 12th.
3 weeks,
So we can
okay.
schedule a public hearing for
26th.
February 26th. Although I would say that, if there are people who have comments on it, because the public, this is a slightly new draft, it's not that different, but you might not want to wait till the public hearing to make a comment. If you have a comment, let us know, because
Yeah.
if we want
Of
to
course.
go back and forth about it,
Okay.
we could do it quickly, but.
All right, so if we could finish up old business, establishing an affordable housing task force. Before we have any comments, I just have one. I feel like, and I might be wrong, that this has been equated to the 100 tier lot. Like we need
It's
a
not- it's
task
not-
force in order to do the 100 tier.
No.
And so maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I see it could be interpreted.
Yeah.
And I looked at every document and I think what other groups have done with just education and being able to answer questions and have the hearings and get a lot of that stuff out is extremely helpful. And I know Trustee Rawlings has brought up a few questions about the AMI and the percentages. So I would like to see if we can move this forward to establish an ad hoc affordable housing task force who can help look at that stuff to bring us advice as opposed to us always trying
Sure.
to figure it out.
And the way I interpret it was that this is clearly the 100 tier lot, whatever goes on across the street isn't going to fix the problem. So
Correct.
there's clearly
We need a bigger plan.
a lot more that's going to happen going forward, and we need that's what this is for.
It should be coordinated. It should be a collaborative effort, not just like one at a time.
So what information are we looking for that this ad hoc, I have two parts questions.
Yeah.
What extra information are we looking for that the ad hoc committee is going to provide? And then who in this ad hoc committee is, providing that information? Are these volunteers just like every volunteer in our community? Because then it's just like, it could be anybody providing this information, or are we really requesting individuals in this actual profession who do this day in, day out, to provide that information to us?
Well, I think we may find potential members for this ad hoc committee when we have our meeting on the 29th. I mean, there will be people coming here that.
No, but I think
That's
it's a
pretty-
fair question of like, how are we gonna define membership in this committee or volunteer in this committee? Because you could end up getting tons of people who want one thing, tons who want another thing. You could have people who don't know anything about affordable housing. You could have experts. So we have to figure that out. And I think the way Dobbs Ferry did it looked really good. Nora, you had put this on the agenda.
Yeah.
So what was your
So I
thought?
put this on because I talked to a lot of the people in Dobbs Ferry because they've taken a bunch of the training that Pace University offers for all sorts of land use development, including affordable housing. And and any kind of housing. And one of the best models was the state of Connecticut that requires every community to come up with a housing plan. And so on some level, Westchester County has identified what the affordable housing needs are in each of the communities in Westchester, but this requires people not unlike what Governor Cuomo did with the Police Reform and Reinvention Committee, required communities to do their own analysis with a framework and come up with their own plan. And New York State hasn't required that yet. And maybe there will be a requirement because the past two budgets have had a lot of conversation about affordable housing and how to build it in New York State. But I think that, I think that we need to sort of be ahead of the curve and think about the housing needs in our community. But I also think that there's a lot of misunderstanding about what affordable housing is. Greg gave a good definition 2 weeks ago. It's what's affordable for you. It's not, it's what you can afford. That's what affordable housing is. And there's a range of it throughout every community and throughout every income level. So this is really just a structure to talk about housing needs, and how housing, the lack of or the abundance of, can impact our community. And I think it has really nothing to do with the 100 tier. It really has to do with by getting but I will say the 100 tier has generated a lot of conversation about affordable housing. And I think shown that maybe the community isn't all on the same page with either what they perceive as affordable housing or what the need is, or what affordable housing actually means from America. So I think it's a way for everyone to get together. It would be community-based.
So technically, you're proposing this task force is to talk about housing, because I heard a sentence that you said, whether it is affordable or however housing looks like in this community in terms of who's coming in, who's coming out, what is affordable, the diverse types of housing or housing that is available in this community, whether it's you're a homeowner, you're a renter, you are renting out a condo, or you own a condo or a co-op, or anything in above or below. So it is is it a housing task force? Because I'm for talking about housing in general, and how housing in not just nationwide, obviously in our community, what does that look like for all people, and how every person contributes to the rise and decline of housing in the community. That I'm for.
So it's 7:20. Still have to go.
Can I just make a quick comment, if that's okay? So as I mentioned, I think when this was on the agenda a few months ago, we had an assistant planner a few years back who did start working on an affordable housing report for the village in advance of the next work session, where I was asked to put together some data related to affordable dwelling units, as well as inclusionary zoning percentages and how deep they go. I've had our planning department intern take a look at that. So we've started to update some of the information within that report. And it kind of goes over, the change in home values, the changes in rent, the change in median household income, the percentage of people that are rent burdened or cost burdened at each census year. So you can kind of see how it's gotten progressively worse. And it has, it just flatly has, as well as things like housing production versus job growth at the regional housing market level. So I think that would be a good starting point for at least putting kind of the data out there. Just wanted to mention that, and we're working on that right now. So
So considering the time, and we have to discuss the items on tonight's agenda, my suggestion is, Nora, since you've had this on here, can you draft ideas for the committee? And
Sure.
that can be reviewed by us in the next work
Yep,
session.
we'll have it ready
Okay,
for the work
so that we
session
could just
in
keep
3
it
weeks.
moving.
Right, I'm sipping it.
Okay, so for tonight's regular meeting which is number 3 on the second page, drainage system flood mitigation for the Washington sorry, Washingtonville neighborhood and industrial area using ARPA funds. Village engineer, I assume, is that Gino?
Yeah.
You ready?
He was born ready.
He was born ready.
Back in 2022, the board authorized the use of $150,000 of ARPA fund to conduct a flood mitigation engineering study in the Washingtonville industrial area. As you know, many businesses and residents in the areas have experienced flooding streets during extreme precipitation events, mostly caused by the Sheldrake River overtop of its banks in conjunction with an overrun stormwater drainage system. So recently, SLR Engineering completed a flood study of the Mamaroneck and Sheldrake Rivers. With that, they conducted hydraulic modeling of the rivers in the area. I thought it best that they provide a proposal to us. Already done extensive work on the rivers, and we're able to use that model to further enhance modeling the drainage system in the Washingtonville and industrial areas. So to that end, I invited SLR in November. We conducted a field walk in the area, spoke to mainly business owners in the industrial area. Kind of gave us a tour and showed us most of the trouble areas. That kind of starts when street flooding starts, which catch basins start overflowing, which outlets in the river start backing up. Their proposal basically is broken up into 3 tasks. Number 1 is a field survey and data collection, where they'll conduct a public outreach. A plan and review. I'll provide them with some existing village infrastructure mapping containing a lot of elevation data. They'll confirm some of that information using a GIS survey. They'll conduct a site assessment and perform a confirmatory survey of the area. Then they'll also do an existing conditions model. They're basically going to model our drainage system in these areas to see how it is affected by various storm events. And because, again, they've conducted the flood study in the Mamaroneck and Sheldrake Rivers, they'll be able to utilize some of their recommendations for improvement and that to see how it would affect maybe upsizing some of our existing infrastructure or adding infrastructure to the Washingtonville area that's or the industrial area that areas that don't have anything. And basically the final task would be a technical report of their findings, cost opinions for various additions in the area, and a draft technical report.
So this was approved in 2022, and then we got the proposal in 2023.
Correct.
And I'm looking at the proposal and the exclusions.
Mhm.
It excludes public meetings.
They do have project coordination meetings, and we are going to be meeting with residents to collect some data from them. A lot of the industrial area has been very helpful in providing some photos and videos and documentations on that. I can reach out to them and speak to them to see if, as part of their proposal does include project coordination meetings. If I don't see, that can kind of be used at a public meeting or public outreach.
So my concern is that Washingtonville floods, and we have flood mitigation meetings, we have board of trustee meetings, we have concerned citizens. We have people who are affected by those waters over and over again. And I think they would have a lot of interest in hearing what was going on and participating outside of just being asked questions, and so I would want to make sure that they could be available for something like that so that we're not trying to translate whatever they did.
Sure.
They should be able to answer those questions.
Okay.
The next thing I noticed was, so there's no video, no ground penetrating radar or any other subsurface inspection. We have an aquifer and we have other issues, so.
No, but if there are areas of concern though, we can have, we do own, co-own a CCTV truck with the town of Amerenik. That if there are any areas of concern that are identified by SLR, we can certainly utilize that and provide them whatever, data they need.
I definitely have concerns that if we're paying 150 grand for a much needed study so that we can then hopefully move forward to fix some issues, that we're using everything possible or everything needed. And it's not that we're going to go back and use something else later. No preliminary design plans and no environmental or chemical assessment either.
No.
And no FEMA report. Okay. I just want to be clear about the exclusions because they're doing the survey, but there are other things that are not getting done that I might have expected to be in there.
What they're looking to do basically here is to enhance the model that was provided when they did the New York rezoning program for the TDC to incorporate the existing drainage system. So when they can run various models and various storms through that model, they'll be able to identify which areas need to be improved, which areas need to have added stormwater infrastructure.
Okay.
Is it all for tonight?
So if you could ask about the public meetings, I think that for me is a priority.
Yeah, I mean, it's on for tonight. And my concern is that we approved this in March of 2022. So, I mean, this is a long time coming. I don't think we approved $150,000. I think the ARPA money was less. And so I want to know if we really, I don't know.
I think the resolution said 150,000.
150, I don't remember that.
I
And
think it was
I also think that I'm concerned that we're throwing so much work to one consultant. I know we don't have to get to do an RFP for professional services, but I think we should be looking at more than one consultant. I think specifically we should be considering somebody the village used a lot in the formulation of the Army Corps plan, Paul Rubin, who's a hydrologist, because I think that the SLR report that was produced, I guess I got it last year, is full of, wonderful, wonderful ideas that are just beyond what we can do. So I'm not sure how practical it is. And I'm sorry that it's taken, and I'm not blaming you. There's a lot going on. I'm sorry it's taken nearly 2 years to get a proposal for this study, but I really think we have to think about whether SLR is the only firm we should be talking to. And I think we should be dealing with a hydrologist, especially because I know he has done some work about on the aquifer, and that I think we need to seek a little bit wider guidance before we commit these kinds of funds. So, and I'm also in general concerned that we get something at a work session for approval that night. There isn't enough time to have a conversation. We get our packet, now we're getting our packets on a Thursday, but there isn't enough time to really flesh it out and to decide whether we want to go back and change proposal or have a proposal for more than one individual or team.
Oh, again, the reason I had chosen SLR was because they do have those costs of doing that hydraulic model is quite expensive. So we have the benefit that they can use that. True, we can certainly provide or get a proposal from another hydrologist or engineering firm to conduct this or side by side.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's a good practice for us to talk to more than one consultant because we are spending, this is going to be the third or fourth project that this group has done, is being given. And they may be the best fit for us, but they might not be.
Well, I just want to point out again the benefit of it.
Do you have another suggestion, Trustee Lucas?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think
She said-
we have worked with
Okay.
a hydrologist called Paul Rubin before, and it's not like I have a connection to him. But I'm sure we can find him. And I think that we should go outside the box a little bit because this is our number one.
So is
it's
it
our
worth
number
delaying
one
this?
issue.
So Norm, we're going to be moving this to tonight's regular meeting. Are you suggesting that this is for the next projects moving forward?
No, I.
Or that you
I
think this
think-
project?
I think this project, I think this project, I mean, you had questions about wanting to change this.
Mhm.
If we're gonna move it to tonight, then we don't change the proposal. We just, either we accept his proposal or we don't. If we're gonna adopt it tonight, I'm concerned that in general, we get RFPs because for professional services, we're allowed to, we get it from one vendor. I think it would serve the village better to get RFPs to seek input from more than one consultant in general.
So you're suggesting we not finish this tonight and we said we do an RFP?
Well, not, it doesn't necessarily have to be an RFP, but. it
Get
can
one or
be-
two other
get one
people
or
to
two other
compete.
people to, yeah.
How long would that take to just ask two other vendors to give us the same type of proposal?
I could try to have it ready for the next meeting. Most likely, if it's not ready for the next meeting, the one after that, I can have it ready for it.
All right, are we okay with that?
Sure,
Okay.
one less thing to do tonight.
Okay.
Right.
So we're gonna get two more proposals and then we're gonna revisit this so that we can move forward. Okay. The next one is retention of consultants to assist with the preparation of home elevation grant applications. Dan?
Yeah, we spoke with the board, I believe, back in December.
Yep.
About this. He would ask for Mr. Scott described what his scope of services was.
Mhm.
You would ask for a more formal description of the scope and we provide that to you. I got that last week, so we're asking to have this put back to you for your consideration. I think it was a $10,000 maximum expense to kind of bring the staff and the public up to speed on how to make sure we're submitting the most compelling applications.
Does anybody have any questions, concerns?
No, I'm on board with this. Everything that I saw, very positive.
Eli? No,
I had a question. I mean, I don't remember, and I wanna, yeah, I'll talk about it at the regular meeting. I did have something.
Okay.
I know that the flood meetings, there were some concerns about the consultant with, like having somebody come in and do this and just like really communicating that it's a $10,000 cap, and I just think people really don't understand the scope of what the work we're doing.
I agree.
I think this explains it a little bit, but I just know that my question was around what the consultant will be doing and helping with applications and, right, like this lays it out what they be doing. And it's a $10,000 like limit or cap. I don't think it's more than that. I think this makes sense, but I just know there were some concerns in the flood
Okay.
mitigation by the recommendation.
My only concern was that there were 4, I believe, at last count, residents being assisted with this, and that my hope was that if we're gonna help 4, we're gonna help others should it come up to.
I thought that was the purpose. And
Yeah,
then
just making sure.
yeah, and also to train staff and
To
so
be able to
that,
help.
to be able to help so that
Okay.
we don't have to hire somebody again.
Yeah, because this is, lifting your home is so expensive that any monies they can get to support it would be good.
Great.
And then,
wonderful.
and then my other question, the last thing that's really good, because I had similar, my concerns and questions is if like, I just want to understand what they're explaining to people who like potential exits besides the 4, because from my understanding that certain homes aren't eligible for certain grants or funding, and I just want to make sure that is communicated, like that he's going to be communicating that to potential applicants.
Yeah, I mean, the homes that would typically not be eligible are homes located in the designated floodway. So I mean, that I can explain that to residents, and I have on a couple of occasions.
I just feel like those are just concerns that came up at the flood meeting, and I just want to make sure that those are addressed.
Okay.
So I had a couple of questions and it's along the same lines. You know, we don't really have deliverables, so this does flesh out more of what he proposes to do. And I think it's a de minimis amount of money, and I think he is the person to do it. I think he's going to be very helpful. But you know, it would be great to know, and I think we should approve it, but then work with him to find out when he's planning on doing these, you know, these outreach projects. Is it going to be via Zoom? He doesn't live here. We need to have LMC involved in this so that we can have the public involved. Because usually with a project like this, you have kind of deliverables and there's just sort of a general idea of what he's going to do, but no deliverables. And so,
Yeah, I think we need a more, like I think once after this is approved, I agree it's a good thing that we need to have another conversation of like what our expectations will be.
Sounds good. So it is 7:35. We have 6 more items. If we could try to.
Yeah, we got more than that, because we have
We
three
do.
things and new bit,
We do, but for the meeting for tonight, otherwise we can't do them in the meeting.
all right, yeah,
Yeah,
but,
so we're gonna try to do this.
this is for the meeting.
I understand.
Okay,
I
good.
understand. I'm not trying to
Okay.
do anything, promise. Request to conduct study on water quality and water quantity impacts of New York State Thruway in the Village of Mamaroneck. So is this going to be the liaisons?
Yeah, I can.
You're gonna do this?
Yeah, so the Committee for the Environment has been looking at the overall impact of I-95 on both flooding and water quality in the village. It is there's 27 acres within the village, but what's actually coming into the village is probably from a much larger area. And it's uncontrolled stormwater, which is, on a highway, it's bringing up oils, greases, dirts, all manners of material. And this is requesting that we, put together an RFP to get some ideas as to what it'll cost to conduct a study like this. So.
So we don't know how much it will cost. This is.
No, you would, once you get proposals, you have a better idea of what it would cost.
Yeah, I mean, this is the heart of our problem.
Okay, so we're gonna leave that on the next meeting. Letter of map revision for Towers Lane.
I think it's the request to conduct the study is for tonight.
Tonight.
And it's not an RFP. It is actually giving a contract to SLR. We're soliciting.
I think it's, there's a proposal from them.
Right, we're soliciting
No,
a
but we should
proposal from one.
solicit from multiple vendors.
I think we should solicit it from more than one vendor.
Okay.
Okay, so when we get to the regular meeting, we could discuss that it should go out as an RFP. I'll get multiple.
So
proposals.
another one,
Okay.
we're not gonna move forward, just confirm.
Well,
Yeah.
this is.
No, we're just.
We were gonna ask SLR for, the proposal tonight is to ask one consultant for a proposal. I
Got it.
think if
We're
we
gonna
can
do
amend
multiple.
it, We're,
I was gonna say, exactly.
yeah, we're a little bit ahead of last.
Just
So we're
making sure,
still,
like,
we're still gonna have it today.
Expected for another book session meeting.
I sent you an email.
This-
The exec section, like,
No.
on the take your email. Check your email.
All right, Dan, are you also handling letter of map revision for Towers Lane or is
Yeah,
that?
I mean, the letter of map revision, FEMA approved a change in the flood map. It's removing the structure at 777 Taylor's Lane. It's moving it from its current flood zone designation. There's not much flexibility the board has in this. Once FEMA adopts a change, we have to reflect in our local law to maintain our NFIP certification, National Flood Insurance Program.
Mr. Spalzino, save the sound settlement.
So Mayor, you may recall that I think it's 2015, Save the Sound sued the village among every other municipality here regarding, under the Clean Water Act to compel repairs to the sewer collection system that the village owns and operates. The village settled this lawsuit in 2017, agreeing to do a number of, a lot of renovation of the system and to bring the sewer system, the outflow of the system into compliance with the county's standards. For whatever reason, the work didn't get done. The Save the Sound has brought a motion several years ago to hold the village in contempt. We've been discussing it with them ever since. At the same time, the board has funded and the manager's office has completed much of the work that has to be done. It's not completed yet, but we're a long way toward getting it done. And we negotiated a resolution with them of the consent of the contempt application. Under the terms of the proposed order, if the board approves it, the village would have to complete those renovations to the sewer system by the end of this year. There will be some reporting requirements after that. And then the village will have to pay $150,000 in attorney's fees $350,000 environmental benefit project. That money would go to the Westchester County Soil and Water Conservation District for a project that benefits the Long Island Sound and the waters directly around the village of New Merrimack. And that would resolve, that agreement will resolve any contempt that the village is presently in for not completing the project. The one condition is that the board adopt a local law, which is on the regular session agenda tonight for scheduling a public hearing, strengthening the requirements for a plumber certification with regard to, well, when you sell your house, you have to have it now, well, since I think it's 2017, 2018, you have to have a plumber certification that the line, the service line is in compliance, isn't leaking, that sort of thing.
We're just we have that law on the books, we're just strengthening it.
That's
tonight.
correct.
Right.
Okay, F, budget transfer to fund emergency repair of the traffic light located at West Boston Post Road and Mamaroneck High School. So it's just moving money from.
Yes,
one fund to
transferring money
another,
from the engineer's budget to the traffic signal repair budget. I had to apprise the board of the situation over there.
Yeah, and that's the light that we have to pay for because they didn't want to put it in, the state didn't want to put it in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically, yeah, the state gave us permission to install the light.
I saw you guys working on it.
So moving to G, amending a no parking restriction of Hoyt Avenue.
Yeah, so in order to try and improve the traffic flow with the bridge construction, the town used their traffic engineer, HPEA, or their project engineer to do a traffic analysis. And they recommended increasing the turning lane. This is the turning lane from Hoyt Avenue onto Mamaroneck Avenue. So in order to do that, we would need to expand a no parking restriction so we can have safe movement of vehicles.
And the bridge work still hasn't started, has it?
They're starting pilings this week.
This week?
This week.
And the bridge has been closed for over for a month.
It has, but I think part of why it was closed was because it was unsafe.
And we delayed their work so it was.
Oh, we delayed their work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We delayed the schedule.
Had a problem, had
I think
And it's not on tonight's agenda, so we can move on.
I didn't think they got to it. There we go. All right.
Okay, H, we have an updated retirement date from our village manager. He will be leaving on March 11th. Therefore, it is important that we get search firms to move forward. Nora and I started contacting them. I think I have about 5 firms that we can interview. I don't think I was able to get the backup to Dan quick enough, so I will share that with everyone.
All right.
You said, so we need to set up
We'll need to set up a day to interview the 5 search firm or 3 or whatever we decide on.
I mean.
Search firms to move forward with somebody.
Okay.
Okay? All right. So,
All right,
Okay.
so wait, it is now 7:45.
Yeah.
So we have to make a decision about what we're gonna do.
well, okay. Go ahead.
I would say this, I mean, this is just an issue going forward in meetings, period. But there are some things that are flood related. There's some things that are traffic related that I think we really need to go. And there's people waiting in regards to the building permit fee waiver for home elevation. There's just a lot of
So you
things.
just want to keep going and we're gonna start the next meeting late?
Yeah,
I appreciate
Is
it.
everyone okay with that?
Yeah, they won't start without us.
Yeah, it sounds.
Okay.
I appreciate
Well, I guess they could, but,
They could.
all right,
Might be better.
Okay, and we
what?
also have to have an advice of counsel about.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But I would appreciate if we could finish the items.
Yeah.
so are you suggesting we do the advice of council now or after we finish? Or after the regular
After we
meeting?
finish, but it just means, or maybe what we should do is actually, since the public is here, start our regular meeting at 8:00 and come back and do the work session after the regular meeting, because it.
Well,
Same amount of time. It's just,
yeah, well, let's just finish what we're doing.
But we can't, okay, but we can't finish our work session in 15 minutes.
But then the
So-
regular meeting will start late.
I think it's really inappropriate to start our regular meeting late. Our regular meeting starts at 8:00. If we want to work for 15 more minutes on our work session, adjourn that have the regular meeting starting at 8 and then
There
go
are a couple
back.
items here that I want to move to the regular meeting, so.
Well, that's not, you know what, that's
But it's
not
all
how
new
our,
business.
that's all
That's
new
not-
business and it's not, that's really not how our procedures work.
Well,
And we
I'm
have-
propose it. All right, so let's take,
And
we
we
just
have a full,
stop arguing about it and just get
we
going.
have a full room of the public. I think if we said, anybody want to wait till 9 to start the meeting, we wouldn't get a bunch of people who would raise their hands happily. So if we want to, I think we can work on a work session for 15 more minutes. And then I propose that we work on the work session for 15 more minutes. I think Sally's looking hungry.
And I would also, I also say if whatever that, if Lou wants, if there's something that any person would like to put on the work session, let that be for, because the building permit fee waiver that could go to the work session. Those are some things that, like, also the traffic, those are things that could go onto the
All right.
work session as
How about
well.
we find a
Just keep
compromise?
talking. Let's
find a
just keep
compromise.
talking.
So I know what Lou wants to get to, and we're not gonna not get it done.
Okay,
But the quicker things would be, I guess, in order to get a few things done and then move to the regular session. Hiring of a flood coordinator, the building permit waiver, the solar permit, and the mini grant. We could probably do those relatively quickly and then get back to the other two.
Yes,
Yes?
yeah.
Is everybody okay with that?
okay. And then get.
And we'll figure it out. I'm not gonna look up.
Okay.
It's not going anywhere. So my apologies, we are running late on the work session, so we are going to finish that and hopefully around 8-ish, we are gonna start the regular meeting. Okay, so if we,
Advice of council?
Hmm?
You're gonna postpone the advice of council because I have to let the cable.
let's see how fast we can get through.
But
some of
we
this
have
first.
somebody waiting online for the advice of counsel, the lawyer, the lawyer that,
Okay, I didn't-
yeah, so, I mean, that's what Dan just said, so that's another.
We just.
That's the board's position.
We understand. So why don't we do advice of council, come back, do these 4 items, start the regular meeting, and then we can stay into the next 2. If we can't, I will easily make another meeting with you to finish them another time.
All right, well, I will
I
not,
have parts of.
I will not vote.
I have,
I will not vote to adjourn the work session, but we can go through this.
okay, we have to motion,
A motion to,
go to executive session.
I make a motion, we move into executive session for
It's advice of council.
a quick advice of counsel.
Advice of counsel.
All right. A second, all in favor?
Aye.
So if you, with your patience, we're going to do that first, and then we'll get back to the work session. Okay. Oops.
Okay, good evening. So tonight we have one sergeant who was promoted to the rank of lieutenant and 2 newly hired officers. So I'm going to read a little bit about each one and then they'll be sworn in. So I'm going to start with Lieutenant Tim Galvin. Lieutenant Tim Galvin grew up in Mamaroneck and graduated from Rhinebeck High School. He attended Iona College where he received a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and went on to obtain a master's degree in public administration at Marist College. Lieutenant Galvin began his law enforcement career with the Village of Mamaroneck Police Department in January 2004, graduating from Westchester County Police Academy in May of that year. In April of 2012, then Officer Galvin was promoted to the rank of sergeant, where he was a supervisor in patrol for approximately 10 years. In January of 2022, then Sergeant Galvin was selected to be the department's first accreditation sergeant. In that role, Galvin managed the department's attempt to achieve New York State accreditation. Under his guidance, the department achieved accreditation in December of 2023. Tim Galvin was promoted to the rank of lieutenant in November of last year. He is currently assigned to the Community Services Division, supervising the officers in patrol. In addition, Lieutenant Galvin will be overseeing the accreditation program to ensure the department remains in compliance. I have every confidence that he will be successful in his new role. Repeat after me. I.
Tim Galvin.
Do solemnly swear to support the Constitution of the United States.
Do solemnly swear to support the Constitution of the United States,
The Constitution of the State of New York.
the Constitution of the State of New York,
And the rules and regulations of the Village of Mamaroneck.
and the rules and regulations of the Village of America.
And that I will faithfully discharge these duties
Faithfully discharge those duties
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my abilities. Thank you.
I would now ask for Christina Reale and Rafael Valencia. Officer Christina Reale is a third-generation Village of Mamaroneck resident. She graduated from Mamaroneck High School and attained a degree in criminal justice and sociology from Miami College. Officer Reale is currently a coach for the local Hudson Valley Special Olympics team, where she helps young adults learn and play various sports. She started her law enforcement career with the NYPD in 2020, assigned to Manhattan Midtown North for 2 years. Officer Reale was an officer, Officer Reale then transferred to the City of Mount Vernon Police Department, where she served as a police officer for 1.5 years. Officer Reale attained her ultimate goal of becoming a police officer with the Village of Mamaroneck in December of last year, and is happy to be able to call the Village of Mamaroneck Police Department her family. Officer Valencia was born and raised in the city of New Rochelle, New York, and has 4 siblings. He graduated from New Rochelle High School and attended Westchester Community College, where he received an associate's degree in criminal justice. Prior to becoming a police officer, Officer Valencia worked as a landscaper and at a golf course. He started his career in law enforcement 2.5 years ago with the City of Mount Vernon Police Department, becoming the first police officer in his family. He is happy to be part of the Village of Mamaroneck Police Department and looks forward to many years. I, Christina Reale, do solemnly swear to support the Constitution of the United States. Do solemnly swear to support the Constitution of the State of New York. The Constitution of the State of New York. And the rules and regulations of the Village of Mamaroneck. The rules and regulations of the Village of Mamaroneck. And that I will faithfully discharge the duties. And I will faithfully discharge the duties. According to the best of my ability.
Right here.
Sure.
Yeah, 2 beautiful new guys. Yeah.
Take some pictures.
Look
Look at the family up there.
It's a tradition. Yeah. Yes. There you go. You do guys? Don't feel pressure. Take your shot. You're the one who got people to see. Yeah. Perfect.
Your first one.
And now we're gonna finish the work session. Okay. Guess we'll start with Hunter Tier. As a reminder to anybody who's coming in now, we're still in the work session, so there is no comment period at this time. We're just finishing up the work session. Okay, Trustee Young.
Well, the first thing is from the staff. It's a real estate financial consultants to assist the village. And I think there's an urgency to that since they're gonna have a week to weigh in, and we're already pressing our luck with that. So the consultants, Dan, you want to tell us about the consultants you're suggesting?
Following up from the last meeting, the board asked us to get proposals from planning firms that have a specialty in real estate and help us review the RFP submissions for the Hunter Tier lot. We solicited proposals from 3 agencies, one of which are BFJ Planning, BJH Advisors, and CARP Strategies. Copies of the proposal were submitted. It's all based on hourly rate for various staff that will be assigned to the review. They're all, qualified firms that could assist us. So that's kind of it.
Now, would we hire just one or more than one, or?
Well, I don't think you need more than one. I think one would be sufficient.
Okay, right.
I think that was the kind of the direction we heard from the board.
Right. So, and you have a preference?
I don't know. I don't want to put Greg on the spot, but I think if he's here. Let's see. Greg is not here. Let me see if I can get him on.
It would, is.
I know, obviously, we've worked with BFJ in the past. BJH worked with the village on the industrial area. So they have the most recent experience working with the village. We've not worked with CARP Strategies in the past. I think they're a relatively new firm.
Okay. Would they be giving any recommendations in terms of because I know, Bob, you asked in terms of financial in terms of financial advice, would any of those firms?
I don't know if they necessarily make a recommendation. They would just, provide you with, they would review the RFPs, kind of give you the information that you're asking for to help you make that decision. I think kind of understanding what it is that you as the 5 members of the board are looking for, the type of answers you're looking for. I think that might need a little bit of direction. So.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what I'm looking for. I look at it and I can't find anything wrong, let's say with one that appeals to me, but I show it to people. I said, tell me if there's anything wrong with this. All right. And that's what I would like to know. I'd like somebody to tell me if there's something wrong with one of the proposals, if there's a problem with the funding, if there's a problem with the way they're going about it. Is it sound? Can they do what they're promising to do? Does it make sense? That's basically what I'm looking for.
So I agree that we need to get an expert in here who understands affordable housing definitely better than I do, and who can look at the proposals, both of them, and give us information. I am concerned that trying to do this tonight really quickly and then having them ready for a meeting on Monday is not practical. And to answer Dan's question, they need direction. Yeah. And we haven't met anybody, we haven't spoken to anybody. And so when you say if it's sound or not, if you say do you see anything wrong with it? It depends on your perspective. There might not be anything wrong with it, but it doesn't necessarily suit exactly what we want. So there's no criteria set, there's no conversation. We're just saying here, we're going to pick one and then show them the proposals, and then they're gonna talk to us. I don't understand how that's going to further the conversation.
Well,
Let me finish. I would want to say to them, you know, this is what the property looks like. This is what we're trying to achieve and why we're trying to achieve it. And if it's going to go through, what are the different options and what can we look at? I'd want to ask a lot of questions. I'd want to share with them a lot of the questions we've already received, so we're not being redundant. And I'd want to be able to choose one, and I can't do that from looking at a piece of paper. We're interviewing everyone for everything. I'm sorry. We're interviewing everyone for everything else, and we haven't spoken to one of these on the biggest project we're doing, if it happens. So I'm just saying, I don't think it's practical to say from a piece of paper tonight that we're gonna pick somebody in the regular session and that they're gonna know what all 5 of us are looking at and make the best recommendations by Monday.
well, I mean, on Monday, I have several experts lined up to come in and talk, and when we scheduled this meeting, we all agreed that we would try to contact people and bring them in. I don't know if anybody else has done their
But wait,
work.
Nora,
This-
if I could finish.
This is our staff looking for professional input.
Okay.
So if you don't want that, then we won't do it, but I think we can pick one of these.
So the language you're using is not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I am saying, as 5 trustees,
Mhm.
we should decide what we want from any experts coming in. We should choose those experts and then have them in some kind of coordinated sense, which you and I have talked about, come in and be able to, present and answer questions. And it's not you found somebody that should come over on Monday and I don't even know who this person is or what they're going to say.
More than one.
It's that, so this isn't your show. It's guys, please, no, this isn't.
No.
It's for 5 of us.
No.
There should be 5 of us
Well, do you have
involved.
anybody coming?
No,
Have you even told me who's?
no,
coming?
hold on for a second. I recall that meeting, like a few meetings ago,
Mhm.
it was stated that if there was somebody that we need in terms of expertise,
Mhm.
that we should bring them on the 29th to sit there. And if any one of us, and we all agreed that we would bring somebody, if we had questions, that's when the whole question about in terms of legalities, what does Bob think that we should, if there was something that some entity that we should really look at was the financial piece. So
Yes.
it was all of our jobs to sit there, and because we did agree on that, that we all should be researching and looking for people who have expertise. So then as a board, we can sit there and make a decision. It's not to say that it was going to be the final decision, but we did say that we would literally, if there was people out there who have expertise outside of us, because we don't have the expertise about for affordable housing, but we can bring somebody. So if Lou did his due diligence, nor Manny,
Right.
yourself, or me.
But not in collaboration.
No, but the collaboration was said, bring them on the 29th so
So
we
we're
can.
just bringing
out here.
random people.
No, it's not random, no.
I don't even.
We
know.
literally said
If you don't know who to
professionals.
bring, then
I don't know who
So-
you invited.
So I could sit there and say, I talk to individuals who are in housing, who have expertise, who have years and county experience in housing that I have invited to Monday, because that's something that we all agreed to, we said we will do.
I agree with you.
So then if you need, if everybody needs a list of people, if the board needs a list of people for the 29th to say that this is who we have requested to come in terms of professionals, then yes, we could give that in an email all day.
Leilani.
But then again, that doesn't necessarily mean that any and everybody is going to respond or even recognize that that email was sent.
Leilani.
No, so I'm just saying, clarifying. I'm clarifying. I'm not sitting here arguing with whatever y'all got going on, but I'm literally clarifying to what was said at the previous meetings as to what our responsibilities were
So.
that
let me
we
ask
all
you a
agreed
question.
on. Mhm,
For a project that's this big and this important,
mhm.
would you be comfortable if, like, I just went and picked people and said they're just coming, and you didn't even know what the conversation was, who they were, what their expertise was? Wouldn't you at least want to have a conversation of, let's get one person for finance, one person for real estate, one person for this, and we choose and then they come in. Instead, we're just gonna have, what's the format?
No,
We're
no,
going
wait
to
a
get
second.
input.
I mean, there's a lot of things that in terms of that protocol, I understand where you're coming from on that
A
protocol.
little bit of structure.
A little bit of structure. But then if we're gonna go that route, I also requested any email for everybody when it comes down to flooding, for us to all list the people that we are contacted. I did not even get a repeat from anybody. And I requested, who are we contacting for flooding? I've stated here on meetings several times that we need to coordinate our efforts. But so all of a sudden, we want to coordinate our efforts on this, when we could coordinate our efforts on everything.
We can.
So we can, but we're not.
Then we should.
But we should, but we're not. And I literally have proposed that several times. So to say that it's on one thing and not the other, and then this and this, I am over it. And I'm not sitting here saying that you're wrong or lose right or lose wrong and you're right. I'm literally saying that I have stated several times on many more emails and on record that this is the way that we should be going, but we're not. And we continuously do the same thing, the same runaround of who's doing what and what is not doing what. Bring a professional. We literally said, if you have questions, talk to individuals who are professionals, people who know, not just any person, random person on the street. We stated a person who has expertise in the subject of housing, in the subject of creating affordable housing or creating a structure and anything. That's what we agreed on. Now, if all of us didn't hear it, then some of us need to put on the playback. But that's what was said. So it's not, but you're asking me, do I agree? I agree, yes, we can't just sit here and have any and everybody, but what we can do is go based upon what we agreed to by having professionals. That's it. And yes, go ahead.
But we need a plan. We're gonna have a day of January 29th.
Is the plan.
Where people are gonna show up and they don't even know what to expect.
Well,
We don't have a schedule, we don't have an agenda, we don't have a name or expertise of anybody involved. And I will tell you, I did not find anybody because I'm not the expert in affordable housing. I have to rely on staff to at least bring them forward. But once they're brought forward, I would expect that we should vet them together because we should be working as 5 trustees.
But that's what they're doing. Nobody sat there and said that these people, whatever they come up and say is going to be, we're listening to them, are we not? When they
Why
come
would we
up,
not talk to them first if they're advising us?
because the point is for them to listen to the proposals on the 29th or the 30th, and for us to listen to whatever advice that they give us. So now you're saying in a different meeting, you want to have those professionals speak to us in a different meeting outside of in a public space. I'm asking. I'm just asking. I'm not telling. So you want us to then take whatever professionals that any one of us decided to propose or to ask for advice from in a different setting, and then to have a meeting about that meeting, to have a meeting about that. I don't know. What is it? What are you proposing?
What I'm proposing is that if you look in this room, we have a lot of people who are on one side or another of a project.
that we have no information on yet.
I feel like we have an opportunity to work together.
Yeah.
Bring in specific experts, for example, real estate, for example, finance, et cetera, but not, a whole bunch of the same necessarily. Sorry. We should vet them. We should have an agenda like we have for our meetings that is out in the public so that they know on Monday when I show up, these are the people who are going to talk, or this is the developer who's going to present, or whatever. And then what's the format? Does everybody ask questions? Do we ask questions on behalf of them because we've had so many emails? Is it just like open forum?
Well, I think that's what, that was the second part.
That's the second thing.
That's the second part of what Louis stated. We haven't even gotten to it. So that's the second part of having a formula, having a format of individuals talking. Now, if everybody needs a list of people who we talk to, then I could send that in an email tomorrow and say that they will be here on Monday, and that's it. Then other than that, you have all the information. Those are the professionals. If you want to.
I wanted to provide the list and have them registered and to speak and to talk. And I think the staff has chosen these professional firms, and we can ask them, what do you think of these proposals? How do you evaluate them?
Who's gonna evaluate them?
These firms, in other words,
How are you even picking a firm?
It's not
On
a
the ba-
firm.
on
Contract,
record-
that's the three contractors. How are you picking one?
I'm gonna go by our staff's recommendation.
But if they're advising us,
Who?
the board of trustees. So why would the staff just pick one for us? Why wouldn't we pick one?
We could pick one, we
Well,
would just have
I'll
to
pick
sit
one
there
now,
and
then.
talk
Then
about
we can just
who we
pick one.
need to
Let's
pick.
pick one.
But at the end of the day, you're asking for
No.
professionals to give us advice as to,
Right,
and
but I
these are,
wanna know-
outside of the
Okay.
scope of these two,
I'm gonna,
the ones that Dan just suggested.
so what are you suggesting, that we not
summarize
pick,
this?
we not pick a consultant?
Dan wants to,
Yeah, so.
Summarize.
Greg is here now, and
oh, look at
so
that.
what I mentioned, and I think there's two separate items here. The first is the consultant
Yeah,
to assist the village. The second is
My husband. wants-
the format of the meetings.
right.
So as far as the consultants, like I said, we've solicited proposals from 3 consultants, BFJ, BJH, and CARP Strategies.
Right.
And this is kind of a niche subset of planning, because really it's not planners who have not planners who have experience with real estate, it's real estates who have real estate folks who have experience with planning. Is that a fair assessment, Greg? Not to put you on the spot.
Yeah, that is a fair assessment. It's definitely a very kind of niche specialty. So I reached out to the firms that I'm aware of, whether it's like BFJ, who has a sister company, which is Urbanomics, and the 2 others. There is a couple other ones that I found, and I'd be happy to reach out to them too if we want to expand the pool.
Oh, except that we would be hiring somebody this evening, and if that's what we agreed, that's what we agreed to the last meeting.
Go ahead. So we didn't agree to hire a firm, and we didn't actually, I went back and looked at the meeting, direct staff to get consultants for us. I have been saying since early on in this project that we needed to have some expertise, and Bob has suggested that his firm has done that and is doing that for other municipalities, but that it's the economic component of it that we don't have. And we don't actually know what our seeker parameters are going to be. But hiring a firm based on 3 written proposals that aren't proposals, there's no structure, there's no criteria for the analysis. It's just, here's what we do, pick one of us. We would at least need to interview them. And I think we have to understand what the questions are. And I'm a little surprised that any of us would be reaching out to individuals to then come and testify, because it doesn't test. Well,
You're surprised to do your due diligence?
you know what,
That is
Lou,
not acceptable.
Lou, I don't think it's
It
due
is.
diligence, and I'd like
That's
to
not
not
what
be
due diligence
interrupted.
is.
I work as a consultant. I'd be floored if I did a proposal and 4 other people did a proposal and it showed up on an agenda without my getting an interview or my team getting an interview. So I think this is an unorthodox way of hiring someone. We're not actually interacting with them, so we don't know what we're hiring them to do. We're just going to pick a firm and tell them to advise us next week. I mean, we did a very vague proposal. We got 2 disparate RFPs, and we did not anticipate selling the property. But one of the funding mechanisms for one of these is to sell the property. I think we really need to understand what the development components are, who's going to be the lead agency on this, whether it's the planning board, whether it's the board of trustees. We need to really understand more about this before we embark on this project. And this is an unorthodox way of picking a consultant to help us. And I don't know if we need a planner to help us. I don't know if that's what we need. We need somebody who's got expertise in real estate development, specifically with affordable housing. But also, if all of us are going out and getting people to come and come to the meeting and talk, that's just a larger public hearing. It's not actually providing us with the analytical tools and data that we need to make this determination. And that's what I'm concerned about.
Man, you have anything to say?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I mean, from my recollection, I remember the meeting. I remember that is like, what I feel like at Leon said that we agreed on that. Great, we understand. We're not really say experts. We said that, we stated that. We said, great, then we have until the 29th to find people to come in and to discuss this at a public meeting. Like that was very clear to me that like that's what we needed to do. And like that's our due diligence that we need to do. Because we all recognize we're not experts. If we're not experts, let's find experts. Let's get people to come in. So I think like, I mean, it was obvious to me, but it wasn't obvious to others in terms of these proposals. I totally get it. We didn't get to interview them. We didn't get to speak with them. Then to me, it's like, then I don't want to focus on the problems and what is the solution? What are we going to do to, move forward?
So-
I don't, and if it's like, great, like we schedule a moment to interview these firms and then we decide and pick one, or I really want to focus on solutions instead of just adding more problems and errors along the way.
I personally think that beyond even this problem, beyond this issue of the affordable housing, there's like this selective memory thing that we got going on when we have a discussion and all of a sudden we just all of a sudden have amnesia that we didn't even have a discussion. Now, if you really opposed to it, because even the point of we will have people come on the 29th was stated in meetings before. And if you had an issue with it, then state it. Don't state it last minute or the meeting before them. It's like, and I said it, this has happened not just with this particular subject. Like we will literally say something and then it'll be total opposite. Like how are we running as a board when we always do this back and forth? If you agree with something, agree with it, let it be. If you don't agree with something, talk about it right then and there. That's it. Like to sit here and then like this was said a month ago.
And it was postponed to the 29th in order to give us time to do exactly what we're doing now. And now it's now.
And this is not to sit there and say it's for or against. It's literally to say, if we have questions, which we will have questions, have the people here, ask the professionals, then we can make an informed decision. That's with anything that we got going on as a board. But no, the circus that we continue to go around circling, and way before I even got on this board is that we want to hold with no resolution.
So,
and it doesn't matter what the decision is, this just seems to be a pattern. And I'm always willing to move forward, whatever we need to move forward with. But how do you move forward when you keep stalling?
So, please, I'm not arguing with what you just said as far as finding professionals to help us. I absolutely agree with that. However, as a professional, I would never in my own business move forward without knowing what was going to happen in the next meeting. And I did not interpret what was said the way I guess you did.
That's what.
And let me finish, please, Lou. Thank you. If we're going to put this together and you expect anyone to buy into it, and you really truly believe it is the right thing to do, this shouldn't be about let's just get it done and rush it.
No.
It should be let's do it right. And if we feel like there is some miscommunication, which maybe that's what it is, then we should take a step back and fix it and not just run over it. I don't understand.
Go ahead,
please.
Go ahead.
I grew up in affordable housing. I support affordable housing. I will say that for everyone in this room, in case you're not sure where I stand. I support affordable housing. I do not support the process that has been used to get to the Hunter tier, to create that project. However, please don't, please, thank you, but no. It went from 30 to 40 units to like 80 or 200 almost out of nowhere. It went from we're going to own the property to we're selling the property. I don't think we really understood. If I ask everybody where the how much taxes are we going to get year one versus how much the services cost, no one's going to be able to tell me that. So I'm not saying we should delay forever, but it is in bureaucracy, in government. Many of the reasons that things take time is to protect us. The reason we have land use boards is so that they catch the things that we don't catch. They make sure that we're complying with whatever the regulations are. And the reason we're here is to pass legislation for the entire village. So if we are going to get to a point where we're moving forward on this, we should at least know that we did everything we could to be completely educated, make sure it's the right move, tweak whatever contract we might go with, get buy-in from the community because it is still, there are residents. And it should be about what's the right process to get there, not how fast can we get there.
I'm not talking about speed. Because I don't know how that got into me saying anything about speed, because I'm not talking about speed. I'm talking about meetings that we literally stated. And this is not something that is new to the table. The RFP came in, like, what did the RFPs come in November? What?
They came in like earlier this month.
Yes,
Early-
that is.
yeah, I mean-
No, the RPs are.
No, the
It was right
RFPs,
before, right around election time.
October.
Yeah,
So
no,
the
yeah,
RFPs came,
October.
and then they made their presentation around Thanksgiving. I do remember that. So they made those presentations and then we kept talking about it. And then we had, and the one thing that we don't do, we don't sit there and have extra discussions during the week. We don't have any additional meetings Monday through Friday or the weekend to even have it, like, there's no
I
time.
agree with you. I think.
So, and then nobody's sitting there asking. I've literally asked. I've asked for extra meetings. I've asked for extra meetings. I've asked for extra communication. I've asked to be transparent. And then, yet, and still, what the thing is that this is what we need to do, but with no resolution. That's not speed. That's literally asking for something. And then here we go and just say, this is what we need to do. Then what is it? When does the need come with the next step?
The action.
Yes, thank you. Where does the need come with the action? Because then maybe if I was sitting there, if I was, and I'm not, and that's not something I've done, I don't think. And if I did, I apologize, is put speed to something. I'm literally asking for action. And I think that was the meeting when everybody was like, well, we need more information. Fine. Because who's coming up with the action plan? Who's actually and at that meeting, I literally said, fine, if that's what you need, which I can wholeheartedly understand you need, let's go out and do it. Let's bring in professionals. Let's bring in that advice that we need to have. I think that's why they came up with these two or three companies to sit there and advise us. That was based upon the need. Now it's like,
But wait, money, none of this is all of a sudden. I've been on the board for 7 weeks. This is not some all of a sudden thing. And
wait, you've been on the board.
Yes.
You've been on the board because there was things that I was on I had just gotten on the board and then I also had to
But we're
speed up.
digressing into other things.
I'm not digressing. You just
I
said,
have always
Go ahead.
said, from before I was elected until now, my message has never changed.
and what is that?
The process is being rushed. We are not being diligent. We're not including the community. And I mean the whole community, including people who are against it. We are not doing the education. The RFP was vague. I have always said these things. I am not deviating from that message.
All right.
I've also said I am for affordable housing. I want the task force. I want us to be able to look at the entire community. We should talk about the AMI. There's a lot of things we can talk about. But if we are thinking of selling a piece of municipal property and putting affordable housing on that, and none of us here are experts, we all have different, some of us may have more information than others, but none of us are experts.
Yes.
We should be working together, not individually, to bring in the experts we need in order for us to understand everything and answer the questions for the public. And that doesn't mean Lou makes this is my opinion. Lou doesn't make a call, you make a call, someone else makes.
I
May
went and had
finish,
meetings
please?
with people.
Oh, great. So.
Well,
you go do
I'm sorry,
everything.
I did so well. You want to come with me? Come on.
You could have meetings.
I would rather have the meetings and we can't do, look, I did like I'm doing 8 meetings this month if we include next.
A lot of work.
Can I ask a question?
No, wait, I understand it's a lot of work. I'm not retired. I have to schedule. So having 8 meetings that go on all night in 1 month, when I've been here a few weeks, is a lot,
It is.
but I'm doing it.
Okay.
I'm still showing up. I'm saying we should schedule the meetings because we do need to get on the same page. We do need to have a plan. And we need to be able to present a plan instead of sitting up here like this.
Well, we have a meeting on the 29th.
Okay.
This is a scheduled
So
meeting.
so it's a scheduled meeting. This is part of the input that we requested for the meeting. I think we should pick one of these firms and let them come and tell us what they think of these proposals.
We have.
This board,
We have not
this board,
spoken to them.
this board changed the zoning across the street. This board decided to put all affordable housing across the street. That ship's already sailed. This board issued an RFP, what?
One proposal?
We can't have
An RFP, and they came back, what?
we cannot have outbursts from the conference.
May I say something, because I'm part of this board and that is not what the process was, and I think that we changed the zoning to allow, no, it wasn't, it was a very public, it was public, but we changed, but to Lou's point, it wasn't this board. It wasn't this board deciding that there's going to be affordable housing. This board changed the zoning to make the Hunter lot the same zoning as properties around it. Then there was a not great RFP that was issued, that was vague, and we ended up getting two proposals. Right now, what our task is to evaluate the proposals and to take public input. Anybody that any of us calls that comes to speak at a meeting is just providing public input. What we need to do as a board is the way we hire a village attorney, the way we hire a village manager, which we'll be doing soon, is to make sure that we have the advice that we need to structure our decision. We don't have any scaffold or criterion for what we should be asking. And to just pick one of these three consultants is like, we could just throw a dart. We don't know what their experience is. We don't know what they would be, we don't know what questions to ask them. So just saying, hi, tell us whether this project is better than this project isn't really a good use of our resources. It's our critical thinking, it's our decision, and we really need to find some advice, which part of it's going to be our planner, part of it's going to be our lawyer, and part of it's got to be somebody with some economic experience development experience that's going to help us make some decisions here. So that just deciding to hire a consultant that we haven't talked to doesn't seem to me to get us better to make any closer to making a reasoned and rational decision.
Well,
And I think,
Right?
and we don't have references. We don't know what projects they've worked on. We have
all that was in the backup.
no,
I would say then that goes for everything, because there's not like one thing in this that comes across our desk that any of us are expertise in, but we have to use our common sense to sit there and refer back to the village and the village employees, our engineers, our planning department, our human resources, everything, village manager, whoever the rightful source is. So that, and then that, to Nora's point, that means everything.
so then we maybe have to meet and change the way we do things. And that's fine.
Everything.
No, we need to change our processes so we're working together and we have a plan when we do things. And I will fully support that, and I will meet with you completely on another day outside of the board, outside of the Monday meeting. I have no problem with that.
To do what?
To figure out a better way to do things, to work together.
May I just speak on the thing on the table here? It seems fine to me to have a impartial third party. I don't know these firms. I don't. They seem fine. The staff says they're all professional. To have them come in and weigh in on this. If somebody comes in and says, these are not good plans. It's not a good plan. There's something wrong with this. You need to do this, or if we ask them a question about it, that's not the way it works. That's what I'm looking for there. I mean, if you don't want that independent third party, I mean, I'm not afraid of what they're gonna tell me. If they're gonna,
Please stop changing my words around. I did not say I
No,
did
I
not
know,
want an
I
independent
know.
third party. I said I
This
wanted us to do our due diligence to find the independent third
I
party.
would also like to comment and just say that if we have to constantly, we have to do our due diligence and, look at the third parties or whoever that the staff recommends. But we also draw a fine line with all the words that we're saying. And it sounds to me, and it's just a sound, it's almost like, and again, not just this instance, that there's times where we really sound like we don't even trust our own staff
Has nothing
to even make recommendation. No. And we do have to do our job. We do have to do our job. That's the whole point. That's the whole purpose. But sometimes, and I said it, I think I said it at the last meeting, it just sounds sometimes, not all the time, that we don't trust the staff to provide recommendations, to provide their expertise, or to do something. We have to do our due diligence. But if we're not even doing our due diligence, which means having conversations like Lou has, or if just like we were talking about Elizabeth earlier, if I didn't sit there and reach out to Harrison, I didn't reach out to New Rochelle and all the other municipalities, is that not having conversations to see how we can all work together or how I can gain more information about what I need to do for my job? Is that, I'm asking, is that not?
I went and spoke to some people.
Yeah, I know
and
you did.
brought it
Yes,
to you
and you
today
did.
and I explained,
Yes.
and I asked you for feedback.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That is us collaborating.
Yes.
And to be very clear, I do not think that the fact that we have to make a decision on something and we may have multiple recommendations means we don't trust staff. It means the staff's job is to find the recommendations.
Yes.
And then we as elected officials have to then do our due diligence to make a decision.
Totally fine. Totally
That's all
fine.
I'm
I get it. No, I get
And I
it.
feel like this is not enough information. And even if we picked someone tonight, let's just say we threw a dart, we picked somebody. It's Monday. Like to have them prepared and do what we need them to do and have them understand what we're looking for by Monday, that's unreasonable.
but we've sat on this for a month.
We have not
wait.
sat on anything, Lou.
I would say this, I'm not even opposed to you sitting there having like an extra conversation with any of the proposed people. But I will stand firm that we made that decision to bring in any person that we felt would be beneficial to us as a group, having more knowledge on what the proposals are. If they have expertise, if they are professionals in this field, bring them on the 29th. I am standing firm on that because I know what that conversation was. Now, again, I will sit there and say, if you need to do the playback, play it back.
It's not about the.
No, because we sat here and said like we didn't have this conversation.
But we didn't say
But we
everybody
did.
go out and find your stuff and
Yeah,
bring
we did.
everybody.
We
In
said
what
precisely.
world do
Then
we
you
just,
didn't, but then
everybody
you
brings
didn't
whoever they
remember that.
want?
Maybe you didn't remember.
Well, that's not how I operate in business, so that's not how I would operate here.
Can I,
I went immediately to work the next day. I started making calls, I drove out, I met with people, I handed them the
Then why didn't
books.
you bring any of that to us?
We're gonna bring it on the 29th.
Did you, I find out at the same time everybody else finds out?
And you're.
That's the respect you have?
Did you retain them?
I didn't retain them, no, I
It's a
just.
volunteer.
These are volunteers. These are volunteers.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do understand how strong the feelings are. I really do. And unfortunately, this session did run well past its time. Please, it just makes it harder for us to finish this. So I'm asking out of respect, please, if we could just calm it down. Okay, thank you.
I mean,
So,
I'll tell you, wanna know who I called? I'll tell you.
Yes, I do. I don't want you to shout it out now. I would like some details.
Sure, I'll give you an email. I'll give you an email on it.
Sure, like
I think
an
you'll be very impressed.
Can I make a proposal? Because it doesn't seem like this is going, can I just make a proposal?
Sure.
We're having the meeting on the 29th. I don't think I didn't anticipate hiring a consultant prior to the 29th because we couldn't get together to pick up a date for police interviews, frankly. So we've been trying to schedule that since.
And yeah,
early.
that's another example.
You have been aware of this for days, though. I mean, I know that.
I didn't, but we had not discussed proposals. I mean, these showed up. There was one proposal that was circulated a few days ago. Two of them, they showed up on the agenda, Thursday night when the agenda came out. So we are going to have two public meetings where the public can ask questions about, from the developers, which is also from the developers on Monday and Tuesday. That's going to give us a bunch of questions too. I think we also, this is the point at which we need to figure out what expertise we need to make our decision. This is an important decision for the village. I think there's three proposals. I think there are,
Yes,
no,
divergent
sorry,
ones.
three proposals for consultants, for planning firms to help us. I think maybe after Monday, we'll have a better idea of what questions we ask, and then we can figure out who's going to help us resolve these questions. I think, you know, I have hired, I've been on teams where where I bid on projects like this. I've been on teams where I've reviewed and hired consultants. I'm not the person who has the area in this kind of, I can help with picking somebody for environmental review. This isn't my special area of expertise. So I know that I don't know how to do this. And I've done enough of it to know that I need more expertise. And I think after Monday and Tuesday, we're going to have a better idea of what kinds of questions to ask.
Wait, can I
go ahead?
I totally agree. I think we'll have a lot more questions, but I think then, like I said, I want to focus on solutions and progress and moving forward. I think, great, if we're not going to hire a consultant now, I get it. We don't want to throw a dart and pick something. I think, great, we have those public meetings Monday and Tuesday. Lou has the people he's communicated through with. If you guys communicate with people and you want them to come one of those days, great. But I think after that, we take those questions and then we look at these consultants and figure out let's interview them, let's talk to them, let's decide on one, and let's move forward on them guiding us. I don't want to keep talking in circles on this is what we talked about before and this is what happened. Great. Some people remember it one way, some people remember it another way. I'm not interested in who's right and who's wrong. I'm interested in moving forward. And
Have a date.
That's what we need to be focused on here. And I just think let's set a date. Let's figure out how we want to move forward. Monday and Tuesday, Lou, great. Thank you for going and finding people. I look forward to hearing from them on Monday and hearing that expertise. I look forward to the public coming in and weighing their input. I know we all have gotten a ton of emails of both support and opposition to the development. But it's like, great, let's move forward and figure out, let's take those questions. Let's have those questions submitted. I honestly for me want to know what I want from the public is kind of some way to compile every written submission of every question. And then we can do the work of working with a consultant and going with it. Because it's a lot of emails, but I think it would be a lot easier if we had some type of form where residents can submit their questions. And then when we are working with the consultant that we end up deciding to work with, then we have that question that we can pull from. It's not scrolling through an email from 6 weeks ago. It's one document, one area where this all is.
Sally.
I am more focused on progress. I don't want to sit here and bicker and go back and forth. Like, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in serving the entire community. If whether you support this, whether you oppose this, that's your opinion. I think these conversations are important. Like, this is what democracy is. It's us coming together and having conversations. We don't always have to be aligned. I just think I'm focused on progress. And I just think this is, I totally get it. It wasn't the way we've ever done it. I think we have a lot of things to work on regarding how we're communicating with each other and working together with each other. I'm interested in, like Sharon said, she wants with Ilani. I would love to be interested in that as well, because I want to make sure we can put our best foot forward. We can all be on the same page. We can all communicate. If that's adding meetings, I also said I'm not opposed to adding meetings. If we need to add meetings, that's what I was elected to do. Serve the public, serve our community, and whatever needs to be done. So I really wanted to focus on moving forward. Like, we're still in our work session. I know a lot of people are here that want to come up and talk. I want them to have that opportunity because it's getting late. So I really want us to focus on what are we doing to move forward so we can move forward for our community.
So let me ask a question, excuse me. Sally, is there a way that on the website, I mean, I know you're not the IT person or Robert, is there a way for us to create a form under someplace that would allow people to specifically put questions that they want answered for this project?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I listen to everything we've all said, I'm going to try to be really clear. If everyone's okay with what Manny just said, then of these three, and if there are any more, we're not going to pick today. We will wait till after we have the 29th and the 30th and we get more questions. We compile something to guide us in the decision making. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Greg. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up seeker. I think before I rejoined, I think Bob may have mentioned it, but The action of going into contract with someone is unlisted, so you will have to do a seeker review for that action. There was seeker done for the rezoning. Additional seeker work will be required. So I think it's important to also keep that in mind in terms of whatever scope of services you need out of any type of consultant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brent.
And again, this is not, we're not entering into a contract at this point. We're
Correct.
choosing a vendor to negotiate with, not a contract.
Correct, but I think it might be beneficial to the village to kind of have someone who can, I would recommend, I should say, I would recommend that whatever firm is selected should be able to kind of wear a couple hats and help with the seeker as well.
Okay.
No, I'm not suggesting that you do seeker for the decision on picking.
No, that would be part of the
No,
process.
okay, I got that.
Okay, so are we?
And I just so that I want to be clear, I agree with this process as has been described. I think that we should, at least via Zoom, have conversations with the people who we are considering to be our consultant to help us make this decision. I think we should get a feel for them and see what they can bring to the table.
Okay, so are we all in agreement with number one? I'm gonna be really clear.
Yeah.
That tonight we are not choosing someone, but we are going to choose somebody after we have the, whatever you want to call them, public meetings. And
Yes.
we have a list of questions and we're asking Sally, I think, if you would please follow up to see if we could create a form for anybody to ask any question, and then we will compile them into something that's usable for the board with everybody's questions.
That's fabulous.
Rather than us going back to the emails, because I had been copying and pasting emails, but you know, they're kind of mixed, they're little, yeah, they're hard to do.
I want one piece, I think. To me, like, I'm happy to follow up with Robert and Sally tomorrow to kind of develop the form, and I can
Thank you.
circulate to the board and to kind of put what I want. I think it needs to be very open-ended of.
Yes, very
you know, people's
open-ended.
concerns, but I also think we should track data. I think it's important to know where people are in the village and kind of know,
Got it.
you know, which, you know, communities with our village, whether you're in Shore Acres, Orient, or Florence
I agree with
Park. I think it's very good to track that, as well as what people's concerns are, whether it's a concern or what the support is or what they like about it. So I'm happy to follow up with Robert and Sally tomorrow and circulate the questions I want to put on the board. I think for us as a board, I think once we have that form developed, I think we need to determine, and we can do this all offline, how long we want the form to be available. And I also think any emails, because if the people aren't watching on LMC or they're not here tonight, I think any emails we get, we have to take it upon ourselves to respond and say,
Please fill out the form.
Please complete this form. This is going to help. This is how we want to track the impact on what people are saying.
Right.
I don't want it to just be like, we heard it here, whoever's in this room heard it, they know it. The people in LMC watching, they know it. There's a lot of people email and they can't make it here. They don't tune in on LMC. They just hear it through either social media or a friend of a friend. I just want to make sure those people are getting responses from us saying, like, please complete this form. We would love to hear from you. Because I look forward to reading all that feedback. I just reminded me, we did the comp plan and we put out to the public and they submitted a bunch of feedback. Like, I look forward to reading those comments to help me make the best decision to move us forward.
Thank you, Manny. So I am suggesting, if we all agree to it, that Manny is going to take the lead on getting a draft for that form. I am happy to draft, if you're okay with that, a canned response so that everybody gets the exact same response, directing them to the form.
That's fine.
Terrific.
And then between the two of us, we'll get that part done and the whole board will review it and be okay and, you know, make any comments they
How
want to make.
about that?
And
Okay, we can agree on things.
as we did with the tree law and then the dog park and many other things, we can compile the emails that we have thus far in a document.
Yes,
as part of the record.
I agree. I think.
Yeah, everything from the time I got on board, Sally has.
Mhm.
So anything prior to me coming, if you have them and can send them to her, she will add it to the pile. Okay, so do we have any, and unless I missed it, which I might have, a protocol for the meetings on Monday and
Protocol.
Tuesday, like an agenda or something?
This is sort of now, Sharon and I met yesterday.
Yep.
You know, and
Yes.
what? Okay. And,
We didn't even fight.
what? and we discussed a protocol. I sent you something earlier. Was that, did I interpret that right? I sent you well, basically the idea for the meeting was that it would begin with information. The two vendors would tell us anything briefly, please, anything that has changed about their proposal.
Same night, the two vendors?
What?
Same night, the two vendors, or one? each?
No, but I'm sure.
One Monday, the
Yeah,
other night?
no, they're both there, and then neither one of them wants to not be in the room the whole time.
No, I'm sorry. Didn't we
Wait,
schedule?
Are they scheduled for one night, one the other,
No,
or
no,
both back
no,
to
they're
back?
They're both.
Wait, let me see what Sally scheduled.
We just scheduled meetings. We didn't talk to, I think.
Jerry's not here, but I asked him directly. I mean,
The two responders to the RFP,
Mhm.
I didn't speak to them, so I don't know. Dan, do you know?
We have a special meeting set for the 29th and the 30th.
Well, who's coming?
they're
on
both,
which-
they're both coming, right?
Well, I mean, they're public meetings, so anyone can attend.
No, the vendors, the applicants.
Yeah.
They're both coming.
Well, we set up two meetings, one for each applicant. Yeah, but if one vendor wants to, it's an open meeting, so. anyone can come
Jerry
to it.
told me that neither one of them wanted to be excluded from either meeting, so they're both gonna be here.
Yeah, so
So I would suggest that they both can make a brief presentation, right? Then we hear from the staff about the presentations, right? Then whatever, and I want
How long is this meeting gonna be? I mean, if you give them an hour each to do
No,
a presentation, half hour,
just tell us what's changed since they talked to us last. In other words,
but there will be people there who didn't hear the first one, so they're probably gonna go through the gist of the whole thing. So even if you give them a half hour, 45 minutes, that's an hour and a half right there. And then if you add in staff, I don't know how many staff you're thinking, but if it's like
I was thinking
Greg, Jerry, Gino, I
Yeah.
don't know. So that's three people. They speak for a little while. You're going into like 2.5 hours now and no one has had a chance to ask a question. So it just feels like there's a
But-
lot of ideas,
but they need to
But a
have
short
information
timeframe.
before they ask
I
questions.
understand that.
Yeah.
but we have to also think about, I mean, the point of having the agenda, even though I realize we are taking forever to get through ours,
Yeah.
is that there's some sort of guide for the meeting,
Yeah.
right? We start with something, you move to the next, you move to the next. The way we're stacking this meeting feels like it'll be 7 hours.
Well, what would you like to
Because-
do?
Start at 9 a.m.
I just want a clear idea of what we're doing.
Well, what would you do?
So I don't know that,
This is the idea I thought we discussed, but
We just.
maybe, no, some of it, yes, you're right. I said we should bring people in, but I didn't think of it as the 29th. I was thinking of it as after the 29th.
oh, no.
So that we could isolate some things. That's,
Okay.
that was our
okay,
conversation. We
Got it,
can
got it. That's why I said
Um,
the thing earlier.
I don't know that bringing both, then we shouldn't have both in each other's. So it's either one and then the other, or one on each night.
But
So what are we doing?
I thought, I mean, listen, like, I think we all have this problem, like, we remember things differently. I thought they were both gonna come on the same night, but I thought we were gonna get something in writing of
Yeah.
what their changes are. So then it's not like, oh, great, they come
Yes.
in the next night, they're gonna change it up. I thought that was the goal, was getting something in writing of, these are the proposed changes. So if they both come the same night, it's like, this is what they submitted as their changes.
Yeah, so for instance.
But yeah, and.
Did they send
and I think-
changes?
Yeah, well, West Tab sent changes. In other words, that they,
Did West Tab and Luna send changes to the mayor and board or Jerry, or to the village manager and you? Sorry.
Yes.
yeah, I have.
They sent changes?
Changes.
revisions of what they would, what they would do.
That's why I was, that's why I thought it was okay that they.
You know,
were coming.
shaving down the number of units, expanding the number.
Mine, I didn't see it in. here.
West Hab said that they could go down 2 levels, for the parking. There's a lot that they offer.
All right, so are we inviting, I'm sorry, I just,
Go ahead,
again,
go
I'm
ahead,
new
go
to
ahead.
this, so you
Yeah.
guys have been in it a little bit longer. Are you envisioning that they're both gonna speak and then the staff will speak? And then people will ask questions, then if we're doing that on the 29th, what are we doing the 30th? Because I thought it was 2 nights because there were 2
I think the
vendors.
30th is there just for when we run out of time and say you gotta come back tomorrow. That's what if we need it.
I think the 30th was just for, and
It was an overflow.
I think it's just an additional time. We didn't want to provide one moment for people to come out and speak. I think, and which I think makes sense. I think we can't always align with what we think is best and what we think the best way to have
Okay.
people contribute. So I thought we had set 2 dates. So then if you couldn't make the first one, we will have another opportunity.
Okay, so I think that gets confusing.
Yes.
I understand what you're saying. I just think it gets confusing. I'm gonna make a suggestion
Yeah,
that we have one vendor one night,
Mhm.
one vendor the next night, the same staff come each night so that they're able to speak about the exact same thing to the crowd. And it'll be taped so people can watch it if they want to. And then they have a time frame where they could ask their questions of the vendor So that if they want to talk to Hunter Tier, they can talk to Hunter Tier, because I don't know how you're gonna juggle two, and you're not gonna have the two of them here answering questions together. I would suggest if we're doing the 29th and the 30th, you do Hunter Tier, whatever it's called, West Hab, thank you, and then Luna. And have the same format for each night, and whoever gets here, but then they'll both be recorded. I think that's the simplest way to do it.
Okay, that's what I thought, when I spoke to Jerry. Jerry seemed to think that they were both gonna be here at the same time, but, he's not here tonight, so I guess we'll just have to decide.
Listen, I
Did
am not.
anybody invite them at all?
I believe so, but I can confirm
I
that.
think we've gotten an email or something circulated where it said like, we knew like they were supposed to follow up. I think, I don't remember what it was, but I knew we received some type of communication about them coming. I'm okay with one night and the other night. Like I just think these meetings are important.
I agree with
the
you.
public to be able to input, and I don't care what the format is. I just want people to be able to come up and state at their meetings, but I also want to be I also think we need to be kind of not firm, but also once we have those meetings, like I know, like I'm just not worried, but I just think the follow-up needs to be that those are the opportunities, because I feel like it's going to lead to every meeting after that. It's going to be the same subsequent, things coming up and us talking at every regular meeting when the people are going to go to board about the same topic. I think we need time to work. And I think we need time to have those public forums, but then also take the moments to find a consultant, and we should just be providing the public updates. And I want them to know that we are getting something done. I don't want it to be great. We have those public meetings, and then every meeting after that, it's just the same cycle of coming up and then having those conversations. I just want to make sure the public has the trust in us, and they're like, we heard you in those two meetings. We're going to do the work of figuring out a consultant, working with a consultant, asking the questions that the residents ask us, and doing that work.
So I hear you, and to some extent I agree, but I will say I don't believe right in this moment that the residents trust us.
No,
And so
that's why.
please, I think trust has to be built.
100%.
And I don't think this should go on forever. I don't think it's 6 months. We should still be doing this. But I don't think we just say that Monday and Tuesday are it. Monday and Tuesday are having them come back with the changes to their proposals, which we may want just to have more changes. And we're going to invite the public in again. But I do think we're going to need time with experts to answer their questions in other meetings, not necessarily a Board of Trustee meeting. I think it would be great to get us off of, respectfully, having 2 hours of public comment on it.
That's more what
I would rather have experts here that they could talk to and get real answers, because I can't answer those questions.
I think
So I think we need a little bit of wiggle room with that time after the 29th and the 30th, but not forever. I agree with you.
I think, and that's what my line, like, I don't want our regular meetings to be, like you said, like a 2 hours.
Let's find a way that we could
should
shift.
have a way, like I said, it's on us. I agree. They may not trust us. I think it's on us to have those two public meetings, and then for us to do the work to take in all their questions, answer questions, and have the consultant come and present something on what they're advising us on. And if public wants to come at that meeting, like to me, that's not a work session. It's not a regular meeting. That is a
it's
special
specific
moment.
meeting.
That's specific to the topic of what we're discussing.
So the format for the meetings at the end of the month.
Yeah.
We lead with expert testimony from the vendors, the staff, and the people.
In that order, right? The developer first, then the staff, so they could answer questions about the presentation.
And then the various experts that we contacted to bring in. I know that.
But they won't be representing as our experts. They're going to come and express opinions,
they're
right?
just experts. They're just people who know about this, who are going to observe and come.
Respectfully, we might want to go back and see if they can do both nights, because then the same messages get shared with both crowds. Just a thought.
That's fine.
That's just a thought.
Just a thought. We'll do 20. Let's do West Hab on the 29th. Can we do that?
As long as West Hab can do it.
Yeah.
And then we'll do Luna on the 30th.
We'll follow up.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
And I've contacted a number of community leaders to ask them to come in and weigh in, and I think we should if we get a VIP appearing, we should let them speak.
I would say we should be careful about community leaders who are going to go one way or another. I think we need people to answer questions and try to calm the waters, not people to say, you have to do affordable housing for this, or you can't because of this.
It is and what it is.
That in the regular
For
meetings.
instance, affordable housing is not public housing.
Right, but I don't know if that's just your average community leader. Because you want trust. You want to make sure there's trust. So we should have somebody who's
I
involved.
could tell you.
We can get someone from the county. I could ask someone from the planning department in the county.
I spoke to the county
Blanca?
executive today. So,
Catherine advised that maybe we should
and I
talk to
spoke to
Blanca
Catherine as well.
Lopez, so maybe that.
Martha Lopez, exactly, we're on the same.
Okay, so Blanca.
I mean,
All right, so.
Was
Martha's great
that-
too, but.
yeah.
Because we're talking.
So.
What?
Yeah, right. There is a Martha on this
So
one.
you,
Oh, is there?
so you did talk to people.
To Catherine, yeah.
To Catherine, I.
But not
Catherine-
specifically about that.
Can I just,
Okay,
I just want to sum up,
just remember it's 9:10.
yeah, I know, I just want to sum up
Okay.
the game plan. I think we have flow
summarize it?
structure for the meeting
Okay.
for the 29th and 30th. And I think the follow-up steps for us after that are to then interview one of these three
Correct.
consulting firms. Also have a form go out for the public to
Correct.
contribute. And then once we select this consulting firm, hopefully that is in February, to meet with them either at a public meeting like this, to ask them the question that we've compiled or send them the list of questions that come from the public. So then we can have another public meeting where they can answer our questions and they can put something out to the public and advise us on what we should be doing to then inform and make a decision. I just want to make sure like that is what we are all talking, we're all aligned and
Okay.
we're all remembering the same thing and we're doing the same.
The only thing I'm disagreeing with is, yes, I think if we're gonna hire one of these firms, whatever they were, we should do it in February, because by then we
No,
should have done this.
Yep.
I think once we speak to them and they advise us.
Yeah.
And we decide who else might need to give more information, then we set those meetings, and it might be 1, 2, 3, whatever it is that we need to do. And if that goes to the first week of March or something, whatever, that we're really sticking to the process and making sure we're talking to the residents, not that we have this artificial deadline.
No, and
I'm just asking for flexibility, not to go forever.
To make sure, yeah, exactly.
Mm.
I'm sorry,
But I want to make sure
Same thing
we
you and I
are
discussed.
taking.
Okay, in other words.
About after we hire
Yeah.
the whoever this is, that we will have conversations with them, let them review everything.
Yeah.
We'll find people who they also
Yeah.
agree, like the real estate person, whatever,
Yeah.
to come in, and then we may have those experts come in. Same thing we just discussed yesterday. I'm not changing it.
And the main thing is that this ends in a vote. This doesn't end in an endless,
It won't be endless.
No,
No, it will not be endless, okay?
Sorry.
Wait, did we all hear the same thing?
I heard the same thing.
So what I heard is that we don't have a deadline.
What?
What I heard is that I'm asking, just for clarification. What I'm hearing is that there is no deadline, that we will continue.
I'll come up with a deadline. I'll propose.
You'll propose a
I will
deadline.
propose a deadline.
And meaning a deadline, not a deadline to make a decision, but
We'll be done with the public meetings and the experts and the process and the whole thing.
Oh, no, I'll.
And when is that deadline gonna be proposed?
A decision deadline. that
No, hold
can be
on,
moved.
hold on.
I'm trying to work
Hold on.
together here. I
I'm
will say-
asking, when will that deadline be proposed?
I am proposing that if we follow the format we just talked about, that at the latest, just so that we don't have another problem with extending, the latest would be the end of March, but it could be earlier. Because in February's like in a week. So we're gonna use February to do the experts, whoever we choose, to talk to them, to see if we have to get a real estate person in, a finance person in, get their advice, hold the public meetings to get those questions answered, and then we're done. And if it were done earlier, we're done earlier. If we're not done earlier,
How about this? How about if it's the end, if the end of March is the
I'm
latest?
saying the latest.
Yeah, so let's set a deadline for March 15th. If we have to move it, we. Okay,
You think that's easier than just getting done earlier?
because we're gonna run up.
Under promise.
Bob has
Yeah.
a suggestion.
Just a moment. Before you make a decision on this, you have to do seeker.
Yeah, so this gives us time to do
Right.
everything right.
Right.
All right.
That's the environmental impact.
All right, so this gives us time to do everything that we need to do correctly, yes? Like the end of March? Gives us time for seeker, gives us time for to talk to the lawyers, to
And-
talk to the consultant, and to get whatever other consultants we need.
I don't know that you're gonna be able to do secret 2 or 3 weeks. That's all I'm saying.
No, by the end of March, that gives us
No,
6
we-
to, no?
We can't,
Stop pushing us.
Well, Bob, let me ask you this. We could choose the vendor, and not finalize the deal, right?
Right, you don't need to do secret to choose the consultant.
Right, that's what I'm
No,
talking.
no, he's talking about the
Nothing, no, not the consultant. I'm talking about,
Yeah.
let's say we're gonna pick West Hab or Luna,
But that,
right? So we could choose West Hab and say, we're working with you. We haven't worked out the deals, the the details?
Yes.
Okay,
Just be
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And then that's the deadline. In other words, at some point, and I would say March 15th, we're gonna decide yes or no on one of these, right?
So we'll make a decision on something.
Well, it'll be yes. or no.
I'm just leaving it open. All right, so we're agreed that we have a process. I will, you know what? I will write it down tonight and email it to everyone so that if you heard it differently, we can clear it up very quickly.
That sounds.
Okay.
Great. That's
Okay,
exactly-
that way it's not who remembers what, it's gonna be in writing.
I don't, and I'm,
Excuse me, no, Glenn, please.
can I'm not comfortable saying these are the only three consultants. we
fine.
might
We'll-
have. Well, no, I mean, I'm just saying, like, you said three, I heard you say
No,
three.
yeah, I know.
No, I said or others.
No, if you.
Oh, you can pick another-
Happy to
Okay.
say more, but
I'm
just
gonna
saying,
write this
share
down.
what
Consultant we have.
I understand.
Yeah, whatever.
So that we can move on tonight when we get home, unless it's in the morning.
Okay.
I will type it out and then please give me your feedback. So if you remember it differently, we can adjust it to be what we all agreed to, okay?
Having a good time.
Fantastic. All right, can we move on from this topic?
Okay,
All right, it is now 9:20. Can we endeavor to get this done relatively
okay,
quickly?
can we do the parking thing real quick? Or it will.
Can we just stay in order? So we can,
What?
we stay in order.
You're
We're
right.
up to hiring a
Oh,
flood.
sorry,
Yeah.
sorry.
Thank you. All right, hiring of a flood coordinator. Now, do you want to move that to Manny or do you want to? Because
No.
it's his, okay.
Dan can answer because we had a conversation about it.
Yeah, I mean, I put together a memo. I mean, we live in a civil service environment. So in order for us to do this, I think we'd have some, idea of what exactly we're looking for, because we would have to match this up to a existing civil service title. Or if we had to create a new civil service title, we'd have to work through New York State. So I think we just need some direction of what exactly we're looking for this person to do.
And can you also expound on what the difference is between this coordinator position that we're asking for and the flood?
Yes, please, if you could clarify that.
So there are a couple of different terms. There's local floodplain administrator. That is the person who's responsible for reviewing and approving the floodplain development permits. And that's in our code. It says local floodplain administrator is either our building inspector or village engineer. That is not this. This is something totally separate.
Who's our flood
Thank
administrator?
you.
So then,
Is one of them a flood,
well, right now we've been using Joe Sumelli, who's our consulting engineer. 'Cause
so not a staff person?
Not a staff person.
We haven't,
Yeah, but Gino will be our local flood.
So our
administrator.
engineer will become that person?
Correct.
but we've been using a consultant thus far, and then we will appoint somebody
Yeah.
as that.
And then there's the term certified floodplain manager. That is a certification. That is like with Greg having the letters AICP after his name, or engineer having PE. It is a certification. It's not that is not this either. So this flood coordinator, what I've interpreted, and I may be wrong, is it's someone who will be, working with our consultants, the Corps, to develop and manage mitigation projects. And that was kind of what I was hoping to find as some inspiration was in this year's county budget. They added a position, Director of Floodplain Mitigation and Resiliency. But from my conversations with County Civil Service, they haven't approved the title yet. And so I was trying to hope that maybe that would provide some inspiration, but I don't have any inspiration yet.
All right, so let me clarify something. The floodplain administrator is not a job title. It's like a responsibility
Yeah.
that's assigned to an existing employee.
Correct.
And we will have that because our engineer Gina will do that.
Yeah.
The certified floodplain manager, is that a full job? Like,
No, I mean,
that's just also like a CPA, like it's
Credential. So
credential, okay.
like, I know, like in the HR industry, there are certain professional societies,
Anybody with that credential?
CFM, not right now. But both Gino and Carolina are pursuing it. And I know Greg has expressed interest in pursuing it as well. And there are courses that you can take to achieve that and pass the test.
How long does that take? If I just started today or whatever, how long would it take me to become one?
It depends because you have to attend certain courses
Okay.
to send, and sometimes they're offered once a year, sometimes they're offered twice a year. I know.
I'm sorry, I know the time's getting
Yeah.
late. Are we talking multiple years or like?
No, it should be done within a
Add
year.
one.
Assuming everything works out properly, 6 months to a year.
Thank you.
But you don't have time.
Yeah, it's like.
Okay, so we need to, as a board, become much more clear about what we're looking for with a flood coordinator or whatever title it is. And then we need to go to civil service and see if it matches with something or whatever. What about if we did a consultant? Just as an option, just ask.
Yeah, no, that's.
That we could do.
That's
It was like a
certainly,
part-time
yeah,
kind of thing.
yeah, but like I said,
Okay.
I just,
It would just be finances.
you know, always, with the recommendation to hire a flood coordinator, what is.
All right, so I'm sure the board can meet and figure this out.
Yep.
I would suggest we don't have 5 people go through this. Manny, you're the flood mitigation liaison
Yeah.
with me,
Yeah.
so I'm suggesting the 2 of us meet and we put something together since we have to work with the flood mitigation
That's fine.
Yeah.
advisory committee. Yes?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm like, yeah.
All right, next C. Sorry, building permit fee waiver and home elevations. Who's doing, Dan?
So we had talked at the last work session about offering an incentive for people who are elevating their homes for flood mitigation purposes, and waiving the building permit fee for that activity.
Okay.
So
How much is that?
it depends. It's based on the cost of construction.
Okay.
So, the size of the house is going to dictate
Got
the
it.
cost of construction. So,
Okay.
but it could be a couple of $1,000s for each elevation.
And these are for people, well, I mean, I guess you wouldn't want to raise your house unless you were flooding, so.
And yeah,
Only
and
could be for that.
it's Bob prepared a draft. It was reviewed by staff, and what's on the agenda, I don't believe is going to be the final version.
Okay.
Sorry.
On the building permit waiver.
That's not the final version?
Yeah, I think you wanted to incorporate the stuff from Carolina.
Well, we drafted it.
Yeah.
Carolina had comments. I don't know if you want to incorporate those comments or not. That's up to the board. Let's want me to just do another draft with our comments for your consideration.
Well, Carolina's comment was basically, there's no fee, right? She agreed to but there's a minimum $1,000 review fee that's still required. And I've gotten a lot of calls this week, the past month, about people having to pay $1,000 at the building department. And it was unclear to me until I started looking at this. And it's typically for people who are trying to, legalize, like they're selling their house and there's, this happened to us when we sold our house. There was old work that had been done that pre-existed us, and we had to then subsequently legalize it. At this stage, now the building department apparently is charging as if they did work without a permit. So there's that $1,000 fee. So, and Carolina is suggesting that we have a minimum review fee of $1,000 for these elevations. And I think that the whole point of doing this, of waiving the building fee for people who are elevating their houses is kind of diluted by then charging them $1,000 for the plan review fee. So I was confused by Carolina's language.
So the goal would be, if we're all on the same page, is that because they're already flooding and they want to raise their home, which is going to cost a good amount of money, we don't want them to have to pay the fee. They still have to file the permit and go through everything you have to do, but we don't want a fee.
We're trying to alleviate
financial burden.
costs on any person who's
It's
experienced.
already going through it. I agree with it.
Yeah.
So Bob, can you just review that and make sure that that's what the end result looks like?
So you want to make sure there's no fee, not.
To the village. They still have to go through the process. I mean, they're gonna have other fees to pay, but
So,
They're not gonna pay the $1,000.
That's-
Carolina's suggesting.
well, I mean, so that there's $1,000 for when you're, applying for a permit. Let's say you bought a house, it had a deck, didn't get caught 20 years ago when you bought the house, and now you're being treated as if you put the deck in and you did work without a permit. So there's a lot of people who are paying those fees. And it's sort of, this is what I think. I got a bunch of phone calls. I'm not really sure, but as I was looking at this over the weekend, this seems to be maybe a mechanism for it. And I did not have time to call Carolina, but in Carolina's.
Sorry, is that different? You're talking about a problem?
Well, no.
People are only talking about raising your house.
Well, I'm talking.
For flood consideration.
Well, but now there's a minimum review fee of $1,000. I didn't find a review fee in our fees. I only found a fee. The only $1,000 fee I found was for if you've done work without a permit.
This is what my understanding is, this is what Carolina's suggesting.
Oh.
That you don't have to pay the building permit fee, which is
Okay.
based on the cost of construction, but you have to pay a minimum of $1,000 for the village to review your proposal.
Was that your understanding?
But so she wrote, she took what you wrote and she deleted what you added, except that no fee is required for an application for a building permit authorizing the modification of an existing dwelling to satisfy the minimum requirements of 186.5 of this code. She crossed out that addition that you'd put in and then said, BI proposes that language be removed, but a minimum review fee of $1,000 is still required. I didn't know we had $1,000 review.
I don't think we do.
Okay, well, so that may be why, anyway, so that's.
Can we kick this back?
Can we kick it back and can we, can we kick it back?
The goal is to reduce some financial burden to the extent that we can. So can you review it
We
and
want to wait this drafted, there's no building department, fee, no building permit fee.
just make sure?
There's no fee for the land use review boards if that's necessary. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
So if you could just follow up and just double check and make sure that's what we're doing and we don't accidentally
Yep.
leave something open. Okay. All right, we're gonna keep moving on. Establishing a mini grant program.
We can hold that because I have to.
You have to do so, okay. Thank you. I promise we're almost done. Sort of.
With the work session.
Sort of, with the work session, we only have 2 items left. Unified solar permit. Dan?
Yeah, we're ready to move forward with adopting, or we're asking the board to consider the adoption of the unified solar permit. This will help our application for the Climate Smart Communities program, gets us points. It will facilitate the implementation of solar by using a common form that's in use by many other municipalities in the state.
So does anybody have any questions, concerns, or can we move it to a meeting in a few weeks?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, we're moving on. Last one, parking and traffic. Manager's office prohibiting the issuance of parking permits to commercial vehicles for off-street village-owned parking lots.
This has come up a couple of times. Right now, we have a commercial rate for allowing like trucks to park in our lot. They're pretty big. They do a lot of damage to our surface lots. Also, when you have trucks parked in a single space, it's oftentimes difficult for cars to park in the space next to them. And, to a certain extent, we really are subsidizing business costs for, landscapers and other people who are using our lots. We want to talk to the board about whether or not we should continue that practice or not.
So how much is it per vehicle and how much do we collect per year for all of those permits? It's the first year?
It's the first year we enter and implement, I think, the GPC permit.
Yeah, I think it's what, $2,000?
$625 for a car is $2,400 for a commercial vehicle.
That's
Per year.
Yeah, so
You
that's
probably
a big-
collected a lot of cash here, right?
6 people did it, 8 people did it, that's
Well,
all.
that doesn't sound like what you're talking about. If only 6 or 8 people did it.
Oh,
No, well, and I wasn't talking about.
Are
the
they
numbers.
not purchasing the permits?
No, they're purchasing the permits, but again, if you had to, park your car in an off-street lot for commercial vehicles, you're gonna pay more than $200 a month for parking.
Due to the lateness of the evening and we haven't gotten to the next
Yeah.
session, is everyone okay with putting this on the next session?
Yes.
sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So we'll just add that to the next work session.
The last thing.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
No, that's all right. I'll make it as quick as possible. This is a parking resolution that I would like the board to commit to policy. It came up as as kind of a byproduct of the 100 lot discussion in that can't close that lot without doing something about the parking because it's going to murder the Emlyn and the library. But the fact is, when you look into it, 100 Tier is going to close. It's going to close because it's falling apart. It's either going to be closed because we have to rebuild it, or it's going to close, we have to fix it, or it's going to be closed because something falls off onto somebody and they make us close it, and we won't even be in control of that. So we need to prepare, in my estimation, for alternative parking for these great institutions, including this, well, this is not that great, but including Village Hall, that people come to the court and all that. So what I'm proposing is the following resolution that Dan so nicely wrote up. I mean, you did a nice job. My resolution, I'd like to read it, and I'd like to hope that we can all just get on board and commit the board to this action before we do anything else with 100 Tier. Whereas there is a perceived public lack of public parking in the village of Mamaroneck, and whereas redevelopment patterns in the central district over the past 20 years, and the opening of numerous restaurants, et cetera, in the village have made this a destination for regional area, increasing parking demand. And whereas prior studies have indicated should this development pattern continue, the village will likely need to increase its supply of public parking. And whereas the 100 Tier lot, a tiered parking structure on Prospect Avenue, is a component of the village's parking program and provides short and long-term parking serving the adjacent central business district and several civic institutions, including Old Village Hall, Mamaroneck Public Library, and the Emlyn Theater. And whereas the 100 Tier lot is an approximate 35-year-old structure that has exhibited spalled concrete, leaks in the expansion joints located in the upper tier that's required the village to restrict parking on the lower level in order to mitigate damage to vehicles. And whereas due to its age and condition, the 100 Tier lot will likely face closure for repairs or future replacement. And whereas the Mamaroneck Public Library, Emlyn Theater, Village Court, and Village Building Department depend on that facility for patron parking, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees commits to adding a substantial amount of public parking in the vicinity of Library Lane and Old Village Hall to accommodate those institutions during any construction period, with an eye toward retaining all or part of it permanently. And further be it resolved that the Board of Trustees take this opportunity of identifying the location for new and significant additions to this public parking resources in the vicinity of Old Village Hall to schedule the convening of a village-wide parking summit with input from stakeholders throughout the village for additional aspirational plans. The last part of that is from a request from the Chamber of Commerce, and the previous discussion about Library Lane, and that is from an informal meeting I became aware of that was held by some folks, including the village manager and the director of the Emlyn and the pastor of St. Thomas, that parking behind this building could become available for ancillary parking. So that's what I want to do. And what I want to commit this board to is that we're not doing nothing across the street until we make sure that we've got some people got a place to park, and that even if we approve this project we're talking about, it would be 2 years before a shovel went in the ground. So we'd have 2 years to do this. And if we did the project, we would have money to do that. So but I just want to make sure that we're not going to close the parking lot and leave these businesses high and dry. And I think it's a reasonable thing that we can all commit to. And I would like to put this on the agenda for the meeting, the next meeting we're having, and approve it. Any reaction?
No.
I think I'm all for. I think it is important to whatever the eventuality. If we build something, we don't build something, like we need to, parking is a.
It's just that we're just.
But I think I like how you put something on us to
it's on us.
Accountable to figure something.
We can't close that without making some other plans. Yeah. All right. Well, although if we do nothing, somebody's going to close it for us. But that's neither here nor there.
Nora, do you have any questions or concerns?
No, I'm all for trying to find more parking because that seems to be a problem. And I think that, the 100 Tier, is not adequate as it is. So that's a concern that we all have. We also received a correspondence from the IABC asking that because Jerry's leaving, that we postpone the parking summit until we have a new village manager, because they thought that was sort of an extra burden for us.
I discussed this with them. Yes.
So I think that you know, that they seem to be, they were sympathetic that that was our first, you know, our first priority.
Yeah, just to make clear that, I mean, because what I hear is, you can't close that parking lot. Of course, we can't close it. But we can't keep it open either because it's crumbling. So we have to do something. Yeah, well, we need money for that. So there you go.
So all you're asking is
Yeah, the
to put
commitment-
this on the next agenda
Commitment
because
that we're gonna do
Right.
something because, yeah.
I don't think we need a resolution, but if that makes everybody else feel better, that's fine.
Well,
I think we need to commit to the parking no matter what.
I think it was Lou putting a resolution.
That's
that
fine,
holds up
that's
to that
fine.
commitment.
You want
We'll
to
put
put
it
it
on
on
the
in the next meeting or you
Sure.
want to put it on tonight?
Next-
No, next
Next
meeting.
meeting. Then
Almost
we'll vote.
It's,
Thank you.
yeah, it's after that.
Thank you.
So,
I just said that we understand that parking is critical. That's it.
all right, next meeting.
That's it.
Does anybody want to close
We
this?
are, I make a motion. Oh, go ahead.
I'll make the motion to close the
You
board.
can
I'll
help each other
second
out.
it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
But this is the longest work session in history.
Unfortunately,
Okay.
Can I
We
make
got
the
it all done.
Can I make
welcome to the
motion-
regular meeting tonight.
Can I make a motion to open the regular meeting?
You may.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so we're gonna start on the regular session.
Okay.
Go ahead, do what you do. All right, so. You're, okay, bye. I thought we were, oh, sorry, geez. Sorry, thank you. This is what happens at 9:30 at night. Okay. I.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
You know, whoever reminded me, thank you. Yeah, I know, I think it was too.
We do.
Where are they? Are they on,
Zoom, I think.
they're on Zoom?
Oh, they're here?
They're here?
They're here.
Oh, they're in the corner there, yeah.
Oh, they're
Oh,
here.
the poor guys.
I'm so sorry.
sorry.
So, are we getting a presentation? Would you like to come up to the podium, please?
Thank you.
Is there a PowerPoint? Right? Oh, yep, there, of course there is. Does somebody come on the heat? That's what it feels like, right? Oh my God, no, I want it all.
I'll put it up.
Please. No, don't turn
Oh,
it
don't turn it
up.
off, turn it down. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Leilani.
Jesus.
I thought it was just.
I know. These guys are so miserable.
Oh, sorry.
You're sorry. I said, you guys look so miserable.
Thank you, Sally, for hanging in there.
Bob is like, I used to be a judge.
Thank you.
I used to decide when it was over.
I'd like to thank you for taking the time out of your meeting to those present the results of your fiscal year ended in 23. With me tonight is Samantha Nardo. She was the supervisor on site. My name is Chris Goff. I was a partner for PPF Communities assigned to the. So we're going to go through a quick agenda. We put a PowerPoint together so you don't have to go through the full book. But we'll answer any questions.
Hi, everyone, I'm Samantha. So just a quick overview of what we're going to be talking about. Where we'll do an overview and required communications. We'll talk about the revenues and expenditures compared to the budget for the general fund. And then we'll go through any major revenues for the general fund, and we'll show a 3-year revenue history comparing the last 3 years. Then we'll go into the major expenditures, and again, we a 3-year expenditure history. Then we'll show you the 5-year fund balance analysis for the general fund, since it's the main fund, and we'll talk about some other funds that the village maintains, like the water fund. And then lastly, we'll talk about GASB 87 leases, which is new this year. Then, so now just to briefly discuss what management's and those charged with government's responsibilities are. You're responsible for selecting and implementing appropriate accounting policies. You are responsible for fairly presenting the financial statements in accordance with US GAAP. You are responsible for establishing and maintaining effective internal controls over financial reporting. You should be following all the compliance with laws, regulations, and provisions of contracts and agreements. And you are also responsible for providing all financial records and any information that we need for the audit. And you are responsible for setting proper tones at the top. So on the other hand, our responsibility is providing the independent auditor's report, which this year you have an unmodified opinion, which is the highest assurance that we can provide. The required communications for those charged with government, and then we are also in charge of communicating any fraud or illegal acts that we might find during the audit. We didn't find any, so that's always good. We encountered no difficulties during the audit, and there were no disagreements with management, and there were no uncorrected misstatements that we found, so everything that we found was made. I'll hand it over to Chris to talk about all of the numbers and fun stuff.
So as Sam said, we'll talk about mostly the general fund, and again, we did a very high level report for you here. So we have 4 columns. We have your original budget, your final budget, the actual expenses, and then the variance with that final budget. So if we start with the third number up from the bottom, you'll see in brackets $2,360,000. So when the board adopted their original budget, they anticipated using fund balance to balance that budget. 1.76 million of that was what's known as encumbrances. Those are purchase orders that are issued near the end of the year where they haven't been fulfilled yet. So those balances roll over to the following year. And in addition, you use 600,000 of your accumulated fund balance in order to give tax relief to your residents. During the course of the year, you'll see that number change to 8,162,000. So by board resolution, you did appropriate surplus during the course of that year. For example, you used 350,000 for police overtime, you used 176,000 for some highway overtime, you used $1 million to Storm Ida repairs, and you also had capital projects of about 2.4 million that you approved to transfer from surplus so that you didn't have to go out and bond, especially given that the current interest rates rose, you use your existing surplus. Third column, the actual column, you can see that you didn't use the 8,162,000. You actually only used 1 million of it. So you basically had a $7 million budgetary surplus. So if we go up to the first line in revenues, you generated about 2.8 million in revenues, more than you anticipated, and you underspent your budget by about 4.3 to generate that 7 million. So on the next slide, we'll talk about your revenues and how did you generate the surplus. So your main revenue is your property tax, minor $440 variance. The next line is non-property tax distributions and accounting, fancy way of saying sales tax. So you can see that you generated about $800,000 with surplus on that line. And if you look at 22, which we did as a comparison, you can see your revenues in 22 of 4.8, and your budget was 4.4. So you had put together a conservative budget because we all know that sales tax kind of surged a little bit during COVID, and there was an expected drawback on it. I think you're seeing that now with the current receipt sales tax go down a little bit this year compared to the prior year. The next revenue is parking fees. You basically came in on budget, about $36,000 short, about 200,000 greater than the prior year. Permit fees, you came in 400,000 over budget and 400,000 more than the prior year. So you had a good year on permit fees. Your fines and forfeit and bail basically came in your budget at 756, up from 632. And again, your courts are back in full operation. So you got caught up on a lot of past cases. Mortgage tax and other economically sensitive revenue, you can see came in about 41,000, 42,000 better than you anticipated, but about 100,000 less than the prior year. So as the mortgage rates rose, your mortgage interest kind of drops because there's less housing sales, less people using the mortgages. And your big variances in the federal aid, you did receive $1.6 million of the FEMA aid, and rightfully you didn't budget that number because you don't know if that money's coming in until you file the application. So given the flooding that you had, you did generate about $1.6 million of federal aid for this fiscal year. So that basically explains most of your revenue variance. On the next slide, as we said, we gave you a 3-year history, and we'll talk about that. We just put that in there for you, so you can just see how these revenues fluctuate from year to year. The next slide is your major expenditures. It's a little harder to pinpoint where all your savings come, but you can see the first category we have is your general government support. You generated about $1.2 million of surplus there. That's made up of about 20 different accounts. Most of the savings were in your engineering department, where you came in $200,000 less than anticipated. Your law department came in under by about 172. Your insurance came in under by 169. And your refunds of real property tax came in about 260,000 less than budget. Those 4 categories make up the bulk of that variance. The next line is police, where you came in $500,000 under what you had modified your budget to. But it is about $1 million greater than what you had spent the year before. I do believe you have a contract settlement where you settle with the police, and that's what generated that additional expenditure. Fire department also came in about $200,000 under, but significantly over the prior year. Transportation, which is your highway department, had a surplus of about $400,000. And again, that's because you didn't spend all your CHIPS money, and you accumulate the CHIPS money to do larger projects. Culture and rec, which is basically your parks and recreation programs, did come in about $184,000 less than anticipated. Not really a surprise. I don't think all the usage is up to where it used to be before COVID. Everybody's getting more comfortable with being involved. Emergency response, which is where you received your FEMA aid, you can see you did spend about, if you look at the original budget, you did spend about $1 million more than you anticipated, but that's related to the federal aid and some of the resolutions you passed to address the damage due to item. State retirement system came in slightly under budget because the rates dropped slightly during the year. We know that didn't happen, they're back up, but last year they did drop. Social Security basically on budget. Workers' comp, you did save about $100,000. And health insurance was a big savings, $295,000. And that's because NYSHIP did put a rate decrease in January for 1%. But as we all know, now they went up 9%. So you got a little bit of savings. Next slide is then is just your 3-year history for these major expenditures, so you can just see it for yourself. On the next slide is your general fund balance. And we gave you a 5-year history here. So if you 2 numbers from the bottom, you see the one that says unassigned is a percentage of budget. This is the money that's in your unassigned category, which is free and clear for you to use for emergencies and to help in ensuing your budget. You can see that you basically stayed in that range of 30 to 33%. So you've done a good job of managing the unassigned fund balance to keep it relatively stable while also applying and addressing the needs of the village. So if you go to the 23 column, you see that you do have some restricted fund balance. You have some money for law enforcement and special purposes. So that's about $306,000. You've committed $242,000 for future capital projects. So you do have money put aside if you do have a capital project and you need to direct it. In the assigned category, you have $1,493,000 for purchases and orders. That's the encumbrances I spoke about for the year roll forward. And then you did use $650,000 again to mitigate a tax increase, again to try to provide tax relief the best as you could to your residents. So that leaves you with a total fund balance of about $17.6 million, of which $14.8 million is available for the board to use for emergencies and to address issues that arise during the course of the year. On the next slide, we do operate some other smaller funds. You have the water fund. And in the water fund, you can see that you did end the year with slightly more surplus than the previous year. The capital projects fund is in a deficit. That's because you've advanced money from the general fund to cover the costs of some projects. And when you subsequently borrow the money, you'll reimburse the general fund and pay that money back. The sewer fund was $770,000. And your debt service fund was $6.7 million. And that money is restricted and can only be used during the budget process to be used to cover the principal and interest associated with the bonds that generated this surplus. So you do have some tax relief there as the bonds. On the next slide really is just informational this year. The department how to implement what is known as GASB 7, accounting standard related to leases. So you do operate and get some lease revenue from cell towers. So the department had to go through and add up those cell towers, and we had to go through an actuarial calculation to determine what the potential receivable is. And then that money, because accounting rules are so great, then that money all gets deferred. So you put it on as receivable, then you defer it, and you don't record the revenue until you actually receive it. So it really is no impact to you, but a requirement to disclose. So a lot of work went into that. And we appreciate all the help. Knowing you had a quick meeting, I went through very quick. If anybody has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. If you have questions at another time, I'll be more than happy to back.
And just for everyone's clarification, sorry, Benny. This, when you say 2023, it's through May 31st, 2003, not year end 2023.
And question, how unusual is it for you to find no difficulties, no uncorrected misstatements and no disagreement with management, or is that pretty much pro forma?
The wording is pretty much pro forma.
Yeah.
What it means when it says no uncorrected misstatements, during the course of any audit, we propose journal entries to management. So your team agreed with those entries.
Got it.
If they didn't agree with the entry, we wouldn't be able to say that. So there were entries that we proposed, and the difficulties, your team is audit ready. So when we came in, they were ready for us, and they were able to answer the questions. We do have, and you'll see other municipalities that have a comment that say they weren't audit ready, where we come in and do the audit and they're not ready to really be audited.
If you had to use an adjective to describe them.
Oh my God. I think you would describe it as late.
No, I mean, the condition of the finances, if you had to use an adjective.
The village is in very good shape, 33% fund balance, of unassigned fund balance for a village. We always get asked, is that adequate? Is that enough? Is it too much? And always that's a decision, man. You have to look at your infrastructure and say, is 33% there enough to address emergencies that arise? And I always use the example that Lower Westchester is older infrastructure.
Yeah.
And we all know that if a water main breaks, if a sewer pipe breaks, we're not talking $5,000, you're talking six figures.
Yeah.
So having that surplus is very important for you to address those emergencies and not have to run out and bond everything and bear interest.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have two questions.
Oh, go ahead.
Wait.
Comment.
No,
No, they're just presentation.
one on the general government support for the one, I know you listed a couple of them, you said your engineering department, I don't remember the other item.
The engineering department,
Okay.
your insurance came in a little less than anticipated. Got it. And you also had a budget for refunds of property tax surcharges, and you didn't use them.
Got it. And then you said we had basically essentially a $7 million surplus and our expenses came in $4 million lower, correct?
Then the final,
Then the final budget.
which was modified.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
and Sally, you have this for
Yeah.
backup, right?
They have it.
Yeah, and the report that we gave you is still called draft
Okay.
because we haven't received all the legal confirmations yet. Once we receive the legal confirmations, we'll produce the final copy and submit that to you. But finance felt they wanted us to be here sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, and thank you for waiting. For presentations, we're not taking public.
I have a couple.
Fine.
I just have a question about, from the long form report. Our long-term liabilities were about 160,000 this year and 128,000 last year. That's page 7 of the. I'm sorry, million. Thank you. I'm tired.
If you turn to page. Report. When you return to page 36 in the report, is the detail of what makes up those numbers.
Okay.
The largest number in your long-term debt is what's known as OPEB, other post-employment benefits. And that is the actuarial estimate of what it's gonna cost you for health insurance for all of your retirees until they're no longer receiving benefits. And that number is in itself, almost 82 million. You actually have long-term debt or bonds of only about 60. The rest of it is pension. It's the police pension, the ERS pension. You've paid all your bills, but the plan itself isn't fully funded, and the state allocates a portion to you.
Okay.
So
Thank
again, you only have about 60 million of outstanding debt. The rest is pensions and health insurance.
Thank you.
And you paid your bills. Okay.
Thank you so much. And thank you for waiting. We really appreciate it.
How do you account for the $58 million loss that they are aware of?
We're not taking public comment for this. We're not taking, this is the auditors that we're not. Thank you so much. Have a good evening. Dan, are you doing the village manager's report?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Hey, Laura. That's Laura.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you all.
Thank you, Laura.
everybody.
Bassani.
I'm talking about bridges and then flood mitigation.
Okay.
So right now, there are 5 bridge projects currently under design or in construction. The first project, I'll just kind of go not in any general order. The Route 1 bridge, that's a New York State Department of Transportation project that you've been told should be largely complete by April with punch list work after that. But as you can see, if you drive along, you see they've already constructed the new sidewalk on the south side, which is something we've been requesting for decades. Waverly Avenue Bridge, that's a Town of Mamaroneck project. They are starting on drilling for the pilings this week. So that's where they stand. And we were told it's a 9 to 10 month schedule. So as far as we're aware, the completion time is looking to be September or October this year. Ward Avenue Bridge, that is the Corps that's doing the design on that. I'll get a little more into that in the flood portion of it, but I know you had a meeting last week. I don't know if we report on that or Otter Creek, which is the Town of Mamaroneck Bridge. They received a Bridge New York grant for that. They're currently in design.
Town of Rye.
Yeah, it's Town of Rye. Yeah. They're in design and they're going through that same bureaucratic process that we had to go through with Hillside. And then we have the Tompkins Avenue Bridge. And we've been kind of hung up waiting for some guidance from what FEMA's called their Consolidated Resource Center. We have been waiting for guidance since I think September, October last year. We just were assigned a new project manager, so I was hoping they could make some traction, but just got the agenda for tomorrow's meeting today and they same status. So I'm going to reach out to our federal elected officials, see if they can help get us an answer there. But we are working on the historic preservation aspect of the bridge. And I've enlisted the help of one of the trustees who has a little more experience in this area than I do. And we're moving forward with that. And FEMA is taking the lead on the historic preservation. I have a strong feeling that of the potential mitigation actions that we can take, they're going to ask us to do exactly what we did for Hillside. And if and when that happens, we'll be prepared to move forward with that. As far as flood, obviously there's the core project. So where that stands, I think the community may know is they need, because of the change in cost of the project from when it was originally approved in 2017, they have to go back to Congress and get the funding reauthorized. It was known as the Water Resource Development Act. The Corps has been working with Senator Schumer's office, Senator Gillibrand's office, and Representative Bowman's office to get that forward. All of the necessary materials were submitted in, I believe, October, and they're writing the bill right now. But you know, what we've been doing as a village is we have been trying to work with the county and New York State. New York State being the official local partner of the Corps to see if we can on our own advance some of the projects that are in the plan and not have to, lose, a year of time waiting for the Corps to be in a position to do anything. Obviously, we did dredging work this year. We had the 10-year permit. Active
5-year, right?
It's 5 years, I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
Active projects, we just last month, the board authorized us to sign a contract with SLR to do the property acquisition study for the Sheldrake River between Fenimore Road and kind of the Mamaroneck Avenue or the Mason Mamaroneck Avenue area. That would allow us to construct what they call their flood bench. And we're gonna see what the costs come in at. We have, in addition to that, we have a couple other grants that we've received. Like I mentioned, we got a brick grant, Building Resilient Infrastructure Communities grant. That was for the Sheldrake land acquisition. We were also just notified that we received a risk grant, RISC, and it is too late at night for me to remember what that acronym means. But that's also for kind of costing out some of the recommendations of the SLR project for the Mamaroneck River area.
How much was the grant for? Do you remember?
I think it was 200,000
Okay.
or 100,000. I can't remember. I can give you an answer. Then we also applied for another grant for the Beaver Swamp Brook area. Just like the state DEC did the report for Mamaroneck and Sheldrake, they're doing a similar report for Beaver Swamp. We have a general idea of what the projects that will be recommended, but we're going to do some further investigation as to cost effectiveness and jurisdictional responsibility, because we're going to be dealing with issues with the state DOT, the town of Rye, and that railroad bridge that is by the high school, Rye High School. And then there are a couple of items on tonight's agenda, which we're asking the board to consider. There's the Fairway Green Sub Drainage Basin Study, which I think we talked to the board about that. It's a drainage issue in Fairway Green, but the sub drainage area that feeds into that incorporates Post Road and even a portion of the high school property. So it's not necessarily a Fairway Green issue. It's a sub drainage basin. Yeah. But that's just where it's like, just how the village of Mamaroneck is the bottom of the watershed. They're the bottom of that sub drainage basin. We have the I-95 study that we discussed, the home elevation consultant that we discussed at work session. I think that's where we stand with my flood report.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask you a question real quick? Will we be able to get maybe a schedule of what needs to be done in the rivers in the coming year and what it might cost before budget time? So we can, because we did a lot this past year, but it was all done under an emergency order. I believe it was anyway.
So are you talking about like with the river maintenance?
Yeah,
work?
river maintenance and the dredging. Will we have an idea of what we plan to do, what we need to do, and how much it's estimated to cost?
Yeah, I can work with the engineer on that.
Yeah,
We can.
we'll want to put that at the top of the list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can present that as part of the capital budget as well.
Okay, we are going to start with being able to make statements to the board. Please, one person at a time. Please only show up once. Please try to adhere to the 5-minute restriction so that we can let everybody have a chance to talk.
I have a question. Yes. There's on the agenda, it says 3 minutes. Are we still doing 5 minutes?
The other, no, yeah, it should be 5.
Okay, okay.
Can I start?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good evening. I'm even more worried today, even after coming to board meetings, about how our tax structures and our tax concerns look like they're going to keep going up with the expenses and the way in chaos of the meetings. Every topic spoken today, affordable housing, under lot, the tax returns, the whole point an increase in taxes and something that we're concerned about. Because many will not qualify either for affordable housing, and yet it seems that it's going out of control. I'm concerned about the $58 million lawsuit and how is that accounted for? And is your remedy and your philosophy, ideology is to yield to bonds as a way out of tax problems, financial problems? And how is that the contingency of lawsuits, especially the one for $58 million, being treated? And how conscious of you are you of the tax burden that's happening to us that don't even qualify for affordable housing? And is the bond avenue, when you're looking at it, whenever you have to full disclosure and transparency on all these topics? I'm not even waiting for a response.
The protocol is usually not, this is a public comment.
You want to handle it, Nora?
Yeah,
Okay.
typically this is just public comment. You heard our auditor's report, and you're talking about a lawsuit that we really aren't free to comment on.
But you're required to give the disclosure of what we're not asking for the results, we're asking for the consequences of what's going on. How would it be solved?
You're talking about a lawsuit that is not resolved, and we really can't talk about litigation. The only person here who can comment on litigation is our attorney.
Gave toward the affordable housing hunter project. I mean, there seems to be no answers coming out and no transparency available. We just don't know. We need to know in order to plan our lives on all these topics.
The village is in litigation.
It's not just litigation, it's every topic you pick.
The village isn't, you're talking about a specific litigation. The village is in litigation. Litigation's not resolved. We really can't talk about
Okay, you can talk
litigation.
about the consequences of what happens if it's lost.
Or the consequences if it's won. I think that's premature, but thank you. And we don't typically comment. This is for you to comment.
Splendid at 400 Mount Pleasant Avenue. I know a house in the village that's never flooded going up for sale on Thursday. Listen to the auditor's report. Let's cut to the chase. Unassigned funds, we're down $50,000. Funds overall, we're down $1 million. And what they don't take into account is we also have capital where we bonded, and we bonded more than we paid back, and that's over $2 million. So overall, we're probably $2.5 million further in debt this year than last year. This year so far, and I'm gonna have to go and re-add it, you've committed to $8 to $10 million in spending over the next 2 years. Therefore, no matter how you bond it, your bonding is going to be greater than what you're paying back in bond revenue. And you haven't even touched any of the big projects yet. Tonight, you have approximately, $4.9 million that you're going to be paying out in bonds. Yet you don't even have the projects broken out. You have, well, I've never seen it like this before. Normally, when I see the bonds, I see H222 silver truck, $79,000. I see H2 whatever. Under that, what I have now is vehicles, $796,000. What vehicles? Which vehicles? Every vehicle, when it was passed with a resolution with a number next to it. I could go back for 10 years and I could pull bond resolutions, and every single resolution is going to have broken down every individual project that got paid for with the bond. You don't have that this year.
We do.
Yeah, it was completed.
Well, it wasn't given to the public.
It was completed today.
Yeah.
It was attached to the agenda, and what I did was I attached it 5 different times with each resolution. I highlighted the specific items from that bond on that schedule.
Okay.
So it was added, it was posted today.
Today.
It was posted today.
Okay, so, thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is, we've also increased salaries. And sometimes with the village managers just coming in and, okay, all these guys are getting raises, yes or no? Did that last year? We had never done that before. The only time that we used to give raises was when the budget was up. Last year, we gave a whole bunch of raises in February. Some of them 30%.
60,000.
Absolutely. Oh, change title, did this, did that.
Yeah.
You guys are out of money.
Yeah.
You have a whole bunch of other stuff that you still have to add. You got saved the sound, $500,000. Why would pay $500,000? Because you didn't complete the sewer on time, which I came and complained about every other meeting for 5 years. Hey, you guys are behind. Don't worry about it. You guys are behind. Don't worry about it. Nothing's gonna happen. Yeah, nothing's gonna happen. We just pay another $500,000 out the door, and we're good. They gave us an extra year. You have, God knows how many projects, how many consultants right now. You have a fire department. Yeah, we need $1 million, for equipment. Does that include the equipment that they already are spending because they rent over at Mamaroneck Storage every month, or is that more equipment? What they're looking to build today for yesterday's needs, and that's not going to be adequate for tomorrow.
Like that.
We have a whole bunch of departments that need space, not just the fire department. If you're gonna turn around and put together a building for storage, Parks Department needs storage, Rec Department needs storage. Village Hall needs storage. We pay to store the records over on Halsted Avenue and have for what, over 20 years? How about, even if it costs more money, maybe it costs $2 million, and we get an adequate to put all the emergency equipment for the fire department, the current equipment for the fire department that we're renting over at Mamaroneck Storage, more money for the rec department that's out of the flood zone, more space for the parks department that's out of the flood zone, and more space for Village Hall. When you talk about building Village Hall, do what the town of Mamaroneck did. Town of Mamaroneck built Village Hall for the future. They said, you know what? We're gonna have 2 extra floors because in the next 25, so we're gonna need them. And then rented them out until they needed them. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you, Glenn.
I'm Steve Stony Brook. I'm on the flood committee, but I'm talking for myself. So when I listen to all about this 100 tier and affordable housing, it concerns me. And I am for affordable housing, but I kind of call it community housing. Housing for our police officers, our volunteer firefighters. I've seen many volunteers had to leave our community because it's too expensive for them to stay in. Our volunteer EMTs, our paramedics, our senior citizens, our veterans and homeless veterans, teachers and residents who live in our flood prone areas. Those are the people that we should be concerned about and how we're gonna get them housing. If it's a lottery, they're not gonna get that housing. And why can't we do something like the town of Mamaroneck does at the Hoppers, where they have like that scale? If you're a volunteer, then you're like the highest one who might get a housing unit. And if you have family who lives in the villages or the town, then you're gonna count. And like outsiders coming into our community are like at the bottom of the list. I really think you need to focus on our residents and give back to our community and take care of our taxpayers and our residents and make sure that they can still live here. Police officers, yes, they make a good living and they should make a good salary, but they can't afford to live here. I can barely afford to live here, and I work 3 jobs and my husband works 3 jobs. So we need to think about our residents and our community and not just a lottery system where we bring all these other people outside of outside of Mamaroneck into our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Body 170 Washington Street. You know, I've got to speak up. I'm upset. And the reason, Hunter Lot, we're talking about Hunter Lot with all this passion that we're gonna get this passed. Meanwhile, we've been waiting for storm drains for 3 years in the flats. The streets get flooded, the water has nowhere to go. Then the water goes up on the sidewalks when the cars go by, they freeze, and then they want to give some of this to the homeowners. We get nothing done, and we're pushing for affordable housing. Now, affordable housing is good, but we're selling false hope to the residents of Mamaroneck because they're not gonna get it. So I don't know why we're pushing for this so damn hard.
Exactly.
It's not helping any residents in Mamaroneck. It's only gonna hurt us. And you're talking about parking. Lou, you're talking about parking. They're gonna give temporary parking. Fix the lot. We don't need to put affordable housing up. They can fix it. It won't take forever. They won't. Emily here has been there since 1972. I believe there's like 264 seats. What are you gonna, how are you gonna accommodate that? And the library, and the residents, the patrons, the business, you can't accommodate them. And the last thing, I've been bringing this up for a long time. All the parking that the gardening trucks are allowed to have in Mamaroneck, no, you don't need to rethink it. You need to get rid of it. I'm a business owner, and I can't run my business that way. Those trucks, they're running their business from those parking lots. That's not fair to the residents and the taxpayers of Mamaroneck. I don't care what they're paying you guys. It's not right. Okay, they need to either find a garage or they got to do something else with their business. I don't get to expand my business into the street, and it's not fair. So when I got to drive around Mamaroneck in the village 20 times to go get a slice of pizza, it's ridiculous. I've been here my whole life. There's gardening trucks behind Arcadia. Yeah, there's a bunch of them there. And then you go down where Bob Honda used to be. And they got all the trucks in there. So where's the resident parking? You're taking away the parking. You're worried about putting affordable housing to take away parking. Meanwhile, you're giving it to other people. And not only that, the residents here, most of them or seniors are not gonna be walking up the hill from those parking spots anyway. You know, you gotta make it worth it for the taxpayers, for the people that supported you guys. We can't survive in the flats anymore or anywhere else. We don't even have storm drains. They opened up our streets. They gave us sewers. They didn't do the storm drains. And I send videos. If you guys just come down on the next rainy day, come down Washington, Madison, you'll see the puddles. It's not fair to us. I'm paying $19,000 a year in taxes. I got to worry about flooding every time. The streets, they're terrible, and nobody's fixing them. And you know, listen, don't want to come here and point fingers. We're just tired, man. We're tired. It really, I can't do this anymore. I've been here my whole life. I'm gonna be 65 years old this year. It's not right. And affordable housing is great, but it's not for here. We don't need it here. We need parking, and they can figure out the affordable housing some other way. I appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
David, finally. First thing, I guess I'll say congratulations again to Mayor Torres.
Thank you.
I know what it's like to have a full-time job and be, your mayor, I was a supervisor. I was driving Berkman Boulevard, and I had the two phones, they both rang at the same time. One's a town administrator, one's a customer. There you go, okay. So good luck to you.
Yeah.
You know, I've been involved in flooding and housing in the village of Mamaroneck since the 1980s. Washingtonville Neighborhood Program, CAP Center, CRP, all of that. Working in the town to put up the Hammock Park apartments. We are not NIMBYs, Mr. Torres, Mr. John.
Yeah, that's right.
Say you were
We are not NIMBYs, and that's what you said in your interview with Marshall
Shame on
on
you.
Network TV.
Oh, okay.
Out there.
These are people I know many of them in here, many of them get flooded. Many of them are from Washingtonville, some of them own, some of them rent. Washingtonville has done more for housing than almost any other place.
Right.
We've got the 2 units on Old White Plains Road, the 725, and one kitty corner to it. We've got homes, single-family homes in the village that are given away to people with disabilities, and they pay a pilot. They don't lieu of taxes. We've done a lot. Your own form, whatever it is, says Mamaroneck Village, unmet obligation 0. 15 units. 15 units we could use. All right, that was a few years ago. But our housing needs have gone down, not up. We've been doing our part in the village of Mamaroneck. Go to Larchmont. Along your post road, you're just south of the business. You know, it's things like this. This project, I'm for affordable housing. For this project, no.
Exactly.
I mean, there are too many things that haven't been touched yet. There's a water supply, the fresh water supply. It's limited. There's a sewer system, 100 years old. And the sewer and the freshwater system pipes are usually right next to one another. I was at one excavation where a guy from the county is standing there with a pad like this, a rubber pad. I knew what he was doing. So what are you doing? He said, well, I'm here to put this pad between the fresh water and the sewer. That's what it's become. So this project with what, 178 homes, 50 homes? What's gonna happen? Are they gonna have fresh water? They're going out of the harbor. We've got the sewer treatment plant. It's antiquated. Several years ago, the county wanted to take over like 60–70% of Harbor Island to upgrade the sewer treatment plant. Nora, you must have heard about that. Well, if it gets much worse, that's gonna happen. And where is the sewage from these 150 apartments gonna be? These are the things that haven't been addressed. You haven't addressed traffic in that area. You have parking on Library Lane or the Wall Street. Where are the cops gonna park? That's where they park now. You're gonna drive the library and then went out of business because the parking will be out for 2 years. They can't survive 2 years. It's impossible. Then, of course, you know, the retail, you know, that's another thing. People can't park up there. And the biggest principle of all, you don't sell a fixed asset to repair something like a garage. You don't do it. You buy a fixed asset like we did in the town. We bought the Larchmont Motel and put up Hummock Park Apartments. You want housing? Do something like that. But don't take it. It's available for village residents too. When you get involved with all these developers and you get all these personal opinions from friends and relatives, you've got to do an environmental impact statement with the things that I mentioned here.
Thank you, Paul. We will. Thank you.
Hi there, I'd like to propose that we get adding to the other two proposals, a proposal to repair the parking garage and expand the parking garage in lieu of affordable housing.
Yes, exactly.
And I just want to talk about the process. Some of you might know my background in following authoritarian type behavior. This behavior it reminds me of organized crime, honestly. There is, first of all, one of our trustees said tonight he was speaking to one of the bidders. We have two other trustees who have.
No, I did not speak to a bidder. That's why I didn't.
Did you say you spoke to West House?
You've been talking to West House.
No.
She didn't say that.
What?
I did not say that.
I did not say that. No, and I haven't spoken to them.
Replay the tape. I'm gonna
Okay, yeah.
continue. You're gonna interrupt me.
I don't want to argue.
It's unclear to me what the rush is to put this in or to put this in any way. There are not 6 NIMBYs against this. There are, at this point, 750 signatures, and there'll be more by next week, residents who are against this. 2 of the 3 trustees that are for this have direct conflicts. One said in a meeting, they hope to have housing there themselves. Another has an existing lawsuit. I'm sure you're both wonderful people. You both have conflicts of interest. You should not be allowed to vote on this.
Exactly.
So 2 of you have conflicts of interest. The third, who seems to be pushing this through, is in direct contact with one of the bidders. You told us here tonight. Okay, you
Let it
said
go,
that
no?
tonight. If you want to say on.
I'm not arguing with you. Just say what you have the right to be wrong. Go ahead.
Oh my God. This will be the clip that we're gonna send to you tomorrow, Lou. You saying you spoke to us, Hal. You also are encouraging people from other communities who do not live here and are not impacted to come in and speak. And the students are lovely. They're all from Village of Larchmont. Let them go to Village of Larchmont and speak.
Yeah.
This is a coordinated effort from people who do not live here. I've lived here for 30 years. You've lived here for 3. You're looking at me. I'm looking at
4.
you. 4.
Oh.
And you'll probably be gone in another year. But for those of us who are staying and have lived here, the character of this village has changed. It's too crowded. It takes 20 minutes for me to get every morning from where I'm going to the highway. 20 minutes, same thing in the afternoon. We cannot take another 100, 200 people parking here, living here. The schools are bursting at the seams. We cannot take more students. Who does this serve? I want to know what the 3 of you, I know, again, you 2 of you have conflicts, and you're a lovely guy, Mandy. I don't need to, you're really lovely to deal with, and I thank you for being so civil tonight. But you both have conflicts. And Leilani, you get very, very worked up, but you have a conflict. You have said on the record at a meeting that you think you're going to get housing here. And I just want to say that there is an election coming up. Whatever, you're obviously all going to be challenged. Maybe you don't care. But this is also your legacy of how you're going to be remembered in this community and your family's legacy. And I can tell you there are, however many people you bring here from the Village of Larchmont and other places, there are thousands of residents here who do not want this.
Yeah.
And you have to listen to us because you serve us. You don't serve yourselves, you serve us.
My name's David Falco. I'm president of Fairway Green. Item 5F on your agenda tonight is an authorization to execute a professional services agreement on design stormwater improvements in Fairway Green and a new sidewalk on Old Post Road. I'm here to request that you authorize the funding of the design study. The design and study is urgently needed because the village's drainage system is failing, and we need to find improvements to remedy the failure. The reason why the stormwater improvements are necessary is that the village's drainage system on Old Boston Post Road and running through Fairway Green is failing to deliver the rainwater to the retention pond at the bottom of Fairway Green. All the drainage system, pipes, and catch basins are the property of the village of Mamaroneck. None of the drainage system that we're talking about tonight belongs to Fairway Green. None of the drainage system that we're talking about today benefits Fairway Green. Fairway Green has its own drainage system that processes all the stormwater runoff within Fairway Green. The stormwater drainage system is supposed to take the rainwater from the village of Mamaroneck, transport it through Fairway Green, and deliver it to the retention pond at the bottom of Fairway Green. However, it's no longer able to manage all the stormwater. As a result, the excess stormwater from the village's drainage system is entering homes in Fairway Green. When I spoke to you at the last meeting, there were questions about why this situation is different than the difficulties that other areas in Mamaroneck are experiencing. Yes, many areas in Mamaroneck have flooding from streams, overflowing, tidal surges, high water tables, and even village drainage systems that cannot handle large volumes of stormwater runoff. But the situation in Fairway Green is different for one significant reason. The village of Mamaroneck is bringing all of that water into Fairway Green. It's not coming from Fairway Green. Fairway Green processes all of its stormwater drainage successfully and independently of the village of Mamaroneck. We even process the surface runoff of stormwater from outside of Fairway Green that flows into Fairway Green. The problem is coming from drainage coming through the village's pipes. If the village's failures cause damage to Fairway Green property and threatens the lives of our residents, you have a legal responsibility to fix it. Please fund the design study tonight.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, sir. Good to see you again.
Good evening. Do any of you know how Mamaroneck came to acquire Hunter Lot?
No.
Okay, so in speaking with some old timers in the village that were involved in politics, the story goes that Hunter Lot is called Hunter Lot because the Hunter family gifted it to Mamaroneck with two strings. The first string being that it never be used for anything besides parking. And the second one was that parking was never to be charged for there. Now, this is a story. Do I have concrete proof? No. But I am going to say this. Have any of you seen the deed or the contract within that gifting? So can you say definitively that that's not the case? If that is the case, and Hunter Lot was gifted with the intention on never being used for anything besides parking, you will be breaking the law by trying to push that through. So I would suggest at this point, you guys pull the paperwork on that, whether it's a sale, we need to verify. I could be right, I could be wrong, but it's not something that we should rush through without looking at the legalities, because quite frankly, if you rush it through and you're wrong, you're gonna put Mamaroneck on the hook big time.
Right.
Now, second thing. Sure, a lot of you don't know, or maybe you do hear it. There are a lot of ripples from the fire department. We don't get to see them at the meetings because, of course, they're involved in the village and they don't directly want to come up.
They were here earlier.
Today?
Yeah.
Who talked?
We're here for LoSAP.
They were here.
Yeah,
for
yeah, they were here.
That's not what he means.
Okay.
Okay.
My point is that if any of you residents, if you want, and if you guys want to, if you want to speak honestly with what the fire department thinks about this building, they're going to tell you. There are areas that they are not going to be able to fight fires in. You're not saying that to us. So at what expense do you want to rush this building through? At the expense of a family possibly burning because the fire department can't get to it? Children dying? If that were to happen, would you be able to rest your head on the pillow, Trustee Isaac? I don't think you will. And see, this is not an issue of affordable housing. It's about overdevelopment and what's going on in the village. We need flooding solved. We need more parking. We don't need a building rushed through. God forbid you push it through and the fire department knows that there are areas they can't get to and a gigantic fire happens and even one person dies. You're gonna have to sleep with that. You're gonna have to sleep with that, and you're gonna have to sleep with that. On another note, how dare you talk to Amy like that? Be a stand-up man. Don't bully women. Fix your face, fix your attitude, okay?
I'm not the bully in that relationship.
I'm talking. When I talk, you listen. You wouldn't talk to Leilani like that, would you? No. Why? Because she wouldn't let you. How dare you talk to our people like that? Do not do that again. We're not standing for it.
Yeah, whatever.
Hi, Bob. Bob, hi. How would we access the deed to Hunter Lot?
Actually, it was included with the RFP.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The deed's included, right?
There's two ways we could look in the file. Or
I don't know where that file is.
we can get a title search done.
Dan has access to land records.
The deed,
Dan, would you be so kind as to get me a copy of the deed and any contract or attachments that go with it?
that would be a title search for some thing. Yeah, I do have a.
The deed is what's gonna control, not the contract.
Yeah, and the deed,
Whatever it is, we would have to
Yeah,
check just to make sure.
I have the deed.
Okay.
It was included with the RFP as an attachment. So I'm more than happy to distribute that to the board.
I would appreciate it if you could just send that to me.
Sure.
Thank you. Hi, sorry.
Hi, Lauren Peron Jones, 539 Prospect Avenue, so they're just down the street. I also want to state that I sit on the Board of Ethics currently, but I'm here as a resident of the community and not having anything to do with my role on the Board of Ethics. Just to be clear, what I'm going to say is 100% my personal thoughts and opinion. Other than college and 8 years with moving around the country with the military, I've lived in Mamaroneck my entire life. That's over 40 years. My grandparents moved their family from the Bronx to the Harbor Heights area of Mamaroneck when my father was 5 years old to get out of the Bronx, to increase the quality of their life, and to also live next door to my grandmother's sister, who also raised her family in Harbor Heights. I graduated Mamaroneck High School in 2000 with Leilani, and my father was a 1963 graduate of the high school. In short, my kids are third generation Mamaroneck residents, and my youngest child will be the 11th person in my immediate family to graduate from Mamaroneck High School. When my husband left his active duty time with the Army, we chose to move back to Mamaroneck. And I say back because he was from Washington State, but he went to school just north of here at West Point. We wanted to come back to Mamaroneck because after living in 5 other states in 8 years, Oklahoma, Alabama, Washington, Colorado, all over the place in 8 years.
Those are states.
We realized how unique our village is, and we wanted our children to be able to avail themselves of the amazing school system that the Mamaroneck district offers. We also wanted them to grow up in a community that was a village, but also had access to New York City, but was also diverse. I say this because I understand how important diversity is, and I understand we need to maintain diversity as best we can. It's very important, and it's why I'm here as well. Okay. Over the course of the years, what diversity has meant has changed in this village, and it's evolved over time. There's been many different varieties of incomes, generations, families, immigrant communities, and all of those have greatly contributed to the vitality of who we are. So we need to protect this diversity and we need to enable it. However, the proposed development project is not the way to do this. As I see it, this is much grander, much larger project than we need in this village. It's not small, it's substantial, and potentially changes the dynamic of not only this neighborhood, but this village as a whole. And we need the opportunity to discuss all of the impacts and the potential ramifications. As a resident of this village who sits in traffic every day, as a resident who served on the Mamaroneck School District Enrollment Task Force, and don't let anybody tell you the schools aren't overcrowded, because that was absolutely they are. at the brim, okay? And, you know, we have a little bit of wiggle room, but you always have to have that wiggle room because the population ebbs and flows over time. So the beauty of that is that we need the wiggle room, but will not have the wiggle room. If we put 180 units in there, 180 units with multiple bedrooms, and my deductive reasoning tells me that that's going to include multiple families with children. I'm here to say we need to slow down. We need to stop and think what we're doing and ensure that if it's done at all, it's done properly with the right studies in the right location and with the right authorization. The law right now doesn't allow us to prioritize village residents in the allocation of the proposed housing, nor does it allow us to prioritize those who have been greatly impacted by flooding that may want different housing. The law requires for this building to be net new. Not entirely. I understand that there's a chance that somebody who's current resident could get a spot, but as it is in aggregate, it will be net new housing. Net new housing with multiple bedrooms. Net new housing in a district where schools are overcrowded and class size has grown. I went to Mamaroneck Avenue School with other people who are here tonight, and I can tell you the class sizes have increased over time. It's too much. It's too much stress on our village. It's a very large building with very much a lot of stress on our already overburdened infrastructure. All of this with a minimal increase to our village, school, and town tax revenue, as far as I can tell. If you have different numbers, please share that. I would love to know what the impact of the tax revenue would be compared to what the cost would be. I'll say this, the proposed development is only as good as the time and planning that was put into it. The building will be there for a very long time. The implications of a large-scale development in this village as a whole has secondary and tertiary implications that I, as a resident, am not convinced were well thought out. The right people need to be engaged, and the right ones need to be voting on this. We need to do proper impacts on studies and on the impact of school, traffic, environment. And most importantly, we need to help the residents that are already here and ensure that our community remains vibrant, diverse, and welcoming in a way that makes people want to move here and stay here.
Hi, everybody. I'm gonna interrupt by talking about sidewalks for a minute. Sorry.
Thank you.
Ooh. My name is Abby Roberts, and I'm a resident of 1030 Old Post Road in the village of Mamaroneck, so I'm a real resident. You can pinch me and scream. No. But before, so I came here to sort of ask you to kind of move forward with the Old Post Road sidewalk, which has been adopted in the February capital budget, adopted in the 2023 adopted comprehensive plan, and huge thanks to the Traffic Commission. Last week, they once again supported the initiative, which has been on the Safe Routes to School agenda for far longer than I've been pestering you, Greg, if you're still listening. So far longer than 9 years. But before I do, I just actually want to take a moment to stop and thank the board for all that you're doing, because you know, someone who's been involved in village politics far longer than I would have ever wanted. In listening to your working session earlier today and a couple of weeks ago, and just generally, I really do feel like there's a lot of progress being made, and I think sometimes it's hard to see because I think all of us, we're all just so frustrated. I think that's something we all share, everyone in this room, with kind of the lack of movement forward and execution, whatever side of whatever equation you're on. And so I just want to say I really appreciate it because I just know how much work it is. So this is a bit of a ramble, I guess, but I did want to say that. Oh, and before I forget, I'm not sure if I have to still say this or not, but a couple of years ago, I was chair of the Traffic Commission, and I was also on the ZBA for a couple of years, but I'm not anymore. I'm talking as a private resident. So really quickly, I hope you will move forward with the Old Post Road sidewalk engineering study. It's so important. I've walked up and down that road every day for the last 9 years with my kids, and it's really, really unsafe. We don't have a sidewalk. I've literally seen 2 kids almost die in front of my eyes in the last year. I had to step in front of traffic to save them. So, you know, when we think about safety needs, I'm asking to do this one. In terms of the AKRF report that I looked at for phasing and drainage, I'm not gonna get into the drainage, but I will ask because the plan currently is to install a sidewalk this summer when the children are out, that when you look at the AKR schedule, because there isn't actually like a planning schedule or a timing schedule, that you know, the sidewalk is much greater than where the drainage is, so that if we could just make sure that we don't like lose the sidewalk for another year while they're looking at drainage studies, I would really appreciate that, because I think the sidewalk's more important. And then just kind of a bigger picture thing, I just wanted to say that I was at the Traffic Commission, they let me visit last week, and you know, my heart was really broken by the fact that the same issues that were there 7 years ago are still coming up and nothing's been done. And you know, I heard about a new Union Avenue traffic study they did, and I really just wanted to cry that, you know, we have such a great engaged traffic commission now. We have generations of traffic commissions now, where not a lot's been done. And so I really want to, and I know Leilani has some amazing plans with Vision Zero. So I just really want to endorse those Vision Zero plans she has, but also to ask if you could get someone to, you know, an external consultant maybe to fill out all the grants we need, because there are a lot of grants available. Time is really of the essence, and there's so many more projects than just my little sidewalk that really need to get done. So that was it. That was my ramble. But thank you all for your service. It's a lot, and it's a late night too. So that's it.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Laura Body, I serve on the Traffic Commission. I am a member of the Washingtonville Neighborhood Association, but I'm going to speak tonight as a resident. But what I speak on will be touching on flooding and traffic and many other items. First of all, affordable housing. I'm not for it, like everyone else, like the petitions that's being circulated. It needs to be put on a shelf for now. You're moving way too fast and at warp speed on one item when we have so many issues in this village that need to be addressed first and foremost. I am sick to my stomach that I live in Washingtonville and I can't walk down my sidewalks because my streets flood. I have no sewage. And affordable housing is moving so quickly and everybody's so argumentative about it and everybody's so matter of fact and how important it is to you, not us. We're telling you what we need. You've sat with us, you've heard us, you've listened. We do not have a substantial parallel mitigation plan in place. We have thoughts, hopes, dreams, wishes. I've shared with you other municipalities that have strategies in place and that they've accomplished in 10 years because they hit the ground running, found funding, got it done. I cannot get sewer drains in Washingtonville. It's a maybe, or we can, or we're gonna study. And what doesn't sit right with me, and I applaud you, thank you, Mayor, for catching it today in the work session. So much was left out of that SLR report. You didn't attack the aquifer. You didn't attack the important issues. You didn't attack the contamination. And lastly, you're not even addressing where the water's coming from. But again, we're gonna go into another hurricane season and maybe we'll have drainage. Maybe. I don't know how you guys can sleep. Because I don't. Because I pace up and down my street. But nobody speaks to us, just like I heard you, Lou, say, I speak with the IAPC, or I heard the engineers say they went over and did a study of their drainage. Where's the residents of Washingtonville? We have open meetings, we have open communication, but nobody wants to hear the real deal. Nobody wants to come and see the dirt. And everybody wants to play this false narrative that the poor people in Washingtonville, we need to get them affordable housing and rescue them and raise them up out of the flood zone. Well, that's not how it works. Because there's over 1,000 of us that flood. And you're putting so much energy into 77 or even 130 units. You don't have stringent stormwater management coding. You don't have building requirements that can rescue us. You have no sanction on open space. And we have a parking and traffic issue. Mr. O'Connor, 2 years ago, myself in 2007, and many others have asked for an ad hoc committee on traffic to study parking and to increase residential parking. It's not a new item. We could go back to the table. But this is what I think, and it's kind of like a mean girl club. Because if you like me, you'll listen to me. If you don't like me for what I'm saying, you won't. And then it becomes not important because it personalizes for you. You're here to serve us. And if you don't want to do it for everyone, resign. And get people in here that are going to move at warp speed for me and my family and the residents of Washingtonville and the residents of the village of Mamaroneck. We're flooding. I understand Fairway Green is at the bottom of their barrel, but Washingtonville and the Heights have been taking their bump since 1932 with no resolve. You should be embarrassed that you don't have a flood mitigation plan that you could pull out and say that this is how we're going to execute it. Month one this, month two that. You have nothing but hopes and dreams. And what are we going to do? And what are we going to study next? You're going to be extinct. And it's going to be at your hand. I'm fed up. And I think that maybe the village needs to sue to get something done.
Yes.
I'm taking my own property. We're not even included in that conversation. The CRC might be included in raising their houses, but we're not included in that, or nor what we need. Our homes need to be sealed. We need dry wells. We need bioswales. Where are the grants? Where are the givebacks for us for what we entail every time it rains? Nothing. Nothing. Blank stares. And we'll be going in another month, and then we're going to forget about this, and we're going to get right back to affordable housing. Thank you for doing nothing.
Lewis, 303 Prospect Avenue, Mamaroneck, New York. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your time and service. I know it's difficult, and I appreciate you all doing the rigors, etc. Let me get to the point. My family moved here in 1977 from Astoria, Queens, very multi-ethnic community. They wanted to go somewhere where there were great schools and peace and quiet, right? And we pretty much have that, right? Yeah. Nice, peaceful community. Very multi-ethnic. I love it. I'm looking at the board, that's amazing. So when it was my turn to get married, and I brought my lovely bride up here, we scraped and saved, we were able to come up here. Since 1999, I paid almost $500,000 in property taxes. I'm just an engineer. My wife's just a school teacher. Two humble people. We're not making like 200,000 or whatever. And I'm not complaining about the taxes. They are what they are. It was my choice. But having paid almost $500,000 in real estate taxes, I got skin in the game. And I got 3 questions for you all, simple questions that I'd like honest answers. And I don't want to hear, well, you're just supposed to speak. We're not supposed to talk. I'd like to ask the question and hear your answer. Pretty much know the answer to this, but I'd like to ask it. Right down the line, if we start from Manny, in your opinion, should the Hunter housing lot project be an initiative voted by the Board of Trustees, or should it be voted by the Village of Mamaroneck residents? What are your thoughts?
I think the board.
I don't know. I actually think it may legally have to be the board because there are very few things we can do as referendum. But so I think in theory, if it could be a referendum, I would support that, but I'm not sure if there's a legal criterion to do a referendum.
Thanks for the elaboration.
Yeah, no, I agree with Nora, and I also think that whatever we do needs to be thoughtful and with the residents in mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's our responsibility to do it. I mean, I understand that that people might want that, but it's our responsibility. It's not an easy one to make, and it's not really an item that is really eligible for that kind of treatment. Right?
Fair enough.
I would say the board because whatever it turns into, it's the board's responsibility to respond on behalf of the community and the community voices.
One more quick question. So if you had to vote today, just today on the 100 lot, like right now, subject to change, of course, I know you have to read things, just today, based on the information you have, would you vote yes or no? And how many units would you like to see? Something to change, just your opinion.
I just want to say, I think that's not a question that it's responsible for any of us to answer.
Okay.
And I mean,
No, you're right.
I get panicked, look at the lawyer, but I just think that could get the village into more trouble, and that's not what we're here for.
We're at the beginning of a process. And these are concepts, and then and we will negotiate if we choose one of these. We'll have to negotiate all these details that have to come to us.
I just wanted to get an opinion.
I couldn't agree to it today. I couldn't.
What question we're drawing on? Does anyone on the dais at the moment hope that they could rent the unit from that in the future?
Go back to the video screen.
Well, you know, it'd be a great deal, but I don't think so. I don't think we'd be eligible. I think it would be a conflict.
Okay, and I'm not asking this to get anyone in trouble. I want everyone to win. I want everybody to get the A. I'm not competitive. I don't care. I just know what I want. Now I'm speaking my First Amendment right, is that we came up here for a reason. Peace and quiet, great schools, diverse community, love it all. Want it to keep going. I just don't want more units a block from. I can see my house from here, from Free Prospect, right? Have another 100 units across the street in the traffic, and then not only that, but what else are you going to buy and sell and build, right? So there's a Shakespearean expression. I think he thinks that thou protest too much. So with that, I guess the way I take it is when you're seeing a debate going on and you see who's kind of being calm about it and you see who's getting riled up about it, it kind of makes you wonder what's really going on underneath. So I wish the energy and the pushback and the defensiveness was there. I live high on a hill, but I look down. When I say look down, you know what I mean. I'm looking down at the flats. They get flooded. I feel for them. We're worried about these units because really that's priority. Really? That's priority versus the flooding of people that lived here for decades. That's priority. In my mind, if you fix the flooding, if you put as much energy tonight and all the back and forthing and all the protestations and they're getting defensive and whatever, if you put that much energy in fixing the flooding, I might turn my petition vote from get rid of this to, yeah, I'll consider it. But first things first, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi there. My name's H.L. DeVoy. I live at 317 Prospect Avenue. So I live on Prospect Avenue. Our street is already overcrowded with parking. The street is lined every day with cars of people who do not live in my neighborhood. Every day they sit in their cars. This morning, very loudly, one was playing music for half an hour. Boom, boom, boom. The inside of my house was shaking. They throw trash on the ground. They disrespect my neighborhood, my home, our village. On Prospect Avenue, cars race by every day, well over the speed limit. On Prospect Avenue, there's one side of the street where cars can park. On Prospect Avenue, cars are only legally able to park on the side of the street where there are driveways, blinded by the parked cars. While I can appreciate that the board is going to hire consultants to look at 100 tier, I have to say my experience with the village consultants, village and consultants is horrendous. After years of neighbors complaining about speeding and parking on Prospect Avenue and the dangerous egress from Prospect onto Fenimore, we have witnessed many crashes at Prospect and Fenimore. A traffic commissioner, one meeting actually blamed the people involved in the accident because they had run a stop sign not realizing that people were sticking their nose out into the street to try to make the dangerous turn. We were explained that a stoplight there would be way too expensive. But let's see. After a while, after a couple of years, finally, the Traffic Commission put forward that they would hire a consultant. The consultant came, they walked to the neighborhood, they spent a significant amount of time with us, they wrote a report. The Traffic Commission ignored the report, did not change the parking, which is all of the cars are parked from Prospect Avenue, lined the driveways.
Can I give you?
Thousands of dollars were spent on this study and it was ignored. Why do I say I've had a horrendous experience with the village and with the board? Because my family and other people's families and themselves, their lives are at risk every day when we go to pull out on Prospect Avenue. People are racing by, our driveways are blinded by the parked cars. You hired a consultant, seemingly apparently to appease us, because nothing was done and you did not take, the Traffic Commission and the board did not take the recommendation of the consultant. So what was very disturbing to me was recently one of our neighbors was speaking to a Traffic Commission or somebody on the Traffic Commission, whatever they're appropriately called. And that person revealed to my neighbor that they had not even read the report and that they weren't going to change the parking because one guy complains about it. Okay, I guess that one guy is me, but I will tell you this. There's many other people who are really fed up with just, inaction, whether it be flooding, whether it be speeding, whether it be parking, whether it be illegal parking. My neighbor explained to the Traffic Commissioner what I would like to go on record to say also, that is, the Traffic Commission, the board hired a consultant. The consultant recommended that the parking be moved to the other side of the street. I can understand that people on the other side of the street don't want cars parked in front of their houses. Okay, I get it, but they don't have their driveways there. If one of my children or my wife or I pull out of my driveway and I'm hit by a police car responding to an incident, or I'm hit by somebody else speeding down the street, this Traffic Commissioner is on record saying they didn't even read the report. The report was written, it recommended something, the commission didn't take it up, the board didn't take it up. So when somebody's hurt, injured, or killed, we will sue. We will absolutely sue the village. We'll sue the Traffic Commissioner personally, everybody on the Traffic Commission, and the board. You just can't think that you can hire consultants to appease people, to grease the skids of some kind of decision that's going to be made. So forgive me, I'm ranting about Prospect Avenue and my parking situation and my home. I would like to have a home where it's maintained, my property values can go up, I can pay more taxes, I can support the schools, I can have a beautiful village with a beautiful harbor, where the place doesn't flood, where people, are not, having all the issues that we have. Do we really need to be spending all this time and energy on developing more homes, taking away parking, and adding more traffic to Prospect Avenue?
Thank you. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Board, Daniela Bierman, Harbor Heights. Kind of upset that a lot of people that mattered here before are gone. People from Larchmont that I really wanted them to hear what I had to say. I'm kind of pissed. I'm also happy that during your work session, you've addressed a lot of the things I'm going to talk about. I did a lot of research. I dug into that West Half proposal and picked through it. And I really hope that everybody that's here comes next week and listens and asks them questions, because they presented and I was on that Zoom. None of my questions were answered, not one, because it didn't fit what he was pushing. So pay attention, everybody, pay attention. First and foremost, we all need to be honest, our village cannot do both flood mitigation and affordable housing. This is totally putting the cart before the horse on many levels. The precedence of dealing with flooding should be the only thing our village should be concerned with. There are affordable housing units all throughout the village that are impacted by the current issue, and those families, those homeowners deserve the spotlight and mitigation before we run with the stance on a housing crisis. Because there already is a crisis that isn't being rectified, that is housing. You are diminishing the severity of these families and these homeowners. I keep hearing by both select Board of Trustee members, as well as people from West Hab, that this will put this parcel back on the tax roll. Okay, so when will that be? Because 100% affordable housing developments get special tax exemptions and abatements for a period of up to 25 to 30 years. And even though 421A expired in 2021, the governor through executive order has extended it to push through buildings such as this. So to say that this will generate income for the village is very vague and misleading. So until we get a time frame and dollar amount, it's not good noise. There have been no impact studies by outside experts. I know that you're all ready to do that for the environment in schools. No traffic studies by independent auditors. It should not be anybody you know. No one. They should be professional in the field, and they need to be independent. This project lists a geothermal heating cooling pump. This requires weeks of drilling. This is on their RFP. Drilling that needs approval not only from the village building department, but every neighbor in the immediate area. Hi, Prospect people. Drilling on our land, any homeowner will tell you, is mainly solid bedrock. I dig for a garden, you hit rock, okay? If West Hab did any research, they would have found out that the library already attempted this venture with their reno, only to come to a screeching halt. Why do you ask? Bedrock, right? Shocker. There have been 2 RFPs. They are drastically different from one another. Why aren't there others? Why does it seem like one is so much more in the lead to be chosen? The push for the West Hab project seems one where other community groups have quid pro quo by getting the community members to align with their proposal rather than the other. They are clearly misleading the community. It is not completely clear how this building will benefit the community if the units aren't for the community. Yet this is all we keep hearing from Micah and the CRC. Why are the loudest voices for this development not even from Amerenik? Perpetuating change for the better when the actual members of the community are digging in their heels to the contrary. I would like to know when we as a community feel that we have done our fair share in helping the underserved community. Is there ever going to be a cap or benchmark where everyone is satisfied, or is this a never-ending story? Well, I for one can say that the village of Amerenik has done its fair share. We have more than the required units of affordable housing. There are at least 12 multifamily and building properties and 7 new affordable homes. How about we take a moment to highlight that the property rate in Larchmont is 3% and Amerenik is 7%. How about we look to level off that disparity so that when our children get to the Homics and MHS, they don't feel like they have to keep up with the Joneses. Village of Larchmont, I challenge you to step up to our affordable housing level. There are properties on the Post Road that can be developed. So in closing, it's time that this board really take their time in making any decisions on this project. Slow your roll, right? There are many facets that need to be explored. Take the time, really read through the proposals like I did. Educate yourselves. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Williams. I've lived in the village of Amerenik since 2011. I am currently a member of the volunteer fire department, but my views this evening are my own. I'm going to speak to nothing that has to do with the fire department. I moved to the village of Amerenik in 2011, like I said, while I was still on active duty with the U.S. Coast Guard. And something I really took from my 7 years of service was the Coast Guard's core values: honor, respect, and devotion to duty. And I was not here tonight. Well, I was here for part of the work session, but I left and I was watching the rest of the work session on my phone. I was in the middle of doing other tasks for this village of Mamaroneck. During that work session, the conduct I saw displayed was atrocious. The shouting at each other, the shouting at our mayor, Lou Young, your body language as you are displaying right now. This is the type of stuff that in my personal opinion is unbecoming of an elected official. You owe us better. You owe all of us better. You owe your colleagues on this board better. And I would really hope that you step up and you take that mantle of honor, respect, and devotion to duty like I learned to do. When we talk about this affordable housing project, what is the essence? Why does this need to be done now? I have yet to hear a real legitimate need for this at this moment. We need to do something about flooding. We need to do something about flooding. There is video of me doing incredibly dangerous things in that floodwater without the proper equipment, without the proper training, but we do it. You need to do something about flooding. Put everything else on the back burner. Show that you spent 2 hours on affordable housing tonight in a work session. Spend that time on flooding. That's all I have to say.
Hi, everybody. My name is Richard Lineberger, 220 Highbury Street in Mamaroneck. I've been up here a couple of times before. I just want to say thank you to everybody here tonight who's, working for the village. It takes a lot of work, and I totally understand that. But I also want to thank all the residents who have come out time and time again. Lou, I'm going to call you out just like everybody else. I saw Marsha Blackburn. There are 6 NIMBYs.
Marsha Kramer,
thank you. 6 NIMBYs who are protesting. I'm going to update Amy because as of 10 days from a petition that got started by these residents, 784 people have signed it. 700. If we spent as much time, like everybody else is saying, on the flooding than we did tonight and every other night on affordable housing, can you imagine what we could have gotten accomplished for the people who were suffering every single time it rains? I mean, what I'm going to say, what I wanted to ask, and I'm not sure if you're going to answer, but does everybody on the board know how many parking spots are across the street, the exact number?
it varies because some of them are closed.
Right, because 11 that are closed.
It's about 208.
Yeah, so I counted 206. Right there, to do due diligence, everybody sitting up here is voting on a project to reduce the number of parking spots. And 206 is a 3-digit number that everybody should know off the top of their heads when they're asked. How is it that nobody knows that there's 206 parking spots across the street? You're proposing to get rid of 206 parking spots, right? And to replace it with 77 apartments, of which they're saying you only need 63 parking spots for 77 residents, which is obviously a dream because that's not going to be the case.
Parking for residents because they can't afford their rent, so why would they be able to have a car?
Something else, I counted right now on the permits for all of the parking spots that we have across the street. 75 of them are for permitted parking. 99 are for public, of which 11 are blocked because you can't park there because it's falling down, right? Or whatever the problem is. But there's a total of 175 public and permit parking spots combined. And there's 31 that are 11 for the village. There's 2 for EV, and then there's 6 for handicap. So if they are going to replace it, and the new MCAH states that they're going to update it by adding another level to put 170 spots up. That was up from 122 for the original proposal. If you take just what the village has and what the handicap and what the EVs and what the fire department has, which are 2 spots, you're left with 93 spots before you give the residents of the newer building any kind of parking. So how are we, as a village, going to allow them to only put in so many parking spots when right now we have 206? And you're gonna tell them that it's okay to put 170 back?
That's their opening offer. We have to negotiate.
Right. Well, I mean, what we're saying is fix the parking and we wouldn't have to have this big building.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, as a former Chamber of Commerce president, I can tell you that the biggest issue with people who unfortunately can't be here tonight because they're running their businesses, it's parking. It's parking, and you guys are looking to vote on something that, as you can see here, everybody's against. And we're not just NIMBY, we're 784 NIMBYs. And I think that we need to start paying attention to that. So thank you very much and good luck.
I think that's just I live on Florence Street. I've been watching from home for the last several months, so I'm here.
Welcome.
What I've heard from home is that I've never heard anybody say they were against affordable housing. They're against this project because of its location. Yeah. And because we have other priorities. Exactly. When you own a home and a major mechanical breaks, you beg, borrow, or steal the money to fix it. And you have to prioritize. You don't go to Disney World, you go to the Bronx Zoo. You don't spend $1.5 million on Florence Park, it's fine. You don't spend that much on Hop Around, it's fine. You have to beg, borrow, and steal the money that we need to fix the flooding. Doing what the state and the county can do is great, but we need to look at everything else. We have to fix that first. I'd also just like to follow up briefly of what people have said already tonight about fire response. My husband is retired FDNY. He went by that spout. He said, there's no way you're going to get a tower ladder in there. Somebody spoke about the Town of Mamaroneck Housing Authority and why can't we model our affordable housing plan on something like that. This is a criteria if you wanted an apartment in the Homicks apartments. There were 9 of them. 7 out of the 9 criteria had to do with living or working in the town of Mamaroneck.
Yes, that's what we can do.
And the last thing I want to say very briefly is what Amy brought up, which was conflict of interest.
She's talking.
Our Board of Ethics has in their paperwork on the website under recusal. A village officer or employee or board or committee member shall promptly recuse himself or herself from acting on a matter before the village when acting on the matter may benefit the persons listed in section 21-4A, financially or otherwise, or give the reasonable appearance of a conflict or of interest or impropriety. On Tom Napoli, the state controller's website, he has a brochure on the cover page for conflicts of interest of municipal officers and employees. When serving in your public capacity, the interests of your municipality must come before your own. In fact and appearance, your actions and interests must be above reproach.
Tim O'Connor, Washington Street. Ground Zero, Ida. I'm gonna remove myself as the Park and Recreations member and talk strictly to myself, Washington Neighborhood Association member. Good evening. What a disappointment this time turned out to be, huh? I won't want to be in your shoes. A few things. Let's start with the Hunter Lot situation. This is way above your pay grade, swim lane. You have no idea what's going on. The project itself hasn't even got off the floor yet, and you're arguing up here what's going on with the RFPs and who's gonna do what. Shelve the project. Let's talk about flooding. Okay, yeah, the village engineer was out there today talking about on a work session about the drainage system. And the flood for the Washington neighborhood and industrial area. We also found out that this RFP was sitting on his desk for 2 years. And we're coming up in September, the 3rd year of Ida anniversary. What are we waiting for? Why are we not doing this now? We should have done this 6 months after the flooding. And here we are behind the curveball. It seems the village of Mamaroneck likes to lead from
back and not the front. We need leaders to get this done. We need flood mitigation now, not tomorrow. And the interesting thing is that, you know, I think Mr. Ryan talked about it tonight, is about studies. You haven't done a darn study yet about Hunt-A-Lot, about the impact of the infrastructure, environmental impact, and all that stuff. That hasn't even been started yet, let alone reviewed. But yet, Washingtonville's suffering, and we have to wait for an RFP for the last 2 years to put stormwater drains in catch basins in the Washingtonville area. We only have 6 in the total area of Washingtonville. Why are we waiting on this? And I feel for this gentleman over here from Fairview,
Fairway.
Fairway Green.
Fairway Green. You're the end of what we're going through upstream. We feel for you. We're there. We understand when people flood. We get it. On top of the flooding, you can't do flooding without looking at the impact of what's in the water. You guys got to test it. So when you go for an RFP, you have to test what's in the water. And I think, Dan, you talked about that a few months ago. Don't touch the water when it's right. Don't touch the water. It's contaminated. But when you do an RFP for stormwater drains, you have to include testing with the soil. You have to include the testing for the water. You sit on the aquifer. The aquifer's, as you know, it's all contaminated. And it's full, thank you. And so this is the sort of the RFPs that we need for the sewers in our neighborhood. On top of it, I think Gino talked about getting input from the residents. Please include the victims, the flood victims in this RFP as data input. Get a couple of people from Washingtonville, Harbor Heights, Beaver Swamp. Get those people involved and let them give the data as it was mentioned in the RFP from SLR today. And then with Nora, let's get 2 or 3 more RFPs to look for the stormwater drain network here that we have to install. That's key. More eyes on a project. We probably do a little bit better. Sometimes you can overlook stuff. Get a third guy in there, take a look at stuff. You could cover it all. But we need to get the flood done now. Forget the affordable housing.
Good evening, Rita O'Connor. I'm a lifelong resident of Mamaroneck, second generation. We've lived here my entire life. You know, something I live by is, you know, why fix it if it ain't broke? Why are we focusing and spending so much energy on affordable housing? I get it, the community, you know, maybe Westchester County and beyond needs it, but Mamaroneck has met its quota.
Yes.
We need to have all the other municipalities around us step up and get some skin in the game. We did our share. Why are we forcing this down the residents' throat? That's basically what you guys are doing. You're focusing and putting so much effort on this. Why? For whose benefit? Nobody's gonna benefit from this in Mamaroneck. Nobody. We know that. We know it's a lottery. There's people on the street that think they're getting a house or an apartment. They're not. This is for people who want to come here, who live outside of our community. I get it. Everybody wants to live in Mamaroneck. But we have other things to focus on, other bigger things. I know you heard about flooding. I know people are sick of hearing that. But I'm a flood victim. I get 6 feet of water in my house during Ida. What's been done to prevent that from happening again? Nothing. I know you guys talk about it. There's action plans in place or studies being done, but nothing has been done to prevent us from getting flooded again. Nothing. 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 Lou, nothing. I don't sleep every time it rains. Okay? I don't sleep every time it rains.
Not that because nothing's been done.
What's been done to prevent it or to at least help it?
We spent a ton of money pulling stuff out of the rivers and keeping them flowing.
It ain't working, Lou. It ain't working.
Okay.
It ain't working. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Come to my house when it rains, Lou. I'm sorry.
I live down there too.
Okay, all right. So my plea is.
Excuse me.
My plea
Excuse
is.
me.
This is a nice dream for somebody. We don't need it. And to say You know we need parking. Everyone is saying we need parking. We need parking. Our traffic sucks. It's gridlock on any given day. Like New York City, right? Is that everybody in agreement with that? You guys work here, live here, you know that, right? To get from point A to point B, takes Amy 20 minutes to get to the friggin' highway. We're a village. We're not New York City. We don't have any more room. Our infrastructure can't manage it. Our schools can't manage it. Our fire personnel and our emergency personnel can't manage it. What are you doing? What are you prioritizing this for home? Not for yourself. I want to answer. We were talking about this. We are the residents of Mamaroneck, paying taxes, paying rent. We don't want it, but you guys keep talking about it. Why?
I don't know.
Why? I need to understand that. I don't understand. We have a parking structure out here that's been there for parking because we need parking.
Exactly.
And literally, you're like, oh, we can't fix this. It's broken. But why can't you fix it? Fix the damn thing. We need parking, not affordable housing.
Exactly.
Please. We're residents first. Residents first. Thank you.
Robert Stark, 704 on the court. I'm on the traffic commission. And the reason I'm speaking, I know this is not the most important issue, but I couldn't let pass some of the comments that were made about the traffic commission. I was on the traffic commission when this incident came up. I was in July of 2021, and I want to explain something because Lou, you spoke to him as if you're going to fix something. Before you endeavor to.
Okay, I'm just getting information, that's all.
Let me finish, you don't have to say anything. Anybody who wants to understand what happened in July, I believe it was June or July of 2021, at our traffic meeting and subsequent to that, you can read the traffic minutes of January 2022. It will explain exactly what happened then. Just briefly, he was correct. There was a request to change parking on Prospect Avenue from one side of the street to the other. I believe there are 15 homes, families on that short street. He's entitled to his opinion to request that. He's entitled to request that. The problem is there were himself and perhaps one or two other families wanted that. The problem is the majority of the families on that block, 12 of them, did not want it. And the reason it was passed by the traffic commission, which you will read if you read the minutes, is because the traffic members weren't told that the other residents on the street didn't have an opportunity to express their opinion. They subsequently came to the Board of Trustees meeting and were angry that this was passed without their knowledge. January 2022, Board of Trustees, Traffic Commission minutes. Read it.
Question, Robert, was this the thing that you were talking about the first time we met, that the minutes on that, you correcting the minutes on that?
Yes.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay.
Read it.
Okay.
January 2022.
Got it.
What did the consultants report recommend?
John Hofstadter's house.
You don't actually go by the consultants. You, in those situations where somebody wants some changes. You're not speaking. I'm speaking.
Yeah.
I'm here.
All right, excuse me, can we
I
please,
just vote by what the majority.
Thank you.
if we could bring this down, please?
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, thank you.
You go by the majority of the people on the street on health or safety.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Have to come on, overlap it. I don't want that to come out something.
Hi, Ian McKee. Hi. Brad Terrace. I'm on the Urban Book Zone Committee. I'm here for myself, as well as on the school district building use committee. Yeah, I'm speaking here for myself. First, I just want to kind of back up that I had a few talking points. I was hoping to project things like my need. I really just want to back up and kind of make a point to say that there are all these people here saying the same exact thing. But yet you're met with blank stares from a number of you. and the unwavering urgency to push this through. I don't get it. And nobody gets it. It defies all logic, including your, like, the description of your jobs to continue on this path and defy every request of every resident here to just do what you want. It's astonishing. Frankly, it's really disheartening. Like I've started coming to all these meetings. I would think for some reason I thought maybe something might change. Maybe we will be heard. We were heard in the elections. That was good. Some things have changed. It seems there might be another election. But I digress. I'd like to go on to our favorite topic of this Hunter lot. This, I wouldn't even call it a project, it's not a project. This idea, this thing that is being pushed through is flawed on so many levels. It is flawed from the conception itself. On the unknown basis or thought that there is a need for more affordable housing in this village. Can anybody tell me what the percent of affordable housing that we currently have in this village? I know I asked that many other times. I heard that there was a study, and it was done, but nobody could give me an answer. Right?
I don't think Greg's still on.
Anyway, I found one of the reports. It was dated, so I don't think it's the most recent, but it states that there are, I'll pull it up, almost 1,500 affordable housing units for rent in this village.
I think that's
Not even close.
I was gonna, get it.
I'll speak what I-
He has the right to say whatever he wants.
Low affordability. And so it's not even like straight 100% AMI. This is at 50% AMI. So this was, I didn't do the study. I'm not making it up. I read it off of your website.
Okay.
53% of the rental units are at the 50% AMI affordability. It's astonishing, I know. You can roll your eyes. But
It's literally unbelievable.
It's literally written on your website. Pull up the report. I didn't make it up.
Okay.
I have no reason to.
Okay.
But yet, we're looking at all these spaces that their houses are being destroyed. Potential loss of life. I don't see the urgency there. I don't see us going hours and hours of talking about like, oh, well, we need to get a consultant to tell us what to do because you don't have a plan. Before you send out an RFP, you have the plan. Hire the consultant first, get an idea of the structure, of the financial structure, of the deal that you're gonna make. Then you put out the RFP with that laid out in black and white. The RFP right now is frankly illegal. Like it's like if you choose one of these proposals, you will be liable because it does not follow public procurement law. You have two very different proposals. Why? Because RFP is so vague. RFPs cannot be vague. You need a quantifiable way of measuring the proposals and how they meet your needs. With the way that it is, the way that's written, the way the proposals came in, you are unable to compare the two proposals, okay? Therefore, you have no way of delineating their viability and how they meet your needs. In fact, neither of them meet the basic needs of the RFP that was sent out. They don't meet the parking needs. They don't meet the number of unit needs. They don't meet environmental needs. All of this being put out and done without any preliminary studies on impact of schools, environment, streets, etc. Which I know it sounds repetitive because everybody else has said it, and I'll be done.
Thank you.
Sorry, but it's astonishing that we're still here, still talking about it, and it's upsetting. But thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you next week. You sound like my wife.
Hello, Angela Clark from Highview Street. And I wanna go along with everything that everyone has said so far. We know that the 100 lot affordable housing development is a huge issue. What I wanna know is, how did we get to this point where this lot is in such disrepair? How did we get here? It's a stream of revenue for this village, but yet we let it deteriorate. And we've put money into things such as playgrounds that don't produce any income for us, such as Florence Park, where we're considering selling permits for people to play basketball. What kind of revenue is that? And pickleball, right? Memberships so that people can play. How much money are we gonna make from that? If you put another tier, put out a bid, an RFP for a triple level tier, you'll make back the money that you need to make back on parking and permits for the residents that are already here. I mean, we really need to address this. We've got to stop. The village has met its quota. We have all the affordable housing, more than any other towns that we are surrounded by. So we really have to stop. What I would like to see is the passion that goes into demanding deadlines for affordable housing decisions to be shown for the flooding and for the mitigation. Where are the demands of deadlines for that? Where is the resolutions for those problems? Where are we saying, and what's the deadline? And what day will this be done on? Let's put more of an interest in that. Let's get this flooding fixed. We need the spillway improved. We need the trees taken out of there. We need it dug up. We need someplace for this water to go. You have to get in touch with the Westchester Joint Waterworks, and you have to work a deal with them and get it done. That should be a deadline. That's where we should be placing a deadline. March 15th, whatever it is, a deadline for that, not affordable housing.
Hi, Lucia from the Regatta. I'm on the board, just here for myself though. I'd just like to piggyback off of what Brian said, regarding the firehouse, because I took pictures and I also sent it to the board of, my balcony faces the back of, Little Kitchen, Old Mamaroneck, firehouse and off of Prospect. And the gym that opened up behind there, the parking back there is horrendous. It's an accident waiting to happen. You won't even be able, I don't know if you want to pass these around.
Is that by the cigar place?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. You can't, I don't know how a fire truck would ever get back there, God forbid if there was a fire.
Yeah.
And then where the house that they demolished. They're supposed to be putting up, I believe it's 8 units. Where are they gonna fit all these cars, you know, that are
Still parked there.
parking back there? I mean, it's really bad, and you know, like Brian said, you can't even fit fire trucks. I don't know how the heck a fire truck is gonna come down Prospect, off of Prospect Avenue back to fire. There's a fire in our building. And the cars that are just parked up against our building and block off our entrances. No one patrols back there. And then you'll see in one of the pictures, I don't know if Brian can tell us what it is, the white trailers. Those are all GP parking spots back there also. And the rest, and the people from the gym are taking all the GP parking with us. So we have nowhere to park. And regarding the flooding, I believe flooding should be done first before any more building.
How many units do you have at the Regatta?
113.
I'm getting up again, lungs of body, 170 Washington Street. Well, I'm gonna direct this to you.
you're getting picked on tonight, but you asked for it.
You talking to me?
Yes.
Oh.
For you. When people talk about the flooding and what you keep saying what's been done, listen, they did some dredging, that did nothing,
Okay.
okay, nothing. Okay, the cameras and the dredging, that's what we got. I believe that you believe that it did something.
Okay, okay.
Okay, tell that to the people on Center Street, on Madison, on Washington. Tell it to them, because the last heavy rain, they were flooded again. The dredging does nothing. That little bit of dredging they did not save us. It's not helping us. Okay, maybe you guys thought that was gonna help us. That's not enough. That's why we keep getting up, and I spend hours here, and everybody in here spends hours here and talking about not doing affordable housing and taking care of flooding, because nobody's passionate. You're not passionate about taking care of the flooding. And listen, honestly, the dredging was nothing. That didn't, they took some twigs out of the friggin' roof. Another hour, we would have been flooded major again, another hour of rain. I understand you believe that dredging helped us, it did, and that's why you guys stopped it also. Well, you didn't get the permits, we had a hard time doing it. Go ahead, you wanna say something?
I'm saying,
Please do.
Dan, we filled our permits, right? We completed our permits. We couldn't go any further. We did everything we could, we were allowed to do. All right? How many trucks did we take out? How many truckloads?
1,200 yards.
1,200 yards. I mean, it didn't fix it, but it helped. It wasn't nothing, is all I'm saying.
I didn't say it was nothing.
And what you did
What
say
I'm
was
talking-
nothing.
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to tell you is it didn't do anything that's gonna stop the flooding here. I understand you guys are
Mitigation,
trying, yeah, but
stuff.
listen, instead of trying to blow smoke up or you know what. Because that's where we're at. You didn't, I don't know if you lost $100,000 worth of stuff. I did, and I know a lot of people did. Because the dredging is not saving us. What's gonna save us, no, Dom, listen, I'm upset. What's gonna save us is some real mitigation, some flood mitigation, some real mitigation, where you guys have to go beyond what you're doing.
I'm
Have
with
you
you.
gone to Schumer again? Have we gone to Washington? And so what's happening?
No.
We get nothing. We're getting nothing.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you can.
All right, should we not spend money on dredging next year?
No,
Okay,
we need
Save some money.
a lot more than dredging, Lou.
Okay.
Dredging is not gonna save Mamaroneck. Bottom line.
All right.
You're not
Thank
doing
you.
it. Sorry.
All right,
take some money there.
ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:45 at night, in case you haven't checked. We're gonna start wrapping this up. I see a few more people.
How you doing?
Hi, Jared.
Jared Winchester, 1025 Cove Road. This is Jared Winchester, 235 Center Avenue, 1979. Hey, I'm 6 years old. That's me in a white hat right there going to play. All right, we've been dealing with this for 43 years in my life. A lot of you guys are a lot older. Okay, I get it. But we can do two things at one time. Hold on, let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. And honestly, with all due respect, the way you let them talk to you guys earlier is disrespectful. Okay, again, you're elected officials. You were elected. They are your constituencies, but they should have some respect. 4 months ago, they talked about civility in Mamaroneck.
Yeah.
Okay, and none of that happened. I came here from at home. Now, we can disagree. You can disagree on the amount of apartments in that project across the street. But what I didn't hear from any of them is let's negotiate on the size of it. All I heard was a no. And no until we get all the flooding done.
Right.
I'm going to tell them what none of you guys here in the last 3 administrations didn't have the testicular fortitude to tell them. It's not going to be solved. It's not going to be solved in the next 5 years. Okay? So if you want to get it done, go to Harrison. You go to Scarsdale. You come to Scarsdale. Go to Scarsdale. Go to Rye and go as a committee. You know, tell me it's not going to get done. It ain't going to get done in 5 years.
Marty, please.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you have to hear this, but you need to tell them. Okay? Because these people are dealing with emotions. And when they can't control their environment, they want to control everything else.
Oh, my God.
And that's
Gentlemen,
fact.
please.
I don't want to say, excuse me, sir, I'm not in line. Stand in line. Stand in line. I'm addressing the board. I'm saying that it needs to be honest. We need to have honest conversations and say, listen, as a community, let's all go to Rye. Let's all go to Portchester. Let's all go to Scarsdale. But do it to where we can attract the media and do it in their territory. Because the bottom line is we are at the bottom of the hill. Everybody dumps on us. I agree. Bernie, you're at the dam and I agree with you. But what I'm trying to say is that without a collective, what we're doing is we're eating ourselves. Okay? We're eating ourselves, and we're doing it by picking every little thing in this community that divides us because we think that we can't do nothing but flooding alone. We will, and we shall do affordable housing. We will, and we shall do the parks. We will, and we shall do the roads. And if we have people who are just gonna come up here and boast and show how tough they are to you guys, then we ain't gonna get nothing done. I hope you're talking about me. No, I'm not talking about you. I hope you're
Address the board, address the board, please.
But what I'm saying is
Jared, can you give me 1 second?
yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's late. I know emotions are running high. This is not going to help. So if we could please, if you have something to say, you could always step outside and have a conversation. You can call each other, you could text, you could do whatever you want. Please, let's bring it back down.
My email is jallenwinchester@gmail.com. I'd be willing to have a conversation with any of you guys. But what I'm trying to say is that I know you're angry. I know people are angry because I showed you a picture of me at 6 years old.
Yeah.
The reason why affordable housing is important is because what happens is when we lost that apartment, we had to go find another place no one rented a 6-month lease. So we had to get a 2-year lease. So we weren't allowed to come back. That apartment then went for a couple of $100 more. I understand the homeowner has to raise the rent because they're gonna recoup the fee for the loss of that apartment and the rebuilding of the home. But what we're doing is we are eliminating the affordable housing just by the fact that the homeowner has to recoup that cost. So that's why it's important, and I get it, but at the same time, the homeowner has to understand, they didn't build it their own selves. The tax money, the rent money helped pay the tax, it helped pay the vacation, it helped pay all the things that they thought that just they built themselves. No, as a community, we help build each other. And so to think that you built, or anyone here who rents to renters built themselves is delusional, okay? And I'm gonna end it here. Please, be honest with these people. Tell them that they're gonna at least another 5 years before any fix is their way. If you don't do that, you're doing a disservice to your residents. And then they have a right to be angry at you.
Thank you, Jared.
Thank you, Jared.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Jared.
Hi, good evening. I understand it is a long night. I will be quick. I just want to say, first of all, your job is not easy. And your job is part-time, right? So
Wow.
how are you expected to do all of this on a part-time basis? Flooding is a full-time job. Affordable housing is a full-time job. Residents need to be listened to first. I have been here for only 9 years. When I moved here, I ran from New York City. I've said it before, I will say it again. Where I come from in the Bronx, every single family is now a high sky, 10 floors. You're doing it, Mamaroneck. You're ruining it. You're bringing the Bronx here. Many of us Bronx people ran here for a reason. We want a backyard. We want an open space. Perhaps people that want affordable housing or need affordable housing, maybe they want some space. Maybe they don't want to be shoved into this huge New York City housing project that you are bringing to this village. And why in the world are we in bed with West Hab? Has anybody read about them? West Hab. If you go to their website, they specialize in homeless.
They specialize in revitalizing, I forgot their word, terrible neighborhoods. When did we become distressed was the word, I'm sorry. When did Mamaroneck, I pay $20,000 a year in taxes. I moved to a distressed village. Why didn't you tell me? What is going on? Who picked West Hab? And the worst part is these people that come here and they speak and they live in White Plains and they live in Larchmont. You know what? When it rains, my 12-year-old calls me from Hammock's crying, "Mom, when are you picking me up? The parking lot is flooding." Do you know what the traffic is like? That September storm that we just had, what was it, September 29th? My daughter was crying because she knows I live in Harbor Heights and I can't get through town. What are my options to get to Hammock's? Do you see the traffic? How are we adding? And then there are people on next door from Orienta. Yes, we need affordable housing. Then build it in Orienta because Mamaroneck Avenue is busting at the seams. The traffic, it's unsafe. My 12-year-old cries when it rains. That's not normal. So to those that work at the CRC and want to talk about all this need for affordable housing, stop it. It is a lottery, number one. Number two, I get it. This job takes research. Look at Hammock's. That was built for residents. Everybody's touting, oh, it's for the police. Oh, it's for the teacher. It is not. It is a lottery. So whoever works in this community has what, 0.9 chance like everybody else? What did they build at Hammock's? You had to be a resident, right? You had to be some part of fire. Teachers lived there. Why aren't we doing that? Get rid of West Hab. We don't need a homeless shelter. My child needs to safely walk down Mamaroneck Avenue, which is the reason I left the Bronx. Homeless, we're making a project with West Hab. And they you brought in one proposal. West Hab speaks 77 proposal. Oh, okay, and then there's Luna for 177. We're not stupid. That's to make us feel grateful that you only picked the 77 unit. It's embarrassing. It's awful that you guys are proud of this. I read that RFP. There's nothing to be proud of. And I'll tell you one other thing that really is disturbing to me that West Hab is bragging about. And I really can't wait to meet them because they really have a lot of nerve. One of the benefits that they have, because I sat in the Zoom last week, one of the benefits was the benefits to the village page says leading by example. How dare they come and judge us? Leading by example? How about if we lead by example and treat our residents with dignity and respect and take some time and look at flooding? Lead by example with flood mitigation. Maybe Mamaroneck could be proud that we can save our residents instead of bringing in another 1,000 people. Where? My kids go to these schools. Do any of you have children here? Dr. Schaap, say what you want about him. That's all he talked about. The schools are full. Oh, the schools aren't full. There's plenty of spaces. Really? My kids in Hammock's. Oh, sorry, the music program's full. So everything is full. Oh, the lunchroom is full. Where are you guys? You're out of touch. It's hard. It's a part-time job. I get it. But here you are. Oh, we need affordable units. The housing crisis. There's a resident crisis. We are residents. We are paying $20,000 in taxes. And nobody cares. Nobody listens. My daughter's crying because it rains. That's not okay.
Thank you.
Many children here feel the same way. Go and see what Hammock's looks like with the traffic coming in and out. It's dangerous. If there is an emergency, who's saving our children? Oh, great. We have the best volunteer firefighters, but we keep building and we're gonna have to pay for a fire department too. And think about that in our tax dollars.
Thank you, Victoria.
We're ready. I just want to ask a question. What's the data on the dredging? And how are you gauging how it's benefiting the rivers and the flooding? Where was your beginning? Where was your middle? Where was your end? Where was your base? How are you gonna say it's how can you rightfully say
Go. Okay, I get it.
that you've helped us without measure and velocity, beginning, middle, and end. Dredging, totally important. River maintenance, totally important. Has to be there every year, every 6 months, maybe every month. I'm not done. But that's the end of the line. The work and the parallel mitigation plan isn't being done. I don't agree with the last resident that came in here and said nothing could be done and, counting people's money and being delusional about how rent is paid or how people survive in their own homes. Things can be fixed. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to go away, but it's our job as a village to be diligent and the urgency has to be there. If other communities are doing this and we're not, we're the problem. Lou, you were just on the news the other day and you were, pushing for items that you wanted. You could be such a resource for flooding and you could be inspiring your energy in such a positive way, but instead you have an agenda, not the agenda of the residents. And you can be such a positive voice to get us funding, to get us in the limelight, to get us first and foremost. What a feather in your cap that would be for us all. And I'm being very serious. But you're hell bent on affordable housing. Do you realize that somebody for this affordable housing unit gets to come in here making maybe 30, 40 a year, right? Their income could climb to $320,000 and nothing makes them leave there. They could stay there forever.
I don't know that's true.
That's true. That's true. Don't mumble under your breath. I did my homework. That's true.
Okay, all right.
So I'm gonna sell my farm and I'm gonna go into the lottery and then I'm gonna throw my money out as a gift from whatever I get, and I'm gonna go live there for the rest of my life. There's no movement. There's no beginning, middle, and end. You're not solving an issue. You're not helping any resident who needs affordable housing and who possibly can get a better way and make more funding and then move on to better housing. There's no fix. You guys are not crossing your T's and dotting your I's. So you're gonna have 177 units, people would stagnate there until the day they die. Or maybe 60 or 40 or 30, God knows what. But if you're gonna say flooding and dredging the rivers has helped, you need to say why and how come and have a baseline as to where it came from.
All I
And you don't
said
have
was
that.
it's not true that we didn't do anything. That's what I said.
But it was a Band-Aid and it's an embarrassment to even Blauvelt that you've done something.
Okay, all right.
It's an insult to the people who have lost everything over and over.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And that's what you're not getting.
That's right.
Thank you.
And the attitude and being angry and me being angry because I've lost everything and I want something done is an insult.
Okay, thank you.
Not bad.
Thank you, Laura. Bernie is going to be the last speaker. Sorry. Bernie's going to be the last speaker so we can move on to the meeting by midnight or so.
Speaking for myself.
Thank you.
I'd like to apologize to everyone in the room for my outbursts.
Okay.
But the frustration level is through the roof. And like Laura said, we can solve this problem. Okay? It's solvable. We just have to put our efforts and our minds to it. Lou, I gotta be honest with you. I just don't feel it from you anymore. I gotta say, I mean, between me and you, I'm talking to you right now. Okay, I
We'll
don't
talk
feel it
outside.
with you,
Let's not do that here. We'll talk outside.
okay?
All right.
That's fine. If you wanna talk, then I'll talk.
Okay.
I'm just not feeling it. There's a disconnect going on right now. And I'm frustrated. I'm at a loss of words right now. Keep saying the same thing. I don't know what I want to say right now. I got so pissed off. My head is spinning right now. Okay. It's real people, real lives. The problem can get solved. We're just not doing it right. It's the ship has to turn around 365 degrees. And this is not the way to do it. It's not what, that's not what my vision is. It's gotta be done different. We gotta figure it out and we gotta turn it around. I'm sorry for everybody in the room and I apologize.
Thank you, Bernie.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
we're gonna move on with the meeting. There are no public hearings this evening. We're moving on to, if someone wants to, I guess, motion, the audit of the bills.
Somebody close to it.
So, I mean, have to find the audits.
Did you have any questions, Norm?
Well.
And did you find that the system?
I
is usable?
don't have any questions about the bills because except I want to thank the staff, especially Laura and Cliff.
Sorry, Laura.
She was there.
Who set us up on the system so that we could check any of the questions that we had. We can't hear. No, it should be. Anyway, is that better? Okay. So I don't have any questions about the audit of the bills because I was able to answer all of my questions today. Thanks to Laura, I was able to go through it. If it weren't so late, I might talk about some of the bills I looked at, but I'm just not doing that right now. So
Thank you.
and I just want to say, I very much appreciate the staff setting this up for us. So, yeah.
Just real quickly,
Put the mic.
would like to.
Mic.
Oh, sorry. Just real quickly, and I know we are in a trial period with this once a month. But one thing we do need to consider, and it's happening this month, is the next time we pay the bill is going to be 5 weeks. So a lot of the bills we've already gotten in and they couldn't get them into this abstract, and a lot of our bills are net 30. So the once a month is really gonna.
Especially on those, when there's a
have
3
to
week.
be This month
Yeah.
that we're hitting 5, so the bills aren't gonna be paid for another 5 weeks.
Well, you know,
So if we do it on a trial, it's fine, but I would like you to consider maybe once you're comfortable with viewing the bills and stuff, maybe we can reconsider back to the twice a month.
Mayor, I think we could take the staff's lead on that. If they feel that they need to do it more often, then we can just do it more often. I mean,
I'm happy to do it more.
yeah,
often.
yeah.
I think that's
Yeah.
on us. We have the
It
system
was
set up.
you-
We
Yeah.
need to make sure. We
Well, I know I was
And I will
there
work
back
with
to
that,
every
Kristen
2
and I are
weeks.
working
or-
together with getting
Yeah.
your remote access,
Yeah.
as
Right.
opposed to having to come.
Right.
That's, yeah, I'm not.
I was coming into the office and it was very easy because I did it last week.
Can you show me?
No.
So it seems like IT was able to get most of us set up. I had to still be last. And if everybody else feels comfortable with moving it back to the way we were doing it before, as long as we still have access, I think that's fine.
Oh, so if you're okay with that, then, so we'll do one for the next meeting?
Yeah.
Is that okay? with
Yeah,
everybody?
yes,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for advocating for
Thank
that.
Do you have to
Right.
motion to?
So we have to do 2 of them. So the first audit is what? 1/8.
Wait, should we let Glenn talk or?
Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry. I'm sorry.
I have one request, at the last meeting, we didn't have the abstract of the audit of the bills because you were straightening out what you had to do with that. Can we have that added to the last meeting's agenda?
It wasn't, this is
So we
it.
combine the two.
We didn't do it.
One large abstract.
Oh, so this is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We incorporated. all
One
the
point.
outstanding bills.
As I used to see on Saturday Night Live. Thank you.
Okay,
So-
Laura, do you need me to sign this when we finish?
Hmm?
Can be signed when you're finished?
Yeah.
So I make a motion that we adopt the first abstract, which is for $1,833,117.47.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
There's a second one here if you want to read it.
Yeah, but you have-
You want me to hand it?
And then,
Oh, I figured somebody.
Who gets it?
I make a motion that we adopt the second abstract, which are the manual pays, right? For $27,468.04. Thank you. Next week,
Second?
we can talk about actual bills, but not tonight.
All right, so you're motioning?
Yep.
I second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, we have no old business to attend to, so we can move to new business. Pardon me. Does somebody want to lead us through the bonds, please? Dan,
You said what?
the bonds.
The bond,
That's all.
bond resolution.
We'll do it.
She wants you to read all of them.
We'll go through each one that we have to go through.
Okay, so, the first bond is for, issuance of serial bonds for the cost of acquisition of motor vehicles. So I can pull up the spreadsheet here, maybe it's a little clearer for people see in the audience. Yeah, a little small. But it's for, police interceptors, truck for the Parks Department, the Ford Escape SE, which has been assigned to me, several Chevy Tahoes, Chevy 2500 truck, and there are several Chevy 2500s because we made the move to Chevys because it was nearly impossible to get Fords. And then an engine for the harbor master's boat. The total of those purchases was $740,255.71. That's a 5-year bond, right?
Mhm.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah, maybe we should just explain that there's.
Yeah, the 5 years equals the probable useful life of the piece of equipment or project.
These are basically all things we've purchased or
You
projects
know,
we've
over
worked
over
on.
the several years that we've been working on some of these projects. Do you want to go over each one of those, each group now or with the resolution?
Told LMC. Did we lose LMC?
Yeah, we automatically go at midnight, but I'm still recording.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, got it.
Thank you, thank you.
Good to know.
Yeah, probably, I think it's less confusing if we do each bond.
Okay.
I think you're right.
Okay, so go ahead.
That was the 5-year bond.
Anyone
All
like to motion?
I'm trying to find, it back on my.
Here it is.
Okay. So I make the motion that we adopt the bond resolution dated for today, authorizing the issuance up to $740,000, $740,255.71 in the aggregate principal amount of serial bonds of the Village of Mamaroneck, County of Westchester, State of New York, pursuant to the local finance law to finance the cost of the acquisitions of village motor vehicles, which were just described by Dan.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
And the next resolution is for the 10-year bond. And the items, mostly there are 4 items there, 3 of which are really security related. 2 are the installed access control system at 123 Mamaroneck Avenue. So it's the fob system, so we can move in and out of the building. We also did alarm and access control for this building. Then there was the installation of street cameras in the village. And the 4th item was repairs to the village transfer station. We had to discuss the situation we had there with the electric service, which kind of fell off the building. And so we've moved forward with rehooking it up, ordering a new generator so it's always powered, and getting a platform so we get it out of the flood zone.
Anyone want a motion or have questions?
Nope, I'll make the motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
The next one is the 15-year bond. And we have some nice projects here, so that'll have some real long-term benefit. Obviously, we had to make the emergency repairs. Here, we discussed the mold situation we had in this building earlier. That's that. You resurfaced the parking lots at Harbor Island. We have the new sidewalks that we installed on Waverly and Prospect Avenue in 2022. Nice one is the lights at Lanza Field. We converted to LEDs, and a remote system to turn the lights on and off. So It allows for better lighting of the fields and less actual manpower to operate the lights. And there's other equipment here if you want to go into each item I can, but
Does anybody need to go through all the equipment? Because I've read everything.
No.
Everybody else did too?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, does somebody want to make a motion? Are we all awake?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
okay, next is the 20-year bond. And this includes the Scott packs for the fire department. That's the self-contained breathing apparatus that they all utilize, and their requirements for when and how they're replaced, both the packs and the units themselves. There's turnout gear and pages for the fire department. Again, especially with the turnout gear, there's a useful life that we have to rotate old gear out and get new gear. Then we have the dock repairs that we made down at the marina, which will, we had 30-year-old docks in most locations. So this is really setting up the harbor for the next generation with its docks. And then the emergency escape systems, also known as the bailout kits. We're required to, by state law, required to have those. And again, they have a useful life and have to be replaced. And it's on a schedule, so we're not replacing the equipment for 90 firefighters at once. We do it over the course of several years.
That's for $146,000.
Yes, I'm sorry, 146. Yep.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And the final item, which is a 30-year bond, was we had to make an emergency repair to the West Basin seawall. It's a 1930s era wall. I think it was either WPA or the New York predecessor of the WBA, which is the ERA. So it needed some I know exactly. I can't disappoint the board.
No. WPA.
I cannot disappoint Trustee Lucas, not knowing all the acronyms of these historic programs. This again, it's a wall that needed to be repaired, and we made the repair last year.
And all those projects were built by an organization that was declared unconstitutional, so they're all illegal.
And that cost was $272,654.94.
Motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Moving to item F, authorization to execute a professional services agreement to design stormwater improvements at Fairway Green and a new sidewalk on Old Post Road.
Right. I met with Mr. Sapa there this week, and I have no doubt that we've got to do this. There are a variety of things happening there, including the crosswalk and the drainage up there. But the water going through their property is our responsibility, and we should just do this.
Okay, we got a comment?
Yeah, again, this is a survey, what was it, 230,000 or so, but this is the actual project. The actual project's gonna be $2.5 to $3 million. Again, you do that project, you're spending more in 1 year than what you pay off in principal right now. You add that to, we want $1 million for the for a new fire building. You add that to, we're gonna have $1,000 going to Save the Sound for a settlement. And then you also want to add benefits for the police, benefits for the firemen. Every time you add $280,000 to the budget, that's 1%. The bonds that you just did were all our bonds. There were no water bonds, no sewer bonds. So, and the shorter bonds means it's more. If you have a $3 million bond and it's 10 years, that means you're gonna have to come up with $300,000 in interest in the first year. That's 1%.
Yeah.
Oh, That's where I've been telling you for years.
I hear you.
You're gonna get caught. Now you're caught. And, you know, like I said, you already approved $8 million worth of projects, and you heard that the residents down in Washingtonville
Still haven't had.
want their sanitary sewage, stormwater, and they deserve it. But at some point, you're gonna have to go through and say, people, you're gonna have to either bite the bullet to pay for it, or you're gonna have to make choices, whether it's
Yeah.
how much staff, how much you pay the staff, what programs that you have. But you just can't keep, we're gonna have our cake and eat it too, because I did that, look at me, it don't work.
Let me ask you this, how many million you think you can get from the property across the street?
What, tax wise?
No,
This is.
cash transfer at the start. The first offer was 5 million.
That's good, and you need that, but again,
He's still looking long-term.
you have questions.
Mhm.
If they buy the property, who's in charge of the parking, who pays for the parking?
I understand. I'm just
You know,
asking.
Are they
I mean,
gonna have tow trucks?
I just wanted to point out that it's not, we're not thinking about
I know, that, and you know as well that we had the discussion, you need another level over there,
it. Yeah,
right? This is maybe less units you need, but you definitely need a second level over there, and it's gotta be married into
I understand.
the new village hall. And
Should've
says,
kept
this is
my mouth
what I
shut,
said
sorry.
before about you have to forward think of what we need 2 years, 3 years up the road, because all we've been doing is we built for yesterday's needs, and it's out of date by the time we build it.
Thank you, Glenn. I'm glad you're keeping an eye on stuff.
That'll teach you to ask me a question.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why I did.
All right, I know we're all exhausted, but I'm gonna repeat what Glenn said. We need to forward think and say we have over 10 years of infrastructure debt, I'll call it, where we have not actually executed on the projects that we have said we will execute on. So $2.5 million for a sidewalk is a hell of a lot of money. Dan first quoted me 500,000 7 years ago when this first came up. So it's just going up and up and up. And the other thing I'm gonna say is, again, I would really, for sidewalks and pedestrian infrastructure, there are a lot of grants that I think we could really be taking advantage of. You know, I know Lalani's on top of it, but I really think that that should be an area of focus because that's not something we've clearly been doing. One of the things I heard from the budget tonight is that we didn't actually spend all of our CHIPS money. So with study after study after study that the traffic commission has been diligently creating year after year after year after year, you have to wonder what's happening in the execution department here. The last thing I'm going to say about Old Books Road in sidewalk. Sorry, I'm way too bothered. I don't, you guys have been badgered at all night and that's not my intent at all. Is to just say that, given the huge body of evidence that this village has of the unsafe conditions on Bush Road, which is nearby to 6 schools that children walk and bike to every day, including Central, Comets, and the high school, you're exposing yourself to a hell of a lot more than $2.5 million in a lawsuit if you don't get this fixed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, I mean, we talked about this last week. I think, I still don't understand why we're doing the drainage project for Fairway Green, which isn't for Fairway Green, but that runs through Fairway Green, why we're associating it with the sidewalk project. And what we're being asked to fund tonight are studies. And I think the drainage, and I have two questions. Well, and one, the drainage project is, you know, there was discussion tonight about what could happen in this year's budget for the state. And Shelley Mayer is looking to create an office of sustainability to help with resiliency for flooding issues and just water quality issues and water issues, not necessarily riverine flooding, but the kind of flooding we're having with stormwater for Fairway Green. So this work to do the study could position us to be ready to apply for the grants when they happen, and that's good. This is, so that, I think that's one thing. I also think that we've had much conversation about us working on pipes on private property. And I've looked at some of the deeds. I believe that these pipes predate Fairway Green and that the village uses them as feeder pipes, but I think we should get a legal, I mean, I think we should do this. I think we need to do the study, but I think we should also get a legal opinion, because when we go for the grants, we want to be sure that, you know, we can tell the state, no, this is our responsibility and this is going to stop a flooding issue. So that's one question. And the other is the sidewalk. I agree. We've been talking about the sidewalk since before I was a trustee. It's a heavily walked route.
Yep.
It's a horrible route. And we need to figure out how to make it a better walking path. So.
And the fact that it's in Orienta doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, because it's.
Well, we haven't been able to get grants for it because it's not in a census tract that needs it, but there may be other grants that are available. And again, I think we're always better at getting grants for projects that we have some of the design work done.
It's only a matter of time before something happens there if we don't address it.
So then.
I know that, I was gonna say, I know that, there are a lot of, grants that, Governor Hochul is trying to propose for infrastructure. And I'm in agreement that later on down the line, if we approve it, and then by the time it does have to come into fruition, that the grants will be here. We just approved to hire our grant agency again. So, and they have done a good job. So hopefully it'll continue. And I know that at the next NICOM conference coming up in a few weeks, that they are also proposing a few good infrastructure grants that I know that I'm going, I know Sharon is going, that we could pay attention to bring back to the community. So,
and well, since you're talking about it, the big pot of money that's sitting there, you got, first of all, you got all the environmental stuff, which we can, which it's been largely untapped because a lot of communities haven't figured out how to write the grants yet. But there's $650 million pot of money that she set aside in August for pro-housing communities. And that's gonna set off a firestorm. But if we were to become a pro-housing community, if we were to hit some of those guidelines that she was trying to force everybody to hit voluntarily, we could go to the front of the line for a whole universe of grants for infrastructure, for flood mitigation, for all sorts of things around housing. But we have to take the action. That's part of what's going on across the street.
So are we?
is that the critical water
Yeah, so
project?
this. What?
No.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I moved that, where are we here now?
Yeah.
I move that we execute a professional service agreement to design stormwater improvements at Fairway Green and a new sidewalk on Old Post Road. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moving to G.
G was being held.
Yeah,
G is being held.
G and A are being held.
Okay, I don't have that on my thing. Okay.
Because we're gonna expand the RFPs.
No, I thought with H, you were just gonna make an amendment to the resolution.
Yeah.
Saying that we're gonna.
It's held, I believe you. We're just gonna keep moving on. G, just
sorry.
G?
Yeah.
So we're moving to H.
Mhm.
Resolution requesting to initiate a study to determine impacts of Interstate 95 on water quality and flooding in the village of Mamaroneck.
Yeah, this is big.
And we're gonna expand it to get more than one
Yeah, this
request.
isn't us confirming it, but this is just
Come back in 3 weeks.
saying we want that too, that's correct?
Right, we want to expand the
scope of it, I guess.
Yeah,
I'll make the motion.
Wait, are there any?
Sorry,
No, just making sure nobody's coming up. Okay, go ahead.
I'll make the motion.
Sorry it was so late.
Thanks for staying.
Any second?
second.
All in
Thank you.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're moving to I. Authorization to execute a professional services agreement for home elevation grant applications and submissions.
We all agree, right?
What?
I think we all agree on that.
We already talked about it at the work session, so it's just if anybody wants to recuse myself.
So
Nobody's speaking on it?
I mean,
Comments?
does anybody have any?
Do you guys have any questions? All right, Leilani has recused.
So we'll just
So we-
say, so for the people who didn't watch work session, it's a $10,000 grant. Or it's a $10,000 project, it's a $10,000 amount. And this is to hire a consultant who's going to help us understand how to elevate houses and to do some workshops with the community. So they'll train both staff and community stakeholders in essentially figuring out how we can get FEMA funds to elevate houses in the flood zone.
Okay. That a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Moving on to J, resolution establishing no stopping restriction on Hoyt Avenue. Which we did discuss during the work
Yeah.
session. Does anyone have any comments,
No.
questions, concerns?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Moving to K, resolution authorizing a budget transfer for repair of traffic signal located at West Boston Post Road and Mamaroneck High School. We also reviewed this in the work session.
Make the motion, we authorize the budget transfer since the work's already done.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, L. Retention of firm to conduct village manager search, resolution to follow. So we are at a point where we do have to move forward. I can send out all of the proposals from everyone because we didn't get in time to get one today. And then if we can agree to set aside a night to interview and select one, we can then move forward to start the search. Is everyone fine with that?
Yep.
Yes.
I don't know if we have to motion. I think that's just a agreement.
Let's plan tomorrow to figure out a date to do this.
I'll hold that one over here. Okay, appointment of village prosecutor.
Bob, are you familiar with these folks?
I'm not.
You are not? Okay.
I think that the last discussion I thought was done through email that never was resolved. Was that Bob would like to have input on the hiring of the prosecutors, and where we left off all interviewing and then requesting the salary, their desired salary.
Yeah.
And some have come down or stayed the same or just didn't really.
Yeah, so it's a number of people. And I know Nora did some of the research, which is what we had agreed to. We have come to somewhere in the area of 32 to 35 is probably where it should be, because we had somebody here for a very long time who didn't really get raises, and the amount of work has changed with the what do you call those things? The mail-in please or something?
Plea by mail.
Plea by mail, yeah.
Has created more work to do in off hours and even for the court hours.
So where we stand is that the board did choose someone as a
number one. We
Thank you.
ranked them.
We did a 1, 2, 3, 4. We
four.
ranked them, yes.
The people who work in Portchester.
Correct.
They were the number.
So we ranked them. They are within the rate, the rate. We do need to get someone soon. So I don't know what the options are. What is the involvement that we're looking at? So that I know what to do.
Yeah.
I just want to be able to give you my thoughts and advise.
Yeah.
Et cetera, because I think the village attorney needs to have a relationship with the village prosecutor. And I don't have any relationship at all with the one we just had.
It was,
I was not consulted when she was hired, and never spoke to her once.
yeah, that was a mistake we made last year, and then
Well, it was a choice.
whoever you voiced your concern to didn't pass it along. So I'm thinking it might have been Tom.
Offended by it, I'm just.
So,
I have to say, I mean, I think we interviewed 4 sets of candidates. And we were all unanimous
Yeah.
in who we
yeah,
picked.
now, the interesting thing.
Could I?
Oh,
can I-
sorry, I'm sorry.
So it seems to me that either we have to do the whole interview process over again with you in the room.
No.
Or we just make sure that you have a relationship with the candidate, the chosen candidate.
I think
Except
the
our
code
apology.
actually has
And I didn't
language
know that.
about the relationship.
Apology, I'm just trying to help.
Now, these folks, the thing we liked about them, if I'm, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but the thing we liked about them was that they say that they were able to get the able to eliminate the building department violations being dismissed. They were able to fix their prosecutorial instruments and were able to school the building department on how to fix their issues, and we're willing to do the same with ours if that happens.
Isn't this one individual you're hiring?
It's a
Two.
firm, actually,
Two.
with 3 people.
You're appointing a particular person.
So this may, he would probably be the primary. It's a firm of 3 people. So that there is a backup should he not be available, somebody else will show up. What?
It's not that person though, right? No.
I can't.
I think it was,
Yeah.
I think it was James Williams and
it's a
Associates.
firm.
Tobin.
Yeah,
No, I thought it was James Williams and Associates or something like that.
It's Tobin.
James Williams.
you have a computer, pull it up. I'll never
I don't
look.
have it. I downloaded.
No, just
my-
pull up the person I'm saying.
That's not the person, but so I think we need to hold this.
I don't think we do because we don't meet for 3 weeks and we don't have a village prosecutor.
Yeah, we do need to get a prosecutor.
Right? No, that's not the guy.
Tobin. That wasn't our first choice.
Okay. That's an economist.
It's Tobin.
Yeah, I think the resume that you sent, like I said, James Williams and Associates are.
No, that's not that isn't.
I had the wrong guy. Jesus.
Only because James Tobin, so can we correct this?
Yeah. It's Tobin.
Only because we haven't
You
had
know
a
that?
prosecutor all month.
Bernard, is Tobin, Bernardin, and
Running down in Whitesor or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know who.
They're currently the prosecutors in Portchester.
I mean, I'll be happy to call them, so as you're ready to do it next time you meet, so.
Well, we need a prosecutor though.
Do we want to do
February 22nd.
it next week before? No?
I'm fine with doing it now. We did our,
Okay, all right.
spent hours in
Fine,
it.
fine, fine. Yeah, we all really like them. We all really like them.
It's your call.
Okay.
Let's do it.
So, I'm sorry?
I said I'm okay with.
Oh, okay, thanks. Resolution regarding the appointment of the village prosecutor that we are resolving that the firm of Tobin,
Tobin, I have to find their.
Bernardson. Okay, so the firm of James Tobin is appointed village prosecutor to the village of Mamaroneck, serve at the pleasure of the appointing authority at a compensation to be fixed by the board of trustees. I motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
That was a close call.
We might get by 1 o'clock. N, resolution scheduling a public hearing on PLLA 2024, letter of map revision for 777 Taylor's Lane.
Just one thing, Mary Desmond, the deputy village attorney, she emailed me. There was a slight error in, says, I just noticed the draft law says it adds sections 186B1L. It should be it should be section M, so 186(3)B1M. She is opining that's not a significant change, so if the board wants to move forward and set the public hearing with that amendment to the local law, that's.
We can correct it for the notice.
Okay,
Yes, no?
so moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
And I have the spelling of the firm if you want.
Okay, you could send it to her. Okay, O. Resolution scheduling a public hearing on PLLB 2024 to amend section 282-13 of the village code regarding the plumber certification required for sanitary sewer laterals. We also discussed this at the work session.
This is part of the Save the Sound settlement and it's something we have to do and it's just modifying a law that we already have, making it a little stronger.
All right, I move we schedule the public hearing on PLLB 2024 to amend the section 28213 of the village code.
A second. All in favor?
Aye.
We're up to P, and I don't think they're still here. Resolution authorizing acceptance of a gift to the Village of Mamaroneck Police Department. Oops. Whereas the Village of Mamaroneck Police Department serves and protects the lives and property of those living and visiting the Village of Mamaroneck. And whereas in recognition of that service, Mr. Paul Ferrante has graciously offered to donate $805.74 to the Village of Mamaroneck to fund the purchase of bulletproof vests for police officer Liliana Mendoza and police officer Christina Reale, I think.
Yeah.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby accepts the gift of $805.74 to the village to be used to fund the purchase of 2 bulletproof vests. And be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees thank and recognize Mr. Paul Ferrante for his generous gift to the village.
That's awesome.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Does he get a little paper or something, a plaque, or when we thank him, or was it just?
No.
It's a handwritten thank you note from the mayor.
Okay, I'll take care of it. Q, resolution accepting donation for benches at Harbor Island Park.
Oh, Amy's gone too.
Oh,
One bench.
okay.
Yeah.
This is Mayor Murphy's bench.
No.
No, it isn't? No.
I didn't know.
Oh, we did that already. I'm sorry. I forgot that.
Okay,
Yes.
whereas Amy Siskin is desirous of donating a bench and plaque to be placed in the West Basin at Harbor Island Park in loving memory of Arlene, the best girl. And whereas the quoted cost of the bench and plaque is $2,360.80, and the bench as a donation must be accepted by resolution of the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees at their discretion. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees accepts the donation for the bench and plaque at Harbor Island Park, and be it further pardon me, resolved that the Board of Trustees on behalf of the village thanks Amy Siskin for this generous gift to the community.
I move we accept the donation of the bench for Harbor Island Park.
Thanks to Amy.
And thank Amy.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I don't know what R is, adding item to the agenda. I'm assuming.
Yeah, they were, these are the items I emailed the board
Oh,
about.
just at the following.
Yeah, no, they came in on Friday and we published on Thursday, so.
Okay. S, execution of settlement agreement with Save the Sound to be added to, okay, it's a meeting, which we discussed during the work session. Whereas a proposed settlement agreement with Save the Sound having been duly presented to the Board of Trustees for consideration at its meeting on January 22nd, 2024. And whereas the Board of Trustees having duly considered the proposed settlement agreement, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Village of Mamaroneck approves the settlement, and be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees directs the village manager to undertake all such administrative actions as may be required to effectuate the settlement agreement.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Can I ask for R? Can you just please have someone motion and second to add these items to the?
Oh.
agenda?
I'm
I'll make a
making
motion to add the items.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Nice.
Thank you, Sally. T, resolution authorizing tax lien sale and notice of unpaid taxes. Be it resolved that notice is hereby given that the taxes for the year 2023, 2024 of the Village of Mamaroneck are unpaid on the real property described on the list attached herewith, and be it further resolved that, and in accordance with Article 14, Title 3, or the Real Property Tax Law, Section 1455, that the advertisement of the notice required by law will be published in the official newspaper of the village, and be it further resolved that the village clerk treasurer be authorized to advertise and sell tax liens for the fiscal year 2023-24, as shown in the attached schedule of accounts of unpaid taxes. And then we have an attachment.
I have this, I just have like a list. I just have like.
Yeah, it's just a
I
list.
just have the warrant. It doesn't actually have the
list of
list of
address.
properties.
Okay. You have met on the warrant and
I mean, this is, I can get a list, I don't know if we need to have the list, this is what we've always provided in the past.
Is that something you would like to see?
No, I thought the list is usually published.
It will be published, but I guess it's just.
Yeah, I think, I know with the budget adoption resolution, anything that goes to lien,
All right,
we provide that list to you at that time.
motion,
So moved.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye. So it's not, if the list isn't final yet.
The day
basically. Okay.
before the.
Okay. We're up to 6A, which is second opportunity to speak to the board.
Number one, I see you are looking for a new village manager. I'd just like to say right here and now, Dan Cernoff has served this village well for many years. I hope you give him heavy consideration. I would rather see somebody in-house that is very aware of what is going on in this village, that can take the job running if he puts his name into the running. Understand that under Jerry, he's like the vice president. So sometimes he's got to take positions to support his village manager. Any issues you have on that, and says have a serious interview, sit down, tell him exactly what you're looking for from him, what he expects. And I hope you give him much consideration for the amount of time that he has spent in this village. Finally, I just want to talk about, you came to a resolution, basically you're looking at the, to have a meeting on the 28th and 29th for the comment of the.
29th and 30th.
29th and 30th. What I would do is if you're gonna have public comment, you should have public comment until probably the following Wednesday, which would be the 6th. In order to give staff time to put the public comments together. And then on the 11th, you can have, basically your questions added to the public's questions. At that time, go look to hire the consultant, and as part of the consultant's deal, tell the consultant that they have to watch both of the tapes from start to finish. We're gonna have you, you don't have to come to the meeting. We expect if you're going to take this job, that you're gonna watch the entire tape from the 29th, the entire tape from the 30th. Then they can come back in 2 weeks. The second week in February, they can make a presentation. Then the first meeting in March, you can have the public once again comment. And then if you wanted to, whatever you wanted to do, you could do the second week in March, which would actually be the 22nd, not the 15th. Because you do.
Yeah,
the
I
second
said
and the
15th
fourth.
was the middle of the month.
Yeah. So that would just be my recommendation, and there has to be big changes. There's gotta be more parking, maybe less apartments, maybe you skew a little bit more towards senior. The biggest complaint that they have, which is legitimate, is the amount of cars. The school system and such like that, please speak to Greg Cutler. It says, I think it says if you added the Mason, the Avalon and all these together, there's not more than a dozen kids.
Yeah.
They don't live in the apartments. And then the other one about affordable housing. You realize I'm putting my house up for sale. I just got an apartment. I had two of the best real estate people. Peggy Jackson helped me.
Mhm.
We looked all over.
Doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist. I got a 600-foot apartment for $2,100, which is first and last month's rent. And I gotta give the realtor agent $2,100 for finding it, then $450 for filing fees and everything.
Just for
So,
public.
yeah, and would I fit into what they're looking for percentage wise? Because basically they don't want you spending more than 30% of your income
Mhm.
on it. Okay, that's fine. I'm not spending 30% of my income. But that's what my income is. It says if you're talking about an apartment that goes for $2,000, which is I think less than the average in the village of Mamaroneck now, you're talking about needing to make $72,000 in order not to be overpaying according to the government.
Mhm.
And that's at 30%, which they raised from 25% because they couldn't find anybody at 25%. These are the things, just ask Greg, to look at the school system. When I was in the Murdoch High School, there was over 2,000 students. There's 1,700 now, between 16 and 1,700.
I know.
That's not a.
I know.
You can't compare because the program requirements and classroom requirements are different.
Yeah, but I mean, all you'd be talking about at most is maybe 1-2 students in the entire school for each grade of the school system.
Yeah, they're saying.
Not more than, but
Yeah, I know.
77 units, big units, but again, you can cater that. It says, you know what, we want at least 15 senior units. We want a few more for singles. I said, do it 77, you're not gonna get, and you definitely need another for the parking. That's, I said that from day one, that you're gonna need 3 tiers for the parking.
Yeah.
So with that, I'm gonna leave you guys.
Thank you.
I hope you guys don't feel like pinatas. It'll get better. Take care.
Thank you, Glenn. Have a good evening. Okay, we're moving on to 7, report from the clerk treasurer.
Nothing to report, right?
No.
Thank you. All right, number 8, minutes from village attorney, filing of local law 21-2023 with the Secretary of State.
Local law 21/2023 was the local law exempting the solar panels for architectural. And it can affect the others of the program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Let's read the minutes.
here we go. Number 9, approving the minutes for the commissions, boards, and committees. Minutes of the Board of Traffic Commissioners meeting of November 14th, 2023. Minutes of the Parks and Recreation Committee meeting of December 6th, 2023. Minutes of the Board of Architectural Review meeting of December 5th, 2023. Minutes of the Board of Trustees regular meeting of November 27th and annual organization meeting of December 4th, 2023. Minutes of the Planning Board meeting of October 25th and November 8th, 2023.
All done.
I make a motion to close.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I was saying is